Chapter 1347. Jun Changshao didn't expect that Jin Hao, who had his chest pierced, actually ran away. Or was his heart in the wrong place? Sigh. Goshing shook his head and said, "It's a pity that I didn't kill him." "Isn't the first wish equipment awesome?" the system asked. "Awesome is awesome." Jun Changshao raised the modified lightning rod and looked at the dimmed groove. He said helplessly, "But the energy is gone in one hit. How can I use it in the future?" "Nonsense." The system said, "The hard-to-retract blade still needs the opening seal talisman." Jun Changshao was speechless. "At least it'll be given when I do missions. Where am I going to recharge this thing in the future? Am I supposed to die every day and go against the Realm Hall's lightning tribulation? Why do you keep thinking about the lightning tribulation instead of using the lightning element as a replacement?" the system asked. "Right." Jun Changshao slapped his head and said, "I can find a replacement." To be able to directly pierce through Jin Hao's chest and force him to flee with injuries, the modified lightning rod given by the first wish proved its strength. Go Sheng also believed that this would be another powerful trump card after the hard-to-retract blade. "Elder Zhen," Jun Changshao said loudly, "set up a lightning array outside the sect." Wong, wong. Lightning arrays rose from the ground in Fengqi Celestial Mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Jun Changshao was in the middle of it. He raised the modified lightning rod to guide the lightning, but it was bombarded for a long time. The groove was still in a dull state. It was obviously useless. The system said the level is too low. It's hard to charge. Jun Changshao broke down. There were still many things to do when the sect ascended. He didn't think too much about how to charge the lightning rod. Instead, he went to the main hall and gathered all the higher-ups and disciples. We're now in the upper realm. The heaven and earth elements and heaven and earth laws here are much stronger than the lower realm. What you need to do now is to improve yourself as quickly as possible and enter the void-piercing realm as soon as possible. Yes, the disciples' eyes were burning. They had already felt the new elements and the new air. Their souls and bodies seemed to have a sublimation. Of course, Jun Changshao said solemnly, "This place is also filled with danger, so the old rules apply. Without the approval of the higher-ups, no one is allowed to leave the sect of all times." In an ordinary small town, a 3 to 5-year-old child had the strength comparable to a peak marshal disciple. He was really afraid that if his disciple went out casually, he would be bullied by a slightly older ordinary person. In front of the dilapidated cave, the Taishan old man was a little disappointed. After all, the place he had lived for many years was destroyed, just like that. Fortunately, he didn't know that Go Sheng had taken away all the boxes and stone doors in the cave abode used for cultivation in the Falling Star continent. Senior. After finishing the sect affairs, Jun Changshao walked over and said apologetically, "I'm sorry to have affected your residence." The Taishan old man said, "What you should be concerned about now is the consequences of severely injuring the golden-armored man. That guy and I were fighting one-on-one. My skills were not as good as his, so I was forced to run away. Do you think he'll come looking for trouble with me?" Jun Changshao said. The Taishan old man shook his head and said, "Although you guys fought fair and square, he came from the Realm Hall after all. Even the slightest mistake in the future may be magnified infinitely." "Senior, please don't worry." Jun Changshao said seriously, "The first principle of the sect of all times is to be a low-key person and do things seriously. We will never commit crimes in the upper realm." If this came from someone else, the Taishan old man might believe it. However, this guy who had provoked dozens of sects not long after coming to the upper realm and made him the scapegoat in the end, how could he have the face to say the word Loki? "I hope so." The Taishan old man said, "I'll leave first. We'll meet again if fate wills it." "Senior." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "The sect of all times has just come to the upper realm. We need the help of an expert like you." Do you think it's enough to use a master-disciple relationship with the Taishan old man? No, Go Sheng still wanted to rope in this technical geek. If conditions permitted, he even wanted to rope in Jinren Tonggu and the 7 profound sage. My apologies. The Taishan old man said, I've always liked a carefree life. I have no interest in joining a sect. If that's the case, Jun Changshao scratched his head and said, Senior, why don't you lend Bamboo Mountain No. 1 to me? He relied on the lightning rod to defeat Jin Hao. He did not think that he was strong enough to fight against a revolving core realm cultivator. Thus, when he brought his sect up, he first considered how to stabilize his footing. Even if he could not fight against the Xian sects, he should at least not be bullied by the trash sections. Child, the Taishan old man said seriously, do you have any shame? Bamboo Mountain No. 1 was something he had painstakingly created. He valued it more than his wife. Yet this guy actually shamelessly asked to borrow it. Jun Changshao said, I'll write an IOU. Scram, scram, scram. The Taishan old man turned and left. Before he left, he threw a secret formation book and said, Since we're from the same hometown, I'll give you Phoenix Perch, Immortal Mountain. All the formations on the mountain are recorded here. Since you can set up the heaven-seizing fortune formation, you should be able to control it completely. Thank you, Senior. Jun Changshao cupped his hands. All right. The Taishan old man added, The sword profound sect and the sharp blade profound sect will not let you go. You must be prepared. Don't get your sect destroyed as soon as you come up. After he finished speaking, he flew out of Phoenix Perch, Immortal Mountain. They won't. Jun Changshao thought, My sect of all times has always been destroying people. How can we be destroyed by others? Ding. Host has successfully led the sect to pass through the 10,000 tribulation heavenly thunder formation and obtained legal ascension status. Requirement met. Epic mission completed. Completion rate 100%. Host receives 500,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points 7000000. Damn. Jun Changshao said in shock. The completion rate is only 100%, and I'm already given so many contribution points. Fan Chen's Epic Mission 13, with a completion rate of 200%, only gave 200,000. This kind of minimum requirement to give 500,000 was a bit terrifying. It's normal. The system said, after all, this is a brand new upper realm version of the Epic Mission. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the Upper Realm version's Epic Mission 1. You have obtained the Heart Illumination Sutra X1, the Heaven Crossing Palm Print X1, and the Sex Function Upgrade X1. Ding! The host has obtained a mental cultivation method and a palm technique. If the requirements are met, they will be automatically matched with the Sex Cultivation method. On the system's data panel, the Sex Cultivation method that was previously matched had been cleared and replaced by the Heart Illumination Sutra and the Heaven Crossing Palm Print. This also meant that the Sex Ascension was equivalent to starting over. However, first, they forcefully broke through the 10,000 tribulation Heavenly Thunder Formation and then heavily injured the Realm Hall's 9 transformation stage ranker. Jun Changshao and the Sect of all time started over. They were even more powerful than all the previous ascenders. The Iron Bone Mountain was still the Iron Bone Mountain, and the Sect of all times was still the Sect of all times. Even the upper echelons and disciples were still there. The only thing that had changed was the entire world, and it was even incompatible with the surrounding environment. Jun Changshao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He carefully felt the denser heaven and earth attribute that filled the surroundings and said, A new beginning! Fortunately, the system said, did not continue to bind the soul bomb. Ding! The main quest has been triggered. The muscles on Jun Changshao's face instantly stiffened. He had no choice but to open the mission panel. The content was, within 100 years, build the strongest sect of all time into an immortal sect. If it is not completed, when the time is up, the host soul will immediately dissipate. Li Qingyang and the others, who were getting used to and accepting the new world, suddenly realized that the patriarch was standing in front of the main hall with his hands tightly around his neck. It was as if he was fighting with himself, the kind that would kill him. King healed me again. I'll fight it out with you. You can't blame me for this. Chapter 1348. Jun Changshao was once again saddled with a brand new main mission and a brand new soul bomb. This seemed to have become an inescapable fate. Be content. The system said, it's the same 100 years, but the new mission is more comfortable than before. At least there's no limit to the number of disciples. As long as the sect reaches the immortal level, it's nothing more than an enhanced epic mission. Although that was what it said, Jun Changshao roared, becoming an immortal level sect in the upper realm is definitely tens of thousands of times harder than becoming the strongest sect in the mortal world. Complaining won't solve any problems. Since you can't resist, you have to learn to enjoy. The system said, Host, you should quickly adjust your mentality and make a plan to fully develop the sect. Sigh. Jun Changshao rubbed his red neck and sighed helplessly. I'm destined to work hard for the sect in this life. There's no other way. The system said, after all, it's a sect. If you let the host spend all day, you can't do it. There was nothing wrong with that. Scram! Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. Suddenly, he felt the two spirit nuclei in his dantian begin to tremble violently. The spiritual energy stored in them also began to tumble and slowly transform. Could it be? After a brief moment of shock, he said in surprise, I'm about to break through? Yes. After completing the epic mission, Jun Changshao once again welcomed the opportunity to break through. Although the author's negligence did not synchronize the first chapter with a reward, it was not too late to make up for it now. Whoosh whoosh! The attributes of heaven and earth surged wildly into the courtyard and gradually enveloped Jun Changshao's body. They flowed along his meridians into his dantian and began to replace the previous attributes, converging into a pure energy. The first to transform was the spirit nucleus. It gradually turned from pale white to golden yellow, as if it was smeared with a layer of incomparably noble color. This is the core. The system said, when the spiritual energy inside is completely transformed, the host will be considered to have stepped into the first transformation of the inner core realm. Jun Changshao did not speak because he was immersed in a wonderful state. His soul seemed to have flown out of his body and merged into the endless ocean of various attributes. Sometimes it was butterfly, sometimes it was breaststroke, and sometimes it was dog paddling. It was so comfortable that he raised his eyebrows. Beep. D. After the core was gradually formed, the internal spiritual energy was transformed and replaced. It began to converge from a vortex into a liquid, which then splashed into the core. Each time, it would bring about an even greater power. Hoo! Jun Changshao's body emitted an even stronger wave of air that spread throughout the entire sect of all times. When the black and white Rakshasas realized this, they exclaimed, Little brother is going to complete the first job transition. The aura of advancement that spread out contained extremely strong heaven and earth attributes and heaven and earth laws. All the disciples who came into contact with it were suddenly enlightened, so they all sat down cross-legged and used their hearts to slowly sense it. Hoo! Under the guidance of the patriarch, the disciples who were stuck in Wuzhong and the peak of Marshall King were also showing signs of advancing. As time passed, the number and scale of the disciples were still increasing. In just a short 2 hours, the number of disciples who had stepped into a new major realm had reached 1,000. And the number of disciples who had improved by minor realms was innumerable. The higher-ups and core disciples of the sect had all stepped into Wusheng. Although they did not break through, they all benefited greatly. The aura of advancement into the revolving core realm lasted for about 4 hours. When the wave of air that enveloped the sect gradually dissipated, it finally ended. Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew out of the study and hovered above the main hall. He looked up to the sky and howled. The aura that emanated from his body made the disciples of the sect feel deep veneration. In just a short day, he had stepped into the upper void-piercing realm from the middle level, and then into the revolving core realm from the void-piercing realm. He had also successfully completed the first transformation of the energy in his core. This speed of advancement was truly terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that after stepping into a new major realm, Jun Changshao had not only broken free from the shackles of heaven and earth, but could also fly freely in the sky. There were even 2 new energy cores in his dantian that contained powerful energy, such as martial arts and swordsmanship. In the mortal world, the energy gathered in the spirit core was called spiritual energy. In the upper realm, this type of energy that had undergone a transformation was called true energy. Simply put, what was used in the past was nothing more than spiritual energy. Now that he was using true energy, it immediately became powerful. After reaching the 4th transformation, true energy would turn into Tao energy, and after the 7th transformation, it would turn into divine energy. Every transformation in the dantian would not only increase one's strength, but it would also strengthen other aspects, such as the body and soul. Thus, Jun Changxiao's advancement into the revolving core realm was an all-around improvement. Go Sheng, who was hovering in midair, felt the pure nature of heaven and earth surging toward him. It was as if they were surrounding him and calling him daddy. Instantly, a joyful expression appeared on his face. After enjoying the pleasure brought by the new realm, Jun Changshao landed in the main hall and gathered all the higher-ups of the sect to discuss only one matter, which was how to develop the sect in the upper realm. Unlike the mortal world's single-player hell mode, in this new world, he had disciples and helpers. Although he could not establish a foothold in terms of strength, at least he was not alone and could be relied on. Patriarch Yuan Gongzi was the first to express his opinion. Whether it's a family or a sect, we can't do without resources. I think we should think of a way to earn money first. That makes sense. Jun Changshao nodded. Although he had come up more than a month earlier and obtained a lot of mystical stones from the sword-riding mystic faction and the sharp blade mystic faction, the resources for the sect's development were just a drop in the bucket. Black Rakshasa said, "The martial arts of the lower realm can't hold up in the upper realm. Patriarch, you still have to consider equipping your disciples with new mental cultivation methods and martial arts techniques so that your disciples can improve faster." The concept of martial arts creation in the mortal world was ultimately based on the lower realm's attributes. Even if their level was above divine grade, they would not be able to adapt in the upper realm. Patriarch, White Rakshasa took out a few secret manuals and said, "I have mental cultivation methods and martial arts here. Although their levels are not high, they're very suitable for disciples to use in their initial cultivation." He did not take them out in the past because mental cultivation methods were created in the upper realm. Even if they were cultivated successfully in the lower realm, it would be difficult to achieve the best effect due to the incompatible attributes. For example, he would used to cultivate many awesome martial arts, but due to the serious incompatibility with the falling star continent's attributes, he could only cultivate martial arts like the tendon-changing scripture after joining the sect. At first, he was quite resistant, but after cultivating it, he was elated because this mortal martial art was actually so strong. No need. Jun Changshao said, "I have a new mental cultivation method suitable for the upper realm." After saying that, he distributed the copies of the Illumination Sutra and the Heaven Crossing palm print that he had made in advance. Everyone, from the higher-ups to the disciples, received a copy. White Rakshasa held it in his hand and murmured, "I've never heard of these 2 martial arts. Are they stronger than the ones I cultivated?" With some doubts, he began to flip through the Illumination Sutra. After carefully studying it, he exclaimed, This is an immortal-level mental cultivation method. Black Rakshasa had already left because he had long realized that the mental cultivation method given by the patriarch was stronger than the one he cultivated. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in his room and began to cultivate. Creak! The door closed, and Yi Xingqian leaned against it with his back. An Yo's breathing was slightly hurried. Then he lowered his head to look at the mental cultivation method in his hand that was even more profound than the tendon-changing scripture and the 5 elements heavenly reflection technique. He said excitedly, "This mental cultivation method should be able to help me become stronger faster. And then I'll go find that despicable woman for revenge." Senior Qishuan. After receiving the Illumination Sutra, Hiwudi was also madly imagining things in his heart. Just how many good things did you give the patriarch? Jun Changshao also began to seriously flip through the new martial arts. After gradually realizing the strength of this mental cultivation method, he was wild with joy. The beginning of the upper realm is so much better than the beginning of the lower realm. Chapter 1349. Jun Changshao only had to comprehend a little of the Illumination Sutra to understand that this martial art could not only be used to cultivate martial arts attributes, but also to temper the body and soul. Unfortunately, it was a reward for completing a mission, and there was no record of the origin of the Heart Sutra, so there was no way to know which master it came from. With this Heart Sutra, do I have to worry about my disciples not being able to improve? Jun Changshao grinned. The upper realm had more powerful heaven and earth attributes. As long as one comprehended the Illumination Sutra, they could absorb them faster. Even if they did not have martial arts resources at the moment, as long as they had enough time, not to mention breaking through the void-piercing realm, even entering the revolving core realm would not be a problem. On the other hand, at the beginning of the lower realm, one still needed to recruit disciples and rely on luck to farm in the store. Now that he had just arrived in the upper realm, Go Sheng not only had the revolving core realm, but also a Heart Sutra that was comparable to the immortal level. There was no doubt that the difference was like heaven and earth. Moreover, there was also the heaven-crossing palm print. It inherited the advantages of the martial arts purchased in the store. It was easy to understand and powerful, and could be used to strengthen the core strength of the sect. I'm confident now. Jun Changshao's eyes shone with the luster of unlimited expectations for the future. To be exact, with decades of experience in the mortal world, he was no longer an ignorant teenager. At least he had enough experience to start anew in a new world. For example, it was not enough to rely on martial arts to develop the sect. If he could refresh martial arts facilities suitable for the upper realm, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Swoosh! Jun Changshao opened the store panel skillfully and then blurted out, F***CK. At this moment, there was a huge change in the store. The 3 beginner, intermediate, and advanced stores now had the suffix Upper Realm Edition. When he tried to click on the advanced store, it showed that he did not have enough reputation. Reputation! He returned to the main interface and found that there was a huge change in the data panel. Sect name: the strongest sect since ancient times. Sect master: Jun Changsha. Sect rank: none. Sect construction: level 9 sect functions: medicine refinery pavilion, smithing pavilion. Sect cultivation method: Illumination Sutra. Heaven Crossing Palm Prince Sect members: 100001. Sect contribution: 700000. Sect achievement: 0. Sect reputation: 0. Sect mission: none at the moment. Sect main mission: within 100 years, other than some of the functions remaining unchanged, there was also a brand new sect reputation. When Jun Changshao clicked on it, the following content immediately popped up. When the reputation reaches a certain value, the subsequent functions will be unlocked. It's gone. Jun Changshao collapsed. Although I can roughly deduce what sect prestige means, you should at least give me a more detailed explanation. For example, how do I earn prestige? AI. Jun Changshao shook his head and clicked on the middle-tier merchant shop. However, he was still notified that he did not have enough reputation. In the end, he could only click on the beginner-tier merchant shop. He was able to enter the shop, but when he saw the price tag, he nearly vomited blood. That was because the minimum requirement was 100,000 contribution points. The system said, the upper realm version will only be truly activated after the host completes the last main quest in the mortal world. Because it is located in a higher world, it is normal for the price to increase. Beginners' contribution points start at 100,000. Advanced contribution points should be at least 1 million or more. Aren't you afraid that the contribution point system will collapse? Jun Changshao roared. The system said, even if it eventually breaks down into Zimbabwe dollars, it's not something the host needs to worry about. It's better to quickly refresh the store and purchase items that can be used for the disciples' cultivation. Speaking of refreshing the merchant shop, Jun Changshao wanted to cry. Previously, when he completed the epic quest and received 500,000 contribution points, he felt as if he had become rich overnight. However, when he saw the new merchant shop system, he suddenly felt as if he had been liberated overnight. So, not only do I have to find resources and money for the sect, but I also have to think of ways to earn reputation and contribution points. Jun Changshao sat down and covered his face with his hands. He said to himself sorrowfully, "It's so hard to be a man." Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the sound of thunder came from outside the sect. Jun Changshao stood up and said in surprise, "Someone is breaking through the thunder array." Patriarch! Elder Zhen said telepathically, "There's a large group of martial artists outside breaking through the array. Judging from their strength, they seem to be very strong." Although the martial arts of the past had disappeared from the sect's cultivation method, it did not mean that they had completely lost their usefulness. For example, the telepathic technique that could be used in groups could still be adapted to the upper realm system. Outside the Phoenix Perch, Celestial Mountain, the thunder array that was set up to test the divine modified lightning rod was destroyed by someone. The 4 leading core transformation powerhouses rushed over with murderous intent. Judging from their attire, they were from the Sword Mystic faction, and other factions. Therefore, the Taishian old man had foresight. After attacking so many sects, he did not even want to leave the mountain where he lived all year round and ran away with his luggage. The strongest sect of all ages. The powerhouses of the various sects stopped at the foot of Mount Ironbone. When they looked up and saw the plaque hanging at the mountain gate, the corners of their mouths instantly curled up into a disdainful sneer. It was already very arrogant to use all ages as their name, but they even added the word strongest. Third Elder, a powerhouse from the Sword Mystic faction, said in a deep voice, "Could this be the sect of all times that Lin Lang mentioned before?" That's right. Jun Changshao had appeared in front of the mountain gate without anyone noticing. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. When the various sects saw the murderer who robbed their higher-ups and disciples of their resources, they almost glared at him to death. Everyone. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "My sect of all times has just arrived and has not opened for business yet. Please choose another day to meet, visit, and visit." Bah! A powerhouse raised his hand and pointed at him, angrily saying, "You stole my sect's resources and hurt my disciples. If you two don't give us an explanation today, we will raise Fengqi, Celestial Mountain, to the ground." Everyone. Jun Changshao pointed to the right and said, "Please look there." Although everyone was absolutely vigilant, they still subconsciously turned their heads to look. Only then did they realize that the tallest mountain peak had the words Immemorial Celestial Mountain engraved on it. That's not right. The last time they came, it was still written Fengqi, Celestial Mountain. Today, I solemnly announce. Jun Changshao's voice was like a bell as he said, This is the immemorial Celestial Mountain. The entire mountain range is the territory of the Sect of all times. Anyone who offends my sect will be killed no matter how far away they are. His powerful voice resounded throughout the mountain range, and all the disciples felt their blood boil. A rebirth core realm powerhouse sent by the Sword Mystic Sect said coldly, I also have something to tell you. Those who offend my Sword Mystic Sect will have to pay the price. All right. Jun Chang Xiao stretched out his finger and circulated his qi in his dantian. Come here. In this new world where martial prowess was respected, since there was a conflict and no one was willing to back down, the best way was to fight until one side admitted defeat or was completely defeated. However, facing the provocation of a lowly person like Go Sheng, the powerhouses of the various sects did not rush up. This was because they all felt the aura of various arrays in the surroundings, and their levels were definitely stronger than the lightning array they had just broken. The Taishan elder had slipped away, but the array that was set up in the mountain was still there. Jun Chang Xiao spent the entire night studying it. Not only did he master it, but he also used it to defend the sect. With the overall strength of the sect of all times, it was definitely inferior to the Sword Mystic Sect and the Sword Mystic Sect. However, if the two sects wanted to take it down, they would have to pay the price. Kid, that rebirth core realm powerhouse, said coldly, do you dare to come down and fight with me? Do you want to fight me one-on-one or challenge the entire sect? Jun Chang Xiao asked with interest. Up to you. All right. Jun Chang Xiao raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Consider it your challenge to my sect of all times. Black and white guardians, go out and meet these friends. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. The sect of all times dragon spine. Peak suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Swish, swish. Under the background music of sect leader Chao's appearance, the black and white double demons turned into black and white streaks of light and landed on the stairs at the foot of the mountain. A powerful aura instantly spread out like a raging storm, causing the martial artists of the various sects to retreat. The Third Revolution Core realm powerhouse, sent by the Sword Mystic Sect, exclaimed, Sixth Revolution. Chapter 1350. Yes, the sect of all times was very weak. Yes, Jun Chang Xiao had just broken through to rank 1 and had not even passed the stabilization stage. Not to mention rank 3, even rank 2 would be defeated. However, this did not mean that the newly arrived Eternal Sect was a soft persimmon that could be trampled on by anyone. That was because the Eternal Sect still had the two guardians, Black and White Rakshasa. The brothers returned to the upper realm and were no longer bound by the heavenly Tao. After a night of recuperation, their realms had completely recovered. Because Old Man Taishien's strength was at the 3rd rank, the Rebirth Core realm experts sent by the Sword Mystic faction and the Sharp Blade Mystic faction were also at the same level. Therefore, when Jun Chang Xiao called out the two guardians, everyone was immediately pushed back by the aura. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than her husband holds a golden brick. The difference in realms was like a mountain. Black and White Rakshasa had reached the 2nd stage of Revolving Core Realm and were infinitely close to the 3rd stage, rank 6. Facing a few rank 3, they could be described as lords. Come. White Rakshasa smiled. We'll play with you. In front of Jin Hao, he was very small, but in front of those with lower realms, he immediately became lofty. Black Rakshasa said with a cold expression, You dare to find trouble with my sect of all times. I'm afraid you're tired of living. The various sects' martial artists who were intimidated by the powerful aura had interesting expressions, but they were even more puzzled. Why would a sect that had just ascended from a lightning formation have 2 rank 6 experts? From this, it could be seen that they had seen what happened yesterday. So why did they still dare to find trouble? Did they not think of how strong they were after resisting the myriad tribulation lightning formation? In fact, passing the lightning formation was not related to one's true strength, because it was only hindered by the heavenly Tao. For example, if a mortal realm martial artist successfully passed the tribulation, would they be treated as a big shot in the upper realm? No, that was a necessary process. Thus, no matter how shocking the tribulation was, they were no different from a newbie here. In fact, Jun Changshao had withstood a few thousand lightning tribulations, which was very terrifying. But now that he was in the upper realm and did not use any powerful trump cards, he was not much of a threat. Could he not act if he was not strong enough? No, he could still find helpers. The two sworn brothers stood at the foot of the mountain and immediately set off Go Sheng, the patriarch. So there's an expert helping him. No wonder he's so unbridled. Although the situation was extremely unfavorable to him, the expert from the Imperial Sword Sect still maintained his calm. He cupped his hands and said, "The green mountains do not change, and the green water flows forever. Our Jianghu, boom!" White Rakshasa punched out, knocking her opponent back. Jun Changshao sat on the chair that Xiao Ziji had prepared for him and said, "You entered the territory of the sect of all times without notifying us beforehand. You even destroyed the public formation facilities. Let's not meet again in the martial world. Let's just meet in prison." The black Rakshasa understood what his little brother meant, so he no longer put on airs. He directly unleashed his cultivation and rushed over, taking down all the martial artists from the various sects in no time. The reason why the entire process was not described was that it looked like an adult beating up a group of children. White Rakshasa was a little naughty. She raised her fist and punched the expert from the Imperial Sword Sect again and again. Because she maintained the right amount of strength, the opponent could only be beaten back until he finally fell to the ground with a plop. What a pity! Seeing that the martial artists from the various sects had been dealt with, Jun Changshao shook his head and said they came to cause trouble and did not trigger a side mission. Go Sheng returned to the mentality he had when he first started the sect. All he thought about was how he could earn money and how he could earn contribution points. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. Zhao Daodu, who was sitting in the monitoring room, had a gloomy look on his face, because he had ascended to the upper realm. Jun Changshao had left all the prisoners in the Falling Star continent. The 9 prisons were empty, leaving him, the deputy warden, with nothing to do. Sigh. Arya held her little face and sighed, saying it's so boring. As an artifact spirit that focused on training, she suddenly had no prisoners to train. Her days were unusually dull and monotonous. On the other hand, Dai Lu sat cross-legged next to her, focusing on cultivation. His serial number was 100,000. Although he had joined the sect of all times, he was not released. Instead, he was in charge of cleaning the prison. The Purple King, Hiwudi, and Yi Xingqian were called the Imagination Trio. Arya, Zhao Daodu, and Dai Lu could also be called the Prison Trio. Creak. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others walked in with bruised and swollen faces and foaming at the mouth. They grinned and said, "Junior brother Zhao, the patriarch knows that you are very bored, so he specially sent a few guests." As soon as he said that, Zhao Daodu and Arya, who looked like salted fish, were instantly revived on the spot. Then they hurried out of the monitoring room and carefully sized up the dozens of martial artists. They said excitedly, "Senior brother, the goods are not bad." "Of course," Su Xiaoma said seriously. "I heard from the patriarch that these are all elites of the Xian-level sects. Their strength is so strong that they can easily crush the upper void-piercing realm." "Is that so?" Zhao Daodu hurried over and half-squatted in front of the martial artists. He faced Li Tiantian and made a V gesture, saying, "Then we have to quickly take a photo with the big shots of the upper realm." Pa! The shutter was pressed, and the photo appeared. At this point, the newly arrived sect of all times had not officially opened for business yet, and the Tianyuan Prison Pagoda welcomed the first batch of prisoners. As the deputy prison warden, Zhao Daodu was undoubtedly a winner in life. Because his strength was average, The prisoners he was in charge of guarding were all great realms. In the main hall, Jun Changshao said seriously, "Brothers, how is the strength of the sword mystic sect and the sharp blade mystic sect? What's the background behind them?" Although the two sects mainly walk the path of the sword and the path of the blade and are a little strong, their status in the upper realm is not very high. "Even if they have a background, it won't be too big," the Black Rakshasa said. "Then I'm relieved." Jun Changshao touched his chin and murmured, "A third transformation core realm cultivator should be very precious to the Xian-level sects, right? What price should we ask for them to redeem him?" The Black and White Rakshasa's mouth twitched. They finally understood why their little brother had locked them up after dealing with the martial artists of the sections. It turned out that he had the intention of letting their sects pay the ransom. When the two of them came to the mortal realm, they had basically entered the later stages of the mortal realm. At that time, the sect of all times was strong enough to fight against the entire falling star continent, so they did not bother to do some things. So the two brothers had almost never met. But now Jun Changshao and his sects were like wild wolves that had been hungry for a few days. As long as there was prey to satisfy their hunger, they would definitely think of ways and means to pounce on it. To put it bluntly, they were just going back to their old business. "Brothers, how many magnetite do you think those sects should pay for the ransom?" "At least 100,000? The Black and White Rakshasa had no experience in this area and could not give an accurate price. "Okay." Jun Changshao slapped his thigh and said, "It's decided. 100,000 for an upper-level void-piercing realm cultivator. 1,000,000 for a third transformation core realm cultivator." The Black and White Rakshasa's mouth twitched, thinking, "Little brother is too greedy." It couldn't be helped. Everything was for the sake of a better survival. Of course, there were risks in using money to redeem people in the upper realm. In order to ensure the safety of his sect, Jun Changshao continued to study the secret manual given by the Taishan Elder and actively modified the formation system in the Aeon Immortal Mountain. If the other party used force to demand for people at worst, he would kill them. Chapter 1351. After a night of research and deployment, Jun Changshao placed the various formations left behind by the Taishan elders around the sect. There were defensive and offensive formations. To the sect of all times who had just arrived in the upper realm, it was tantamount to a rich treasure. Of course, Jun Changshao would not rest easy because this was only temporary. He had to find a way to make a more professional and safer sect-protecting formation. Looking at the various ways of courting death in the early stages of the mortal realm, most of them relied on sect-protecting formations. At least if they could not win, they could hide in the sect and develop. To put it bluntly, as long as the red flag at home did not fall, there would definitely be colorful flags flying outside. The system was speechless. What kind of metaphor is this? Although the host's formation skills are good, it might not work well in the upper realm. The fastest and most effective way is still, "I know, isn't it just to refresh the store?" Jun Changshao learned how to answer first. However, the system was right. He relied on the aptitude fluid to reach the level of a formation emperor in the lower realm. If he came to the upper realm to set up formations, he might not be able to withstand it. If there was a new sect-protecting formation in the store, it would undoubtedly be the best. Thinking of this, he opened the beginner's store. The various products listed in the store still existed when they were not fully evolved. In other words, the advanced stores in the lower realm were reduced to beginner stores in the upper realm. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. "I used to stand at the top of the mortal realm. Now that I've come to the upper realm, I've fallen. Stop lamenting, hurry up and refresh." "How much does it cost to refresh?" 10,000. So cheap? Seeing that the products were easily priced at 100,000, Jun Changshao was already mentally prepared to pay 100,000 for each refresh. In the end, it only cost 10,000. The system said, not only does it only cost 10,000, but if the host doesn't get what he wants, he won't have to buy the products when he refreshes again. Really? Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. The previous settings had cost him a lot of money. If he cut off the compulsory purchase, wouldn't he be able to refresh indefinitely? Try it. Okay. Jun Chang Xiao opened the shop. Sure enough, after the items were replaced, only 10,000 contribution points were deducted. However, he wasn't in a hurry to refresh the shop a second time because there were many good things inside. For example, the formula for the first revolution shaping pill, the formula for the first revolution profound recovery pill, the formula for the first revolution, wait a minute, why are they all prefixed with 1? Could it be related to the revolving core realm? The system said, don't overthink it. It's just a coincidence. Jun Changshao pursed his lips and said, I think it's because he's too lazy to make it up, so he deliberately copied the upper realm's level setting. Bullshit. The system said, Taoism says that there are 9 transformations in the refinement of pills, with 9 transformations being the most expensive. This is the upper realm's revolving core realm, plagiarizing the pill setting. All right. Jun Changshao was too lazy to argue with it and said, You talk too much. You're right. From the introduction, these first revolution pills seemed to be very good. Some of their effects were even enhanced versions of the qi gathering pill, body shaping pill, and other pills. However, Goxing did not buy all of them. That was because he did not have the financial ability to afford them for the time being. Let's buy a shaping pill first. Ding! Host has spent 100,000 contribution points and obtained the first transformation shaping pill, Formula X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 590000. From the name alone, it could be seen that the shaping pill was definitely related to the body. However, in reality, it had many functions. Not only could it be used to shape the body and maintain the appearance, it could also be used to shape the soul and energy. It was truly a combination of virtue, intelligence, physique, and beauty. However, the automatic allocation to the pill pavilion made Jun Changshao depressed. That was because there were more than 100 types of medicinal herbs listed. Just by looking at their names, one could feel that they were very precious. Sigh. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said, I still have to think of a way to get medicinal herbs. Patriarch. At that moment, Elder Wei walked in ecstatically and said, I've found a suitable place to grow medicinal herbs. After coming to the upper realm, the disciples devoted themselves to cultivation. As the hall master of the medical hall, he was thinking about how to open up a medicinal field to grow more medicinal herbs. After all, returning to his old profession was only temporary. Only with a stable income could the sect continue to develop. The Aeon Immortal Mountain was very big. Due to the fact that the Taishian geek had devoted himself to studying the art of divination, many areas were untouched all year round and had always retained their original appearance. After Elder Wei arrived, he began to explore with Sun Bukong and the other disciples. They found a relatively flat field more than 10 miles away. It contained very strong heaven and earth attributes and was very suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Not bad. Jun Changshao nodded and said, The environment here is much better than the falling star continent. Elder Wei said, Patriarch, I plan to transform this place into a new medicinal field for our sect of all times. Sure. Jun Changshao said, I'll let Peppa work with you. At this point, he stopped because he had already discovered that the guy was lying in the wilderness, his stomach bulging like a big bag. A brand new world, brand new soil. To Peppa, who loved to eat soil, it was no different from a delicacy. Outside the sect, there was a vast land planned for the medicine hall to transform the medicinal field. However, they definitely could not plant medicinal herbs from the lower realm here. Therefore, Jun Changshao still had to think of a way to find seeds from the upper realm. It would be best if they could be used to refine the shaping pill. This was not a problem. The problem was that they had no money. Patriarch, the black and white Rakshasa transmitted, The people from the Sword Mystic Sect and the Sharp Blade Mystic Sect are here. Good. They were here to give him money. Jun Changshao flew out from the main hall and landed in front of the sect gate. He realized that there were at least 10,000 martial artists outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain riding on swords and sabers. It seemed like they were about to surround the sect. This formation is a bit big. They had snatched many martial arts resources and locked up their core transformation realm martial artists. Any mystic sect with a bit of temper would definitely not be able to tolerate this. Therefore, even if they did not send out their entire sect, they would at least send out their absolute elites to let them know what it meant to be truly angry. Thief! The Sword Mystic Sect's third elder, who had been chased away by Bamboo Mountain No. 1, said angrily, "Today we will, sure." Jun Changshao made a shushing gesture and said, "Listen to me." Whoa. On the mountain beside them, the flowing light formation suddenly disappeared. The experts of the Sword Mystic Sect and the Sharp Blade Mystic Sect were all tied to pillars. From their messy hair and ferocious faces, it was obvious that they had been trained by Arya. Damn it! Seeing their fellow sect members being tortured so miserably, the martial artists of the various sects were instantly enraged. They could not wait to kill their way over and destroy this sect of all times and raze the entire Aeon Immortal Mountain to the ground. I can understand your feelings of wanting to kill me, but Jun Changshao said, "I will say the ugly words first. Your words and actions now will determine their life and death." "Kid," the third elder said in a low voice, "what do you mean?" Jun Changshao sat on the chair that Xiao Ziji had arranged for him. He crossed his legs and placed his hands on top of them, saying, "They entered the Aeon Immortal Mountain without permission and even destroyed public facilities. According to the rules, they should be executed. Seeing that we are all sects, we will just give them some money and be done with it." "Give them money?" The third elder said coldly, "You don't know how to rob and blackmail?" Third elder, hurry up and give us the money." The Sword Mystic Sect expert, who was bound, said weakly. Under the situation where his cultivation was completely sealed, he was tortured by Arya for a night. It was simply too painful, so he only hoped that the sect would give him money immediately so that he could escape from the Sea of Fire. "Old Lu." The third elder frowned and said, "Where's your backbone? Where's your dignity?" The expert, called Old Lu, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a typical example of someone who did not know how to speak. Come, let's change positions and let you experience it. If you can keep your backbone and dignity, I will call you father. I will call you grandfather." Chapter 1352. The Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda came from the upper realm. But did it have a limit? Currently, a third revolution core realm cultivator was being abused to the point of losing his dignity and backbone. This was enough to prove that it was far from the upper limit. In fact, it was impossible to judge the strength of the other party from this point. After sealing their cultivation and then hanging them up for training, even Jun Changshao wouldn't be able to withstand it. Tisk, tisk. An elder of the High Blade Profound sect mocked. "You Sword Profound sect people are really cowards." Because of Jun Changshao, the two sects temporarily put aside their old grudges. However, if there was a chance, they would definitely target each other. After all, they would feel much better. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the expert of his sect, who was tied to the pillar, howled, "Old Song, quickly pay up!" Old Song's face instantly turned green with anger. The third elder sneered and said, "Likewise." "Everyone," Jun Changshao said, "I don't give you much time to consider. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Of course, you can also barge into my sect of all times. However, I'll say this first. If you dare to act rashly, you will be responsible for any problems that arise." The various sects had sent many people, and they weren't weak either. However, Goshing didn't panic at all. Instead, he looked forward to them causing trouble because his prison was big enough. How much? The third elder suppressed his anger and asked. Not much. Jun Changshao said, void-piercing realm cultivators, no matter high, middle, or low, 100,000 Xian stones per person. As for the revolving core realm cultivators, 1,000,000 Xian stones per head. The third elder suddenly said angrily, You're robbing us. That's right, Jun Changshao admitted frankly. When I first came to the upper realm, I accidentally teleported to a place that wasn't under your sect's jurisdiction and almost got into trouble. You came to my territory and wantonly destroyed my formation. Shouldn't I rob you of your money? Make your choice. Jun Changshao said, Pay them or let them die. As he spoke, Yi Xingqian had already stopped in front of the revolving core realm martial artists who were tied to the pillars. The sharp blade flashed, as if telling them that if they didn't pay up, they would die. Undoubtedly, Anyo was the most suitable person to be the executioner because the coldness in his eyes was something that Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji did not have. It was obvious that he was a ruthless character. Brat, third elder gnashed his teeth and said, If you dare to harm a single hair on old Lu's head, my imperial sword mysterious sect, Pucci. Yi Xingqian stabbed old Lu in the chest and coldly said, Noisy. Ah, the revolving core realm expert from the imperial sword sect suddenly screamed. With his strength, a little injury was nothing, but after being tortured for an entire night, it could be said that he was in pain, tired, and weak. Now that he was stabbed again, his mind and body could not take it. Don't think about it. Give me the money. The third elder's face was extremely gloomy. Being threatened by a mortal realm sect that had just snuck in really made him feel extremely displeased. Shua! Pucci! Yi Xingqian pulled out his sword and stabbed again. Blood dripped down the blade. This disciple of mine is like a wild dog when he goes crazy. So in order to not kill anyone, please cooperate, said Jun Changshao. Here. After a difficult choice, third elder finally chose to compromise. There was no other way. A third revolution core realm expert was very important to a Xian sect. If he was really killed, the loss would be more than 1,000,000 magnetite. What about you guys? Jun Changshao looked at the other sections. Here. Pay first, then let him go. Guardians, come out and collect the money. Shua. Under the support of the special effect, the black and white rakshas flew out of the sect and landed in front of everyone. The sects that originally planned to pay first and then redeem their captives before settling the score with the sect of all times felt the pressure from 2 sixth revolution experts, and their hearts turned cold. No wonder the cultivators they sent out were captured. It turned out that there were experts overseeing them. Third elder took out his spatial ring with difficulty and paid the magnetite corresponding to the number of people on his side. The others also paid according to the order. Waves of pain came from the muscles on his face. There were a total of 50 cultivators from the various sects who became prisoners. Among them, there were 4 revolution core realm experts. The ransom was a total of 8. 6,000,000 magnetite. This amount was not a big sum to a Xian sect, but to Jun Changshao it was the first pot of gold he earned after coming to the higher realm. At least it could allow the entire sect to operate temporarily. Untie them. Shua! 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 The dozens of trapped cultivators were held up in the sect of all times by Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. Third elder helped old Lu stop the bleeding first. Then he looked up and glared at Jun Changshao in front of the sect gate. He gritted his teeth and said, Brat, just you wait. After saying those words, he turned around and left. Lingdao's sect and the other sects also left. Some did not even say anything. Some even felt a little relieved. Even the Xian sect suffered, so what was this little bit of pain to them? Everyone, standing in front of the sect gate, Jun Changshao said loudly, as the saying goes, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Why don't we all be friends and work together to create a better tomorrow? Hearing this, The cultivators of the various sects almost turned around and cursed. Do you know that the mountain that flew out of the whirlpool landed on Fengqi Immortal Mountain? There's a sect on the mountain called something Sect. I knew about it long ago. Also, I heard that a few Xian sects, led by Imperial Sword Profound Sect and Ling Dao Profound Sect, went to find trouble with them 2 days ago. In the end, they all returned in defeat. TSK, a sect that came up from the mortal realm, is so powerful, they can actually fight Xian sects head-on. According to the information I received, this sect of all times has 2 rank 6 experts. Also, the master of that patriarch is a Taishian unorthodox cultivator. I've heard of the Taishian unorthodox cultivator. He likes to study divination. No wonder he dared to ascend to the higher realm with his sect. It turns out that he has such a backer who stays at home all day. Just as Jun Changshao obtained his first bucket of gold and was thinking about how to use it, the outside world began to discuss it on a large scale. It was as if he had become a small internet celebrity. The most depressed person was the Taishian old man. He and Go Sheng were only from the same hometown. They were not master and disciple at all. However, as the news spread in the higher realm, everyone had already decided that it was useless to explain. After leaving a restaurant in a certain city, the Taishian old man sighed as he walked on the street. The only consolation was that the kid was still honest. He only offended a small number of forces like Imperial Sword Profound Sect and Ling Dao Profound Sect. It's not a big problem. The Taishian old man thought to himself, he's able to rely on his strength to sneak up at such a young age. As long as he doesn't cause too much trouble, he should be able to develop steadily. I bet that he'll become someone great in the future. The red-haired old man's bet was only a hand, but this legendary old man's bet was probably his life. In the endless mountain range, Jun Changshao walked on the ancient road like a scholar. He walked and stopped from time to time and recited poems from time to time. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji accompanied him. At this moment, the 3 of them were no longer within the range of the Aeon Immortal Mountain. The place they were going to was a relatively large city nearby. The reason was to buy all kinds of herbs and seeds for the development of the sect. As the leader of a sect, it was very easy for readers to seize the opportunity to ridicule him if he had to personally purchase them. There was no other way. The disciples had just arrived in the upper realm and were still very weak. Go Sheng could only do this kind of thing himself. Moreover, he had only been to towns when he sneaked in previously. He had not seen a city in the upper realm. On the way, Jun Changshao said seriously, after entering the city, you must keep a low profile. Don't cause trouble because you might not even be able to defeat a child who looks like he's only 10 years old. Tisk, Yi Xingqian was disdainful. The Imperial Sword Profound Sect and Ling Dao Profound Sect were here to cause trouble. The martial artists they sent were very strong. He admitted that he was no match for them. However, if he could not even defeat a child in his teens, what was the point of living? Chapter 1353. The city Jun Changshao wanted to go to was called Lin Yuan City. The scale of the city was still all right in the upper realm. It was closest to the Aeon Immortal Mountain, only 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers away. With the speed-type martial artist Su Xiaoma as an example, he could reach it in a few days. On the way to Lin Yuan City, he would pass by Stillwater Town. So Jun Changshao brought 2 disciples in to see if there were any herbs and seeds he needed in the market. Smack! Swaggering into the general store, Go Sheng slapped the list he had written on the table and said arrogantly, "Do you have these herbs?" The shopkeeper raised his head and immediately felt that the young man in front of him looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. He had seen him before, but they didn't talk, because Go Sheng had sneaked away at that time, and his heart had been hit by the new world to the point that he was singing fairy tales alone in a deserted alley. "Dear customer," the shopkeeper carefully looked at the herbs listed on the list and said, "Do you want one of each?" or I want as many as you have. With more than 8 million magnetite in his pocket, Go Sheng's back was very straight. The shopkeeper was a little hesitant. What's wrong? Jun Changshao raised his eyebrows and said, You think I don't have money? In this kind of situation, the shopkeeper would definitely disdain and ridicule the protagonist from all sides. After all, it was difficult for the face-slapping plot to unfold. Dear customer, don't waste time. I want as many of the herbs listed on the list as you have in your store. The shopkeeper walked out of the counter and said respectfully, Please follow me, dear customer. Under his lead, Jun Changshao came to a large warehouse guarded by many guards. Not only was there a strong smell of herbs inside, there were also all kinds of herbs stored inside. This small store has a total of 600,000 caddies of the celestial emperor grass you want, a total of 160,000 stalks of the jade heaven armor root, and 400,000 nine cauldron spiritual fish fruits. Wait a minute! Jun Changshao hurriedly interrupted and said, Why does a general store have so many high-end herbs? High-end? The shopkeeper tried hard to hold back his laughter and said, Although there are many kinds of herbs, they are all common herbs in the market. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched violently. Heaven's Fate, Jade Firmament, and 9 Cauldrons. Just from the names alone, one could tell that they were very awesome. In the end, in a general store that didn't specialize in medicinal herbs, the prices were at least a few dozen caddies and several 100,000 RMB. Did they have to be so exaggerated? Sir, the manager continued, I've already made a rough calculation. If you wish to purchase all of the required herbs, you will need to pay at least 30 million profound stones. Jun Changshao leaned against the wall with one hand and held in his heart. Shouldn't the plot be about me using money to slap the shopkeeper's face? Why did it become the shopkeeper slapping my face in the end? You're not going to act cool anymore. The system said, You're not going to show off anymore, right? When Jun Changshao came to Stillwater Town again, he was not only shocked, but also slapped in the face, because it was unrealistic for him to buy all the medicinal materials in the grocery store with his limited assets. Forget it. Go Sheng shook his head and said, Give me 50,000 caddies of these medicinal ingredients in your store, by caddy, and 50,000 in quantity. All right, the manager said, Please wait a moment. Jun Changshao asked again, Do you have the seeds of these medicinal ingredients? Although the materials needed for the transformation pill could be easily bought, he still hoped that the medicine hall would be responsible for planting them. The reason was that it would save money and the effects would be better than the ones on the market. Most importantly, he couldn't let them be idle. Yes, 50,000 of each. This time, Go Xing didn't ostentatiously ask for all of them. He was afraid that he would be brought to another warehouse where he would open the door and see all kinds of medicinal ingredients and seeds. Sir, after everything was prepared, the manager said with a smile, including the medicinal ingredients and seeds, the total is 500,000 profound stones. Here, Jun Changshao casually tossed over the spatial ring containing the profound stones. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Ziji sent a sound transmission. Patriarch, junior brother, Yi is fighting with a child! At the center of the town in a rather spacious plaza. Yi Xingchen stood proudly, and a young man about 11 or 12 years old stood 100 feet away from him. The martial artists gathered around were whispering to each other. This guy pulled a long face as soon as he came to town, as if everyone owes him money. He really deserves a beating. He's a guest from afar, so we shouldn't lower ourselves to his level. Why did he have to provoke a spirit child from Hengyun Academy? Hengyun Academy. It was a martial arts organization in Stillwater Town that taught children between the ages of 3 and 12. When Jun Changshao came here for the first time, many of the children he met would undergo martial arts training here for a short period of time. Why was it short? Because in the martial arts system of the upper realm, 3 to 12 years old was the best time to cultivate martial arts. If one's aptitude was good, they could go to a higher Wu-Tang academy to further their studies. If one's aptitude was average, they could only go home and herd sheep. The child in front of Yi Xingqian was called Sun Macheng, a student of Hengyun Academy. His physique, aptitude, and other aspects were the strongest, so he was called a spirit child. Macheng is a rare genius in our town, and he is the most likely to enter Lin Yuan Wu-Tang Academy. Wouldn't it be easy to abuse him? A school was set up in the town, and a Wu-Tang Academy was set up in the city. Those who could enter were definitely outstanding. Tisk! Hearing the private discussions of the crowd, Yi Xingqian sneered. When he first came to Stillwater Town, he was indeed shocked when he saw that some 3 to 5-year-old children had the cultivation of a martial disciple. But he absolutely did not believe that a 10-year-old child could defeat him. What's more, this was only a town. In fact, if it were not for Jun Changxiao's reminder, Anyo would not deliberately find trouble. But since he knew and was looked down upon by the patriarch, he must use his strength to prove himself. Knight Emperor cannot be humiliated. Hey! Sun Macheng raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, I still have to go home to eat. If you want to fight, then hurry up and start. Come on. Yi Xingqian put one hand behind his back and said, I'll let you use one hand. Uncle, you should use both hands. I don't want to get the reputation of bullying the old. Sun Macheng said, Less nonsense. Yi Xingqian said, Make your move. Okay, since you insist on using one hand, then I will. Sun Macheng's eyes suddenly became cold, and then he rushed over and said, Get serious. Boom! The airwaves roared out, rolling up the dust on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Xingqian crossed his arms and retreated until he retreated more than 10 steps. He said with a shocked face, Peek wushang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sun Macheng rushed over once again, displaying a simple and unadorned move, instantly forming an intricate and complicated fist shadow. Jun Changxiao, who had rushed over early, praised, This little guy is a good seedling. Boom, boom. In the fighting area, Yi Xingqian used various martial arts of the sect to dissolve the various fist shadows. At first, he was fine, but after dozens of moves, he could only stagger back. Whoosh! Sun Macheng rose in the air and kicked hard with the back of his foot. Yi Xingqian, who was already very embarrassed, couldn't dodge at all. He could only choose to take it with his arm, but with a bang he retreated dozens of steps and almost sat on the ground. Thud! Sun Macheng floated to the ground and shook his head. No more fighting, no more fighting. You are no match for me. After that he left. The onlookers also left after a simple conversation. Although this battle was very short, they had already determined from the process that the outsider was absolutely suppressed by Sun Macheng. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji came over. Yi Xingqian lowered his head and his hands trembled slightly. Maybe it was caused by the frequent attacks just now. Impossible! Impossible! A hoarse voice came out of Anyo's mouth, and the arrogant temperament was completely replaced by decadence. He thought that the patriarch was joking, but when this scene happened, he realized that he couldn't even beat a child. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xingqian was in a hurry to go home for dinner, he would have been beaten down. Don't be discouraged. Jun Changxiao came over and patted Anyo's shoulder, encouraging him. You can't beat a teenager, but you can beat an 8, 9, 6, or 7-year-old. You heard. The system said, Did you hear it? Chapter 1354. The stars in the night sky were as bright as flowers, but the stars in the night sky were dim. He was a grand martial emperor. Yet after coming to the upper realm, he was actually beaten by a 10-year-old child to the point that he was unable to fight back. This was truly too humiliating. The Night Emperor could not be humiliated. But today he was humiliated to the point that he could not lift his head. Brother. Xiao Ziji walked over. Actually, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to win either, so don't take it to heart. Besides, we're new here, and will slowly get used to the new world. We might not be weaker than the locals." This was genuine consolation. It wasn't like Junchang Zhao's inhumane words at all. "I'm so useless," Yi Xingchen said dejectedly. "I can't even defeat a child." Xiao Ziji knew that his brother could not overcome the setback he suffered during the day, so he wanted to continue persuading him. However, Jun Changshao said, "People who have lost their confidence can't be persuaded. Patriarch, to put it bluntly, you care too much about your identity as a martial emperor in your previous life. You can't let go of your pride, and you can't accept setbacks." Jun Changshao continued. Although his words were harsh, they hit the nail on the head. Yi Xingchen had changed a lot. He saw himself as a member of the sect of all times, but he still cared about his identity as the Knight Emperor in his previous life. So his mentality was different from the others. If it were Xiao Ziji and Li Qingyang, they would definitely not be able to defeat Sun Mucheng. After all, he was a Wu Sheng at the peak, and they were only rank 4 or 5. However, this failure was just a temporary setback, and they would eventually adjust their mentality. Was he weak? No. It was the environment here that was too strong, even if he was born and cultivated with every breath he took. If it were him, he could be as strong as them, or even stronger. You're only facing a child now. In the future, you'll have to face Empress Lingyao, who ascended thousands of years ago. If you can't even handle this small setback today, don't talk about revenge. Jun Changshao said, hearing the patriarch mention that woman. Yi Xingchen's dispirited look faded, and his gaze became cold. Not bad. He clenched his fists and said, "If I, Yi Xingchen, can't even withstand such a small setback, how can I seek revenge on her in the future?" Hoo. At that moment, waves of energy surged around Yi Xingchen's body. His damaged self-esteem gradually recovered, and he became abnormally strong and tenacious. "Anyo," Jun Changshao said seriously, "you're no longer the high and mighty Knight Emperor. You're now a disciple of the sect of all times. You should always carry out the sect's motto of never admitting defeat." "Host, it's a waste of talent if you don't go into marketing," the system complained. "I understand." Yi Xingchen's eyes flashed with determination. Losing to a teenager was indeed a heavy blow to him. However, under the provocation of Jun Changshao's words, he was reborn and decided to completely forget everything about his previous life. Knight Emperor. It had long since become a thing of the past. I'm now a disciple of the sect of all times. Ding. Side quest completed. Reward. 100,000 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points. 690000. When Yi Xingchen seemed to have been reborn, a beautiful prompt sounded in Jun Changshao's ears. It turned out that after Anyo was defeated by Sun Mucheng, a side quest came. The content was to comfort Anyo and make him pull himself together. Many people thought that the person who understood Yi Xingchen the best was Xiao Ziji. After all, both of them had been hurt by women. However, as a patriarch, Jun Changshao understood better, so he directly mentioned Empress Lingyao and immediately activated the side quest. Jingshui Town. Sun Mucheng cultivated until late at night before leaving the school and returning to his residence. Since he came into contact with martial arts, he always woke up early and cultivated until late at night. Therefore, he was known as a spirit child. He didn't rely on his innate talent, but on his hard work. There's still half a month before Lin Yuan's Wu Tang assessment. I will definitely live up to everyone's expectations and obtain the qualifications to enter it to cultivate. For the students of the school, Wu Tang was a higher level of martial arts holy land. Only by being admitted could they come into contact with more professional martial arts cultivation and truly change their fate. Who is it? Sun Mucheng suddenly stopped and turned to look at the entrance of the alley. He saw a masked man in black gradually walking out from the darkness. Little guy, who I am is not important. What's important is whether you are willing to become stronger. The voice was a little gloomy, but more so it was unfathomable. Sun Muqing's heart was in turmoil. Although he hadn't undergone more professional and systematic martial arts cultivation, his spiritual senses were not bad. However, if the man in black hadn't taken the initiative to walk out, he wouldn't have noticed him. An expert, an absolute expert. Of course, I'm willing to become stronger, Sun Muqing said. The man in black said, since you want to become stronger, don't participate in the Wu-Tang assessment. This old man will show you a clear path that can help you become stronger faster. You can even surpass the revolving dance stage and reach the truth-seeking realm. Sun Muqing's heart trembled. He had been exposed to martial arts since he was young, so he naturally knew the realms like the back of his hand. However, his goal was only the 9 revolutions revolving dance stage. As for the higher truth-seeking realm, he had never thought about it, because he heard from the people in town that only extraordinary and peerless experts could achieve it. Can I? If you go with the flow and mingle in a small place like Wu-Tang, it will be difficult for you to enter the revolving dance stage. Therefore, only by choosing the right place to cultivate can you fly freely in the sky. Understood, Sun Muqing said. You want me to go to a palace higher than Wu-Tang? The man in black almost fell over. This child, why can't he understand? Little guy. The man in black said lightly, an organization like Wu-Tang Palace is ultimately not professional. Only by joining a sect can you truly become strong. Sun Muqing understood, so he cupped his hands and said, Senior, please enlighten me. I see that you have a unique physique and are a 1-in-a-million martial arts genius. Today I'll show you the way. The man in black looked to the east and said, Follow this path until you reach the Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain. There's a sect of all times there. If you can become a disciple, your future will be limitless. These words sounded familiar. That's right. The masked man in black was Jun Changshao. This guy had taken a liking to Sun Muqing and planned to win him over with his identity as an expert. Needless to say, under the influence of the hidden cultivation technique and the old voice, he really had the aura of someone who had seen through the mortal world and jumped out of the 5 elements. Sect of all times? Sun Muqing scratched his head and said, I've never heard of it. Jun Changshao said, There are as many unknown sects in the upper realm as there are sand in the Ganges River, but don't underestimate them because their power may be beyond your imagination. Sorry, Sun Muqing waved and said, I'm going home to eat and sleep. After that he turned and left. Jun Changshao was stunned for a moment and shook his head. Sure enough, bluffing won't work. We have to go to extremes. Senior. At this moment, Sun Muqing stopped and said, What's your name? Jun Changshao wanted to say Old Man Juntian, but changed his mind at the last minute and said with his hands behind his back, Jinren Tonggu. Sun Muqing's expression gradually became sluggish. After a while, he exclaimed in disbelief, You're Jinren Tonggu? Genuine goods at a fair price, honest to all. Chapter 1355. The martial artists of the upper realm had never seen Jinren Tonggu, but they had definitely heard of Jinren Tonggu because he was a top martial artist above the realm hall. Sun Muqing had heard of him before, but now there was a black-clothed man who claimed to be Jinren Tonggu. His first reaction was shock, and his second reaction was, this guy was probably a swindler. Sun Muqing said, Do you think everyone will believe a random person who claims to be Senior Tonggu? They won't. Jun Changshao said, because everyone has the right to doubt, so I won't explain. Whether you believe it or not, this old man has already shown you a clear path. Whether you can grasp it or not, it's up to you. With that he turned and left. Whether it was bluffing or swindling, one could not be too hasty. Crazy. Although Sun Muqing said that, his heart was a little shaken. Could it be that this mysterious old man was really Jinren Tonggu? Impossible, impossible, he must be lying to me. If it was an adult, they would definitely not take Go Shang's words to heart, but Sun Muqing was only 10 years old after all. He had not experienced too much of the sinister human heart, so when he went home and lay in bed, he would always inadvertently think of it. The next day, he woke up early as usual, washed up, and went to school. On the way, he heard people talking about what had happened at Feng Chi, Celestial Mountain, the past few days, so he leaned over and smiled. "Second uncle, can you tell me about it? Hey, kid, why are you suddenly in the mood to listen to gossip?" The man called Second Uncle joked. Sun Muching said, "Cultivating every day is really boring, so I want to know more about the outside world to broaden my horizons." "Not bad, not bad." Second Uncle nodded. "On the path of martial arts, you should strike a balance between work and rest. Come, Second Uncle will tell you about the big things that have happened recently." "Big things." Sun Muching pricked up his ears to listen. When he learned that the vortex that appeared in the space earlier was a result of a mortal martial artist forcibly ascending and finally passing through the formation of heavenly thunder of 10,000 tribulations to land on Feng Chi, Celestial Mountain, his little heart was instantly shaken. He didn't know how powerful the thunder array was, but since it was set up by the Realm Hall, it must be very powerful. It was absolutely inconceivable that someone could force their way up. "Second Uncle," Sun Muching asked, "who is it that's so powerful?" "I don't know who it is." Second Uncle paused for a moment and then said, "But I know that it wasn't a person who ascended to the higher realm, but a mountain." "A mountain?" Sun Muching widened his eyes. It was a rule that had existed for a long time for mortal creatures to ascend to the upper realm. But since when could something like Lian Shan, who didn't have any consciousness, also ascend? "To be exact," Second Uncle continued, "it wasn't a mountain that ascended, it was a sect." "Sect?" Sun Muching was dumbfounded again. Second Uncle said, "I heard that this sect is called the Sect of All Times. After coming out of the vortex, they settled down on Feng Chi, Celestial Mountain. Not long ago, they even bullied the Sword Mystic Sect, Sharp Blade Mystic Sect, and other forces." "Sect of All Times?" Sun Muching suddenly remembered the guidance that the mysterious person had given him last night, so he thought to himself, "So there really is such a sect?" Second Uncle said in admiration, "To be able to break through the formation of heavenly thunder of 10,000 tribulations and defeat a few mystic sects, this sect of all times that came from a mortal realm is not simple." Sun Muching fell silent. Second Uncle's strength might not be strong, but he had been traveling the higher realm for many years and had seen a lot. To be able to give such an evaluation of the sect of all times, perhaps he really was capable. Jun Changshao didn't know that the child that he couldn't even convince was gradually memorizing the name of the sect of all times from the words of passers-by. "Second Uncle, I'm going to cultivate." After arriving at the school, Sun Muching shook his head and threw the things that he had heard to the back of his mind. He said firmly, "I'll be leaving for Lin Yuan City to participate in the Wu-Tang assessment the day after tomorrow. I should focus more on cultivation." In the wilderness, Jun Changshao continued on his journey with his two disciples. Yi Xingqian, who had regained his spirits, was in much better spirits than yesterday, and his desire to become stronger was also stronger. "Nyo, remember," Jun Changshao said, "in this world, anyone can defeat you, but you can't be defeated by yourself. No matter what kind of setbacks you face in the future, you must stand up like a man." Yi Xingqian was speechless. "Patriarch, are you saying that as if I wasn't a man in the past?" "Of course." Jun Changshao said again, "After going to Lin Yuan City, you must keep a low profile. Don't blindly stir up trouble." Actually, even if he didn't say it, Anyo would keep a low profile because the children in the town were already so strong. So the children in the city must be as strong as the sky. A few days later, the three of them entered the boundary of Lin Yuan City. Walking on the spacious official road, they met children in their teens one after another, who were hurrying on their way under the guidance of martial masters. Jun Changshao had already inquired in Stillwater Town that the Wu-Tang examination would be held in the city soon, and the schools in the surrounding villages and towns would bring students to participate. If they passed in the end, their lives would be changed. Logically speaking, there was no need to go to Lin Yuan City after buying so many medicinal herbs and seeds from the grocery store. But Go Sheng still rushed over because he wanted to see what the so-called Wu-Tang examination was like and how many geniuses there were. The new main mission didn't set a limit on the number of people, so there was no need to forcibly recruit them. But don't forget that whether a sect could flourish for a long time often depended on whether the younger generation could continue. And as the patriarch, he couldn't just look at the present, but also look at the future. It was difficult to be a man. It was even more difficult to be a patriarch. Lin Yuan City was very big. There were also a lot of permanent residents. Even though the three of them were mentally prepared, when they stood on the main street that was big enough for dozens of carriages to walk side by side, they still felt like Granny Lu strolling through the Grand View Garden. Calm down, calm down. Jun Changshao took a deep breath and took the two disciples to find an inn to stay in first, and then went to the market square for a stroll. But not long after he went in, he immediately walked out dejectedly because there were too many things sold there, and the prices were very expensive, giving him a feeling of, I'm poor. Sigh. Back at the inn, Jun Changshao sighed and said, let's wait for the Wu-Tang examination to be held in 7 days. 7 days later, in the eastern district of Lin Yuan City, a huge open-air venue that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people was already full of martial artists who were looking forward to the start of the annual Wu-Tang examination. Jun Changshao and the other two sat in the seats at the back, becoming spectators in the crowd. Of course, they must have spent money to get in. The price was a little expensive, and an admission ticket cost 1,000 magnetite. The moment Jun Changshao took out the money, every muscle in his body hurt. I can't believe that we have to spend money to get in this annual Wu-Tang examination. I'll discuss it with Old Yuan when I go back. It can be used as a reference. While muttering, students from the surrounding villages and towns walked into the venue one after another, including Zhang Muqing from Stillwater Town. His clear eyes flickered with excitement, but at the same time he was a little nervous. It's this guy. Yi Xingqian clenched his fists, but there was no anger in his heart. Who could he blame for being inferior? This examination was in charge of Wu-Tang's senior management. After briefly bragging about their glorious history, they officially entered the main topic, which was the aptitude and physique assessment, and then the actual combat assessment. The so-called actual combat assessment was to divide hundreds of students into several groups, and then choose their opponents by drawing lots. They would fight all the way to the end, and then be reviewed and approved by the review team to become a member of Wu-Tang. After understanding the rules, Jun Changshao was speechless. What's the difference between this and a martial arts competition in the mortal world? The examination officially begins. Under the orders of the Wu-Tang's senior management, the intense and exciting examination began. Sun Muqing was very outstanding in the aptitude and physique assessment, and then the actual combat assessment followed. He defeated all his opponents and successfully entered the finals. Patriarch Xiao Ziji said, "The kid who defeated Brother Yi will take first place in Group A without any suspense." Yi Xingqian was about to cry, "Can you not bring me into this when you talk about him? This is a huge blow to my self-esteem that I just built up." "Anyo," Jun Changshao said, "it's not shameful for you to lose to him." Yi Xingqian held his head and cried in his heart, "Can this matter be overturned?" However, when the finals of Group A began, Sun Muqing, who originally had the absolute advantage, was repeatedly stopped by the referee. After fighting for an hour, he was actually defeated. What a pity. It can't be helped. His opponent is too strong. There should be hope for next year. The spectating martial artists all shook their heads and sighed. Jun Changxiao's expression became interesting, and then he roared in his heart, "Is this because his opponent is too strong? There's clearly something shady going on." Chapter 1356. The Group A Finals ended. Although Sun Muching suppressed his opponent throughout the entire match, he was still judged to have lost the match by the referee. This, Xiao Ziji was dumbfounded. From the battle just now, Sun Muching suppressed his opponent in terms of technique and strength. If he hadn't been stopped multiple times, the outcome would have been decided long ago. Patriarch. Xiao Ziji broke down and transmitted his voice. This fight is too fake. Jun Changshao said, There's something wrong with this referee. Referees could be bribed to make unfair judgments. However, what Goxing couldn't understand was that anyone with discerning eyes could see that there was a conspiracy. But why did the audience turn a blind eye to it? Were they all blind? I knew that the young city lord was strong. He really won the Group A championship. The young city lord has amazing talent and physique at such a young age. It would be easy for him to enter the Wu Tang competition. Young city lord? The son of Lin Yuan City's city lord? Jun Changshao finally understood that no matter who came up in the Group A finals, the script had already been written. Cruel reality. The martial artists in the venue cheered loudly for the Group A winners, but no one noticed the dejected Sun Muching walking down the stage, like an orphan abandoned by the whole world. I could have won, but why did I lose? He kept repeating this sentence, his mood extremely low. The reason is simple. Suddenly, an old voice sounded in his ear. You don't have a backer. Jun Changshao definitely couldn't miss such a good opportunity, so he immediately started bluffing. Sun Muching instantly realized that the voice came from the black-clothed man who called himself Senior Tonggu. So he hurriedly looked up, but couldn't find him in the venue. This world is full of unfairness. What you've encountered is just the tip of the iceberg. Jun Changshao continued to transmit his voice. So if you want to achieve more, you have to go to a fair place and receive fair treatment. Sun Muching was silent. I object. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out amidst the praises, causing the entire venue to instantly quiet down. Sun Muching looked in the direction of the voice and saw a black-robed man standing up from the edge of the spectator's stand. Sitting beside him was the cultivator he had defeated in the town. Everyone. Jun Changshao placed his hand on his chest and asked, Doesn't your heart hurt? Everyone was dumbfounded. Shua. Jun Changshao pointed at Sun Muching, who seemed to have been abandoned, and said with righteous indignation, he was clearly in the lead in the battle just now, but in the end, the champion was given to his opponent. This is simply the greatest irony to martial arts. Not only did he turn a blind eye to it, he even applauded the winner. This kind of behavior is really distressing. Everyone fell silent. The person in charge of Wu-Tang, who was handing out the winner's medals, said in a deep voice, Kid, are you openly questioning my Wu-Tang assessment? Bah. Jun Changshao said, Please don't insult the word martial anymore. Patriarch. Yi Xingqian pulled his sleeve and said telepathically, We agreed to keep a low profile. You must control yourself. Control my ass. Jun Changshao roared. All the young people who came to participate in the assessment have worked hard for 7 or 8 years, but in the end, they were all rejected because of one word. What kind of King fairness is this? Sun Muching, who was still very strong, suddenly burst into tears. He was not crying because he was judged to have lost, but because someone stood up for him when he was abandoned. Jun Changshao looked over and said with a serious expression, Even if you lost this match in everyone's eyes, you won in my eyes. You won fair and square, and you won with a clear conscience. Kid, the person in charge of Wu-Tang pulled a long face and said, I think you're here to make trouble, right? Of course. With Go Sheng's bad temper, if he did not cause trouble for 3 days, he would definitely go overboard. Moreover, if he did not seek some excitement, how could he live up to his identity as a disciple of a Taishan elder? Such a high-standard martial arts event, but you did such a despicable and dirty thing. Jun Changshao raised his ticket and said angrily, "My money died in vain." "Throw him out," the person in charge of Wu-Tang shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! The martial artists in charge of the venue's security rushed over. "No need," Jun Changshao said. "I'll leave on my own." After that, he left with Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen. "Kid." When they reached the entrance, Jun Changshao turned his head and looked at Sun Muching, saying, "This Wu-Tang is not worth your time. If you want to become stronger, you can come to the Sect of All Times and find me." After being filled with righteous indignation for a long time, he finally revealed his foxtail. Sect of All Times? The martial artists in the venue immediately started discussing. News about this sect had been spreading like wildfire in the city recently. The security guards who were about to take action and quickly drive Goshing out suddenly hesitated, because they heard that even profound sects like the Imperial Sword Profound Sect and the Sharp Blade Profound Sect had suffered. Wu-Tang was quite famous in Linyuan City, but in the end it was just a non-powerful organization, and there was still a big gap between it and a profound sect. "Who are you?" Sun Muching shouted. Jun Changshao stopped, and under the contrast of various special effects, his imposing back appeared, saying, "The patriarch of the Sect of All Times." "I will go." Sun Muching wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, saying, "I will go to the Sect of All Times." Outside Linyuan City, Jun Changshao walked quickly with his two disciples, feeling as if they had caused big trouble and would be unlucky if they didn't slip away immediately. "Don't be a coward." The system said, "Bring out the aura from just now." "Get lost." Jun Changshao cursed in his heart, then returned to the sect as fast as he could. Lin Yuan Academy still had to continue with the B and C group competitions, so he didn't have the time to take care of this guy who interrupted him midway, so he was able to let him safely return to the Aeon Immortal Mountain. It's too dark. Thinking back to the competition he had witnessed earlier, Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and said seriously, "Since my Sect of All Times has come to the Upper Realm, we will never let a genius be covered in dust." Patriarch. The next day, Li Qingyang walked in and said, "There is a young man called Sun Muching at the foot of the mountain who wants to see you." "So fast?" Jun Changshao was a little surprised, but he said seriously, "Let him in." Sect of All Times in the main hall. Sun Muching was brought in by Li Qingyang. When he saw Jun Changshao sitting at the head of the table, he was able to confirm, "Are you really the patriarch of the Sect of All Times?" At the venue, he was quite doubtful, but after thinking about it, he still decided to go to Fengqi Immortal Mountain. After all, when he heard second uncle talk about this sect, he already had a strong interest in it. The main reason was that he couldn't enter Wu-Tang because of shady dealings. He didn't have the face to go back to his hometown, so he could only come here. Simply put, let's just go with the flow. "Why would I lie to you?" Jun Changshao said. Swish. Sun Muching cupped his hands and said, "Patriarch, please accept me as your disciple." "I don't accept disciples. I only accept disciples." "Disciples are fine too." "Qingyang, give me the entry form." After the most traditional entrance inquiry, Jun Changshao immediately stamped the sect seal and said, "From now on, you are a disciple of the Sect of All Times." "I'm a disciple already." Sun Muching was a little confused. As far as he knew, joining a sect and entering Wu-Tang had to go through the assessment process, and it was even stricter than that. However, he was accepted just by saying his name and address. It seemed a little too childish. Sun Muching didn't know that he didn't go through the assessment process because he had defeated the core disciple Yi Xingchen in Stillwater Town. The Sect of All Times welcomed its first disciple after ascending to the upper realm. According to the sect's culture, he must be given special treatment. So Su Xiaoma and Li Fei had been waiting in the training field with happy footballs. After a while, Sun Muching walked out of the main hall. He's coming. Li Tiantian, who was in charge of sentry duty, immediately transmitted his voice. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, 2 happy footballs flew toward him in an arc, carrying a very strong force. Sun Muching frowned and dashed forward. His whole body soared into the air, and he kicked the ball back with both of his legs. Bang! Bang! Sounds were heard as he kicked the ball back. F***CK. Boom! Boom! Su Xiaoma and Yi Xingchen didn't dodge in time. One was kicked in the face, the other in the stomach, and then sank into the wall in the distance. So he's an expert. Chapter 1357. The culture of the sect of all times was that all new disciples had to be entertained by happy footballs so that they could experience the feeling of home first. However, the situation changed after Sun Muching appeared. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, who had been carrying out the culture of the sect for a long time, not only did they not succeed, they were even killed by him. How could that be? Therefore, the 2 of them contacted more of their fellow disciples and organized a football match in the training field with Sun Muching as the goalkeeper. Ta! Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, Li Tianshang, Sima Zhongda, and the others appeared in front of the penalty area one after another. They were all stepping on happy footballs. This was not regular football. This was a special training for the goalkeepers. The young and ignorant Sun Muching did not realize that he was being targeted by the veteran disciples. He even bent down in front of the goal and asked foolishly, "Senior brother, is this how it should be?" "That's right," Su Xiaoma said. "You just need to guard the goal and not let the ball in." "Understood. Come on." Sun Muching was interested. Everyone looked at each other and quickly reached a tacit understanding in their hearts. They poured spiritual energy into their feet and kicked the happy footballs fiercely. Bang! 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 Several streams of light shot out. Judging from their trajectories, they were indeed aiming to break the goal. But they were all locked onto Sun Muching's face. How ruthless! This little guy is probably going to be unlucky. I hope he's fine. The disciples outside the training field looked at him sympathetically. This was especially so for Shang Yuhen. Every time he thought about how he was taken care of by his senior brothers when he first came to the sect of all times, he could not stop his tears from flowing down. However, although Sun Muching stood in front of the goal, his body was constantly twisting. His hands interweaved with the shadows of his palms and blocked all the footballs that shot at him. Damn! The disciples who were watching the show widened their eyes. There were so many balls, but the new junior brother not only blocked them all, his feet did not move at all. Amazing! Too amazing! Go! Whoosh! Whoosh! Shua! Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others sprinted forward. Everyone kicked the ball of happiness that had rolled over again from different positions, and the force it carried was stronger than the last time. Bang! 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 Sun Muching stood in front of the goal. His body and arms moved frequently, as if he had turned into 1,000-armed guanyin. He blocked the balls that were shot at him from all directions. He was simply a super goal god. In front of the main hall, Ding Xingwang said in surprise, "Patriarch, this child is very strong. Otherwise, why would I value him so highly?" Jun Changshao said proudly, "Martial artists from the upper realm generally had high aptitudes and physiques, and this Sun Muching was one of the best among them. After joining the sect of all times and undergoing training, he would definitely be able to shine in the future. If the new disciples recruited in the future were all at this level, when all of them rose up, the scene would definitely be magnificent." The system poured cold water on him. "You're thinking too much." An hour later, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others were all paralyzed on the ground. In the beginning, they rushed to kick people, but when they realized that they could not do anything, they focused on breaking the goal. In the end, no one kicked in, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to them. Senior brothers. Sun Muching stood in front of the goal and smiled brightly. "Tomorrow I'll kick. Can you guys defend?" The next day, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei lay in a mess near the goal. Some were clutching their stomachs and struggling, while others were covering their faces and howling. They looked very miserable. As for the ball of happiness, more than 10 of them had been kicked in. The veteran disciples, who had always liked to welcome newcomers with the sex culture, had completely fallen into Sun Muching's hands. They were not willing to accept this, not convinced. What should they do? The only thing he could do was to focus all his attention on cultivation. Sun Muching's appearance made the disciples feel pressured, and it also deeply stimulated their desire to become stronger. Not bad, not bad. A smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face as he sensed the dense cultivation aura coming from the sect. Although recruiting Sun Muching was the intention of a strong sect, it was more to provide motivation for the disciples to understand the gap between them and the geniuses of the upper realm, so that they could focus more on cultivation. Of course, in the long journey of cultivation, as the patriarch, Jun Changxiao still had to escort the disciples and provide them with shortcuts at any time, such as the transformation pill. Due to the limitations of materials and funds, he could only refine more than 1,000 of this pill. It could not be made universal. So after the refinement, he could only choose the higher-ups and core disciples to use. Creak! Yi Xingchen closed the door again and looked down at the pill in his hand. He said excitedly, "What miraculous effects does this pill have?" He raised his head and swallowed the entire transformation pill. When he realized that his body, soul, meridians, and other aspects had been improved, he exclaimed, "This is even more powerful than the body transformation pill and the soul transformation pill." Li Qingyang, Xiao Zueji, and the others also took the elixirs one after another. They were all shocked and overjoyed after their powers were completely sublimated. They had gone through all kinds of tempering in the lower realm. In terms of aptitude and physique, they were not inferior to Sun Muching. The reason why it was difficult to compare was because of the huge difference in their living environment. Now that the patriarch gave them a brand new pill, they were improved in all aspects and surpassed the teenager. It was still a little difficult because the other party had taken it too. Patriarch! After feeling the changes in his body, Sun Muching stared with his big innocent eyes and said, "This pill is amazing!" Muching. Jun Changxiao threw the copies of the Illuminating Heart Sutra and the Heaven Crossing Palm and said, "These are the low-level martial arts of our sect. Take them and cultivate for now." The black and white Rakshases would definitely collapse if they heard this. If these were low-level martial arts, it would be difficult to find people in the upper realm who could cultivate high-level martial arts. Thank you, Patriarch. Sun Muching took the 2 martial arts books back to his residence and began to cultivate. After studying them for a night, he said excitedly, "Senior Tong really showed me a bright path." He came to the sect of all times because he failed in the assessment and came to the sect with a disheartened attitude. He didn't expect that this sect would have magical pills and high-level martial arts that were easy to understand and mysterious. He also had to thank Lin Yuan and Wu Tang. If he didn't play with the unspoken rules, it would have been difficult for the little guy to enter the sect of all times. Then he would have wasted his talent and time crazily in the future. Outside the sect of all times, the flat area that was originally covered with weeds had completely turned into a medicinal field after a few days of hard work by Paige. Although the little guy had sweated a lot, he had also become much stronger after eating and vomiting. Even when he was lying on the ground and snoring, the heaven and earth attributes could be clearly seen gathering in every strand of his hair. With the bloodline of the earth-devouring sacred beast, if he wanted to become stronger, he would have to eat all the way, and the soil in the upper realm was obviously more nutritious than the soil in the lower realm. As the saying goes, the heavens reward the diligent. Paige's current strength was definitely ranked among the top among Jun Changxiao's contract beasts, but because of its special attributes and functions, it was destined to spend more time in construction. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao, who was standing on the top of the mountain, looked at Sun Bukong and the others who were planting medicinal seeds in an orderly manner, and asked, The soil in the upper realm contains stronger heaven and earth attributes, so the growth cycle of medicinal herbs should be faster, right? Elder Wei shook his head and said, I have already studied it. Although the soil here is strong, the seeds given by the patriarch are not comparable to those in the lower realm. I am afraid it will take a long time to mature from planting. Jun Changshao was speechless. The majestic heaven and earth attributes can certainly help disciples improve faster. If there are various medicinal pills to assist, it will certainly save a lot of time. But if the supply of medicinal herbs is not enough, then it will be a bit of a mess. The system took advantage of the opportunity and said, If there is a problem, find them all. Jun Changshao raised his head and said solemnly, I really want to rely on myself. I really don't want to use cheats. Chapter 1358. If the sect wanted to become stronger, it still needed to rely on the shop. Therefore, after Jun Changshao returned to his study after inspecting the herb field, he pulled it out again. After careful consideration, he decided to refresh the original items. Due to the limit of contribution points, he could not buy all the good pill recipes. He could only use them on items that could really bring benefits to the sect. How could he drive it? He definitely needed more medicinal herbs to drive it. In Jun Changshao's follow-up development plan for the sect, pills were the first priority. This was because only by taking shortcuts could he overtake them, making up for the huge gap between the disciples and the upper realm martial artists due to the environment. Pill recipes could be bought through the shop, but due to the lack of funds, it was impossible to buy a large amount of medicinal herbs immediately, so he could only plant them himself. To put it simply, Jun Changshao hoped that the medicinal herbs would wait for the pill recipes, but he did not want the pill recipes to wait for the medicinal herbs. Schwa! All new items appeared in the shop. The system did not lie to him. It did not deduct his contribution points after the refresh. I can keep refreshing until I get the items I want. Without the setting of using contribution points to refresh, Jun Changshao's heart suddenly became wild. At this moment, Go Sheng found a weapon called the sky-piercing blade in the shop. The word reputation was written in front of it, but he could not click on the details because the image was dark gray. There was a note below, unlocked with 500 reputation points. That's right. The system said, this is a new function unlocked in the upper realm. Only when the sect's reputation reaches a certain value can you buy it. It can also be called a reputation item. Jun Changshao was speechless. In other words, in the upper realm's new version of the shop, not only can I buy everything with contribution points, but there's also a D**MN reputation point restriction. Host, you're really a clever little devil. Jun Changshao continued to look and found that there were many items with reputation prefixes. There were high and low unlocked values, so he broke down. I can't do whatever I want with money. There were many good things in the shop after the second refresh, but he did not find anything that he urgently needed. So Go Sheng continued to refresh. After all, it did not cost him money. Schwa! Schwa! In a short period of time, Jun Changshao refreshed 5 times in a row. Just as he was about to be dazzled by the variety of items, an item called the Purple Firmament Constellation Array caught his eye. Click on the introduction, item, Purple Firmament Constellation Array Introduction, a profound array created by the Chiman formation god by observing the stars. Effect can be used as a defensive formation to be set up in clans, sects, cities, etc. Advantage. After creating and modifying it many times, the evaluation given by the god of Strange Gates formation was, once the formation is set up in one place, it will ensure eternal peace. Disadvantage. Expensive. Price. 500,000 contribution points. Level. Unknown. After seeing the flaws and the price, Jun Chang broke down and said, This isn't just expensive, it's ridiculously expensive. The system said, Isn't the host lacking a sect protection formation? From the introduction, the Purple Firmament Constellation Array is undoubtedly very suitable. I recommend buying it for 5 stars. Jun Changshao felt a little dizzy. Right now, he only had 690,000 contribution points. If he were to buy it, he would immediately turn from a tall, rich, and handsome man to a poor, short, and poor man. Wait a minute. The god of strange gates formation? Jun Changshao thought of the formation-breaking chapter of Strange Gates Dunjia, because it was also created by the god of Strange Gates formation. He had even benefited from it and succeeded in breaking out of prison and blowing up the Starry Sky Fortress. The host and this expert are fated, the system said. Jun Changshao looked at the introduction of the advantages and said, once the formation is set up in one place, it will ensure eternal peace. The evaluation of the formation you created is a bit like selling melons to an old woman. Ding! The host has spent 500,000 contribution points and obtained the purple firmament constellation Array X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 190000. When he heard the notification that he had spent 500,000 contribution points, Jun Changshao sighed. When I first bought an item in the mortal world, it was only 1 contribution point. Now it has increased so much. The host was still a rookie at that time. Now he has already entered the core transformation realm. Can they be compared? The system said. That's true. The number of contribution points he spent kept increasing. Jun Changshao's realm and the strength of the sect were also increasing. After all, everyone was growing. After buying the purple firmament constellation array, Goxing did not immediately study it. Instead, he continued to browse the subsequent items. When he found that there was nothing useful, he pulled down the store again. Ding! The host has reached the limit of 5 free refresh times per month. Would you like to activate the monthly or annual VIP to unlock more refresh times? After hearing the notification, Jun Changshao was stunned for a moment. Then he roared, "Why is there a limit?" The system entered the play dead mode. At this moment, a new pop-up window appeared in the store. The content was activating the monthly VIP account. The cost is 50,000 contribution points. The refresh limit is increased to 10 times per month. Activating the annual VIP account. The cost is 500,000 contribution points. The refresh limit is increased to 30 times per month. The host will also obtain the new Nouveau Riche Interface X1 and the sweet notification sound of a young lady X1. Jun Changshao could not control his emotions and roared. This is not the upper realm version of the system. This is the Krypton Gold version of the system. The system said the host is recommended to activate the annual VIP account. After all, it can save 100,000 contribution points and refresh 30 times per month. Get out of here. Jun Changshao angrily retracted the system interface, not to mention that he did not have the money to buy the VIP account. Even if he did, he would not buy it. This was because he wanted to be a civilian player. If he wanted to be a player, he wanted to be a seal headling chong. Ding! Recharge successful. Congratulations to the host for becoming a monthly VIP account. The refresh limit is increased from 5 to 10 times per month. Ding! Sect contribution points 140000. Jun Changshao slowly opened his eyes. He felt that his body was full of fighting power, so he said proudly, "Krypton Gold made me stronger." The system was speechless. As expected of the patriarch of the eternal, true fragrance sect, the store could indeed refresh for free, but it was limited to 5 refresh times per month. If one wanted to continue to refresh, they would either have to recharge the VIP account or wait for the cooldown to cool down next month. Jun Changshao really wanted to be the Liver Emperor, but he had just arrived in the upper realm. Firstly, he had no money, and secondly, he did not have the strength. Although he could attract rich women with his handsome face, he had to at least meet them first. Recharging 50,000 contribution points per month would allow him to refresh 5 times, which was equivalent to the price of a high-level store in the lower realm. Therefore, Goshing still chose to recharge to become a VIP. Not to mention, it was really good. On the 6th refresh of the store, an item called Nourishing Soil appeared in the first grid. Its effect was to improve the soil and greatly increase the growth cycle of heaven and earth treasures. Jun Changshao looked at you through the camera and said emotionally, "This is the power of Krypton gold." Ding! The host has spent 100,000 contribution points and obtained Nourishing Soil X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 40,000. The so-called Nourishing Soil was an item similar to a black stone. According to the introduction, as long as it was buried underground, it would slowly increase the overall quality of the surrounding soil. Jun Changshao went to the center of the herb field and dug a hole to bury it. Only then did he return to the study to study the purple firmament constellation formation. The next day, Li Qingyang hurriedly ran over and said in shock, "Patriarch, quickly go to the herb field and take a look." "What's wrong?" Jun Changshao went to the herb field. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. After a while, he said emotionally, "Krypton gold made me happy. Krypton gold made me strong." Chapter 1359. Today's herb field was no longer the same as yesterday's, because every grain of sand seemed to contain rich heaven and earth attributes. Even the sky above was covered in a thin layer of mist. The Aeon Immortal Mountain was originally poetic and picturesque. Now that such a scene had appeared in the low-lying area, it was really Spirit Mountain is more beautiful, and the sky and water are both dense. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. Of course, it was not because of the scenery in front of him. It was because in just one night the entire herb field soil had been transformed and even extended to undeveloped areas. That was too fast. The system said, "The goods in the upper realm store are not comparable to those in the mortal world, so the host only needs to prepare enough contribution points to experience more surprises in the future." Patriarch, squatting in the herb field and carefully observing the transformed soil, Elder Wei said excitedly, "This is simply a celestial field. How long will it take for the seeds to mature?" Jun Changshao was more concerned about efficiency. After all, it was related to whether the sect could develop rapidly in the future. Elder Wei shook his head and said, "I can't analyze it for now." As a professional herbalist, not only did he have to understand herbs, but he also had to understand the soil. This place that had suddenly been strengthened had exceeded his scope of understanding. The next day, there were new changes in the herb field. The seeds that were sown sprouted collectively and were even shrouded in flowing light. It was obvious that they were not ordinary. So fast? Elder Wei was a little confused. For the next few days, he squatted in the herb field and watched the growth of the herbs with his own eyes. In the end, he gave a rough estimate that the first batch of herbs would mature between half a month to a month. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's a little slow." Elder Wei was speechless. The higher the quality of the seeds, the longer the maturity period. Now that it had been upgraded to the same growth rate as ordinary seeds, the patriarch actually thought it was slow. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Under the nourishment of the soil, the herbs grew healthily. Every branch and leaf seemed to be wrapped in heaven and earth attributes. Looking down from above, the scene presented was quite shocking. The disciples of the medical hall were like hard-working gardeners, busily pruning and managing the medicinal fields. One day, the black Rakshasa, who was rarely free from cultivation, happened to pass by. Seeing the herb farm that seemed to be completely enveloped by the attributes of the world, he exclaimed, "Little brother, where did you get so many Xin-class heavenly resources?" "Brother," Jun Changshao said, "these are ordinary herbs." "Ordinary herbs?" A hint of doubt appeared on the black Rakshasa's face. After taking a closer look, his eyes widened. He did not know much about pills, nor did he know much about medicinal herbs. However, he had traveled around the upper realm for many years, so naturally he had seen a lot of them. The plants in front of him could clearly be bought at any grocery store. But why did they give off a strong feeling? The classification of medicinal herbs was similar to that of the sects in the upper realm. Once they reached the level of Xian, they could be called heavenly treasures. The seeds that Jun Changshao bought from Stillwater Town were ordinary goods. They might be high and mighty in the mortal world, but they were common in the upper world. However, after being nourished in the modified soil, they had completely mutated. The energy contained within had already reached Xian class and could already be called heavenly resources. Xian class was not too outstanding. After all, there were 3 classes above it: truth, path, and immortal. However, the fact that all the plants in such a huge medicinal field were of this class was extremely shocking. "Little brother," the Black Rakshasa said seriously, "even a Xian class sect may not have a medicinal field like this." Jun Changshao did not expect that the modified medicinal field could cultivate ordinary seeds to Xian class. Thus he began to think, can I sell them for money? In the upper realm, there were always only 2 things that were in great demand: mystical stones and pills. Mystical stones could be obtained from mineral veins, but pills had to be refined. This refining process could not lack medicinal herbs. Even the most effective medicinal herbs could allow the pills to be fully refined. As a newcomer to the sect of all times, it was unrealistic to rely on robbing to make a fortune. Thus, they needed to find another way. For example, selling medicinal herbs that were obviously low class but had reached Xian class? Elder Wei said, "As far as I know, high-class pills require heavenly resources because ordinary medicinal herbs cannot reach the refining standard. The medicinal herbs planted in our medicinal field have far exceeded the standard. They can completely replace extremely rare heavenly resources. There's no need to worry about a lack of market." "I agree with selling medicinal herbs," Yuan Gongzi said. As the patriarch of Fu, he had been thinking about the future development of the sect. Due to overwork, a strand of his hair had turned white. "Elder Wei," after Jun Changshao had an idea, he said, "the exterior of the medicinal field also needs to be modified. Expand the scale and increase the production of medicinal herbs as soon as possible." Yes, Elder Wei hurriedly took action. In this aspect, Paige had once again shown her value. However, before the order was given, she had already started eating outside the medicinal field. This was because the modified soil was undoubtedly a great tonic. Jun Changshao had a way to develop the sect. That was to sell the matured high-class medicinal herbs and then invest the money. From there, many little drops would make an ocean. However, now that he had a way, he still needed customers. Could it be that he would push a cart and stop at the market and shout loudly like he was going to the market? "Master AI." Jun Changshao said, "I miss you." In the early stages of entrepreneurship in the lower realm, AI Shanya's appearance was undoubtedly a great help. Thus, it would be great if he could meet a family or organization that dealt in pills and medicinal herbs in the upper realm. The idea was good, but the reality was cruel. Back then, Jun Changshao had the identity of a villager from Qinyang village. What about now? Other than illegal immigration, he had no relatives in the upper realm, especially when there were no towns nearby. There was basically no hope for him to meet a family. Forget it, forget it. For the future development of the sect, what's wrong with hawking on the streets? For a person who cared about his reputation to do such a thing, it was obvious that he was really dedicated to the sect of all times. The construction of the herb field was in full swing. The sect's disciples were also beginning to understand the magnificent reflection scripture. The biggest advantage of this mental cultivation method was that it was completely suitable for the new environment of the upper realm. Not only could it refine the pure heaven and earth attributes, but it could also condense the profound meaning of heaven and earth. To put it simply, in the lower realm, martial arts had to be comprehended by oneself. In the upper realm, The profound meaning contained in the attributes was just a matter of finding a way to absorb it. Huff, huff. On the peak where the disciples lived, the aura of advancement came from Yi Xingqian's room. No way, Su Xiaoma said in surprise. Junior brother, you broke through again. I remember that before he ascended to the upper realm, he had just entered rank 6 wushang. Li Fei also widened his eyes. Just as everyone was surprised and envious, the aura of advancement reached its peak and began to converge after a while. Creak! Yi Xingqian pushed open the door and walked out. His whole body exuded a stronger aura than before. In such a short time, he had entered rank 7 from rank 6. There was no joy in his heart because it was nothing in the new world. Anyo was one of the first core disciples to comprehend the magnificent reflection scripture. In the next few days, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others gradually comprehended it, and their realms increased by a level. In the lower realm, they had already refined all aspects to the extreme. In fact, they were not inferior to the upper realm martial artists. Therefore, when they were in the same environment and had a more advanced mental cultivation method, their strength naturally increased faster. The ones who showed the most were the inner and outer disciples. After they comprehended the magnificent reflection scripture, they improved by a small level every now and then. When the first batch of seeds had completely matured, according to the Ning brothers' statistics, the lowest cultivation level in the entire sect was rank 5 Wu Huang. Of course, in the past month, most of the disciples had been comprehending the mental cultivation method and did not have much time to cultivate. Therefore, now that they had succeeded in comprehending it, they were destined to enter the stage of a big breakthrough for the entire sect. Chapter 1360. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the sect of all times, the momentum of advancement was higher and higher. The frequency of the inner and outer sect disciples breaking through small realms and large realms also became faster and faster as they comprehended the magnificent Illumination Sutra in a brand new environment, a brand new system. And with the help of a high-level heart technique, this kind of large-scale breakthrough was normal. It would not be surprising if they reached Wu Shang or even Martial Grand Emperor in the future. Of course, because the general realm was low, it could be quickly improved with the help of the magnificent Illumination Sutra. However, after reaching a certain realm, the speed would naturally decrease. At this time, they had to use magnetite, pills, and other things to assist. In order to solve this problem, Jun Changshao brought the mature herbs to Linyuan City and began the shameless peddling on the streets trip of a sect master. This time he did not bring Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji because the two were immersed in cultivation like the other disciples. I say, on the road to Linyuan City, Jun Changshao broke down. Why don't you cultivate in the sect? Why do you have to come to sell herbs? The disciples did not follow, but Rose of Flowers did. She smiled and said, "The husband sings and the wife follows." Jun Changshao was speechless. Actually, Rose of Flowers flipped her hair and said, "I'm now stuck at the peak of the Return to Origin realm. It's not enough to enter the Return to Origin realm by cultivation alone. I still need time to accumulate, so I'm going out with you to see the world." The Return to Origin realm in the Soul Clan's mainland is actually the void-piercing realm in the upper realm. Jun Changshao corrected. "It doesn't matter." Rose of Flowers smiled. "It's good that I can accompany you." Jun Changshao said, "When you go to the city to sell herbs, you must keep a low profile. Don't cause trouble." The system wanted to vomit at his face. When it first went to Linyuan City, it also said the same thing to Yi Xingqian. What happened in the end? It questioned Wu Tang's assessment in front of everyone and almost caused trouble. "Okay, I'll listen to my husband." Rose of Flowers smiled sweetly and was about to approach, but Go Sheng quickly walked away, keeping an absolute distance from her. "The more you try to avoid me, the more I chase after you. Therefore, in the beautiful scenery of the mountains, There was a scene of one person walking quickly while the other was chasing after the other. It also revealed a different mood from the previous scene. Jun Changshao had been to Linyuan City before, so he was used to the prosperity here. But Rose of Flowers was here for the first time. Her eyes were not enough to take in the wide streets and rows of buildings, and her heart was in turmoil. The martial artists in the city were also looking at her. After all, wherever a beautiful woman went, she would be a beautiful sight. The Sect of All Times uniform was still in the style of the lower realm. Although it was not very revealing, the workmanship was novel, and the color combination was very visually striking. Therefore, when Rose of Flowers wore it, it added a bit of beauty to her. Tisk, Jun Changshao said disdainfully, have the martial artists in the upper realm never seen a woman before? The system said, every man has 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they all have the correct aesthetic standards. Unlike the host who is like the minister of imperial household. F***CK. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart, then took off the black robe and put it on Rose of Flowers. He said insincerely, don't be too ostentatious when you're outside. The system was speechless. You obviously don't want outsiders to stare at your wife, but you still have to pretend to be cold and indifferent. You're indeed the best actor in the Sect of all times. Rose of Flowers stopped and looked at him, smiling. On our wedding night, did you also cover me with a blanket like this? Jun Changshao turned his head and said lightly, no such thing. Yes, the system said, I'm an eyewitness. Because of the mission, Go Sheng could only choose to be forced to marry, and until now he was still criticized by the readers as a scumbag. At that time, he drank too much on his wedding night and nothing happened. However, when he woke up the next day and saw Rose of Flowers sleeping on the table, he still covered her with a blanket before leaving. It's okay that you forgot, Rose of Flowers said. I've always remembered it. Jun Changshao was speechless. Don't tell me you've been pestering me because of this? Other than those flattering officials, you're the only one who really cares about me. Rose of Flowers said, Big sister. Jun Changshao was on the verge of collapsing. Your feelings have come too carelessly. If it were someone else who blocked the spear and the knife for you, you'd love them to death. Rose of Flowers stopped and said with her almond-shaped eyes, Jun Changshao, do you think that I, Rose of Flowers, am a fickle woman? That I'll fall in love with whoever is good to me? Jun Changshao wanted to explain that he just said it casually and did not mean to humiliate her. However, seeing that this woman was angry, he felt that the more he explained, the more likely she would misunderstand. So he hurriedly changed the topic. We've arrived at the market. Business is more important. Rose of Flowers blocked the way and stared at him. This is business too. Because the sound was relatively loud, it immediately attracted the warriors and residents passing by on the street. They all turned their heads and guessed in their hearts. Could it be that the young couple quarreled? Finding that everyone was talking about him, Jun Changshao's expression changed slightly. He whispered, There are so many people watching. We'll talk about it when we get back to the sect. Rose of Flowers was not the kind of woman who would do irrational things on the street when she was angry. She took a deep breath to adjust her state of mind, then turned around and walked towards the market. Jun Changshao felt that he was in the wrong, so he followed behind without saying anything. However, she'd just arrived at the entrance of the market when she saw a young man in embroidered clothes swagger over under the escort of his servants. He folded his fan in a carefree manner and smiled in a cultured and refined manner. Miss, were you bullied by this fellow? Jun Changshao frowned. He had seen this young man in front of him before. He was the contestant who defeated Sun Maching in the Group A finals of the Wu-Tang assessment. His name was Lu Tingyi, and he was the young city, lord of Linyuan City. Rose of Flowers pretended not to hear and continued to move forward, but she was blocked by the servants. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear the young city lord ask you a question? Lu Tingyi closed his fan and knocked on the head of the servant who spoke. How many times have I told you to be gentle with beautiful women? Do you think my words are nonsense? Yes, yes, yes. The servant hurriedly nodded. Lu Tingyi turned his head, and a gentle expression appeared on his face again. He smiled and said, Miss, if you have been wronged, you can feel free to say it. This young master will make a decision for you. Rose of Flower smiled and said, I have a small conflict with my husband, so you don't have to worry about it. Husband? Lu Tingyi carefully looked at Jun Changshao and shook his head. A flower stuck in cow dung. In terms of appearance alone, Go Sheng was more handsome than him, but because he had questioned the fairness of the Wu Tang assessment in order to avoid trouble, he had changed his appearance in advance and covered his handsome face. Rose of Flowers took a few steps back and put her hand on Jun Changshao's arm. She smiled and said, Husband, let's go. She was using her actions to tell Lu Tingyi that the two of them were husband and wife, and an outsider like him should not interfere. Swish! Jun Changshao shook off Rose of Flowers' hand and said expressionlessly, Who are you calling cow dung? You. Boom! A powerful true energy suddenly erupted at the intersection, and waves of air and dust were rolled up. The martial artists and pedestrians on the street all widened their eyes because the young man who quarreled with his wife was squatting on the ground at this moment. He pressed one hand on the young city lord's face and said in a cold voice, A dandy like you who wins by relying on your identity is not even as good as cow dung in my eyes. Chapter 1361. Jun Changshao made his move. He directly pressed Lu Tingyi to the ground with his domineering strength. This kind of cultivation level that didn't even exchange a few words and directly attacked would make people suspect that there was another side quest. But there wasn't. Jun Changshao beat Lu Tingyi not because of verbal humiliation, but because the other party used his identity as the young city lord to operate behind the scenes. Go Sheng often used cheating to achieve his goals, especially when he encountered big trouble, but in the martial arts arena he had always been upright and had never used underhanded means. This could be seen from Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others participating in various competitions. They won with their true strength and never used underhanded means. True legends relied on fighting. Lu Tingyi was different. Not only did he bribe the referee, but he also participated in the assessment at the age of 17. Although Wu Tang didn't explicitly stipulate an age limit, everyone knew that students who participated in the assessment after graduation were usually around 12 or 13 years old. In other words, this young city, lord of Linyuan City, not only cheated, but also bullied the young. Therefore, Jun Changshao couldn't help but directly press him to the ground to vent his anger for his disciple's son, Ma Qing. Is that really the case? The system asked. It didn't matter whether it was the case or not. What was important was that Go Sheng was pressed to the ground by the young city, lord of Linyuan City, in front of so many people. That was a serious problem. Something big has happened. City Lord Lu only has this one precious son, and he's afraid that he will melt in his hands. This guy beat him up. He definitely can't leave the city alive. He's got guts. The martial artists who were watching the show didn't mind blowing things up and whispered one after another. Rose of Flowers also realized the identity of this young master from their conversation, so she hurriedly transmitted her voice. We agreed to keep a low profile. Why did you hit him? Lu Tingyi's servants finally came back to their senses and rushed over with their cultivation. But before they could get close, they were bounced back by a powerful aura. When they fell to the ground in a sorry state, they exclaimed in unison, Revolving core realm! The angry Jun Changshao didn't circulate the hidden cultivation technique. The aura of a first cycle revolving core stage was completely released. If there were no onlookers around when he was showing off, he would definitely fail. Fortunately, there were many passers-by on the street. After learning about Go Sheng's cultivation level, they all opened their eyes wide and cooperated with him. It was truly unexpected that such a frail young man would possess such a cultivation level. No wonder he dared to publicly abuse Lu Tingyi. However, that was the young master of the city, an absolute public figure. If you beat him up, the result would definitely be, "You're finished." Boom! Jun Changshao didn't care who the other party was. He stood up and kicked him fiercely. Lu Tingyi's face, which was worth at least 5,000 yuan, really couldn't withstand this kick. Blood spurted out of his body and he felt dizzy. The servants who had been sent flying naturally wouldn't just stand there and watch. The only thing they could do now was quickly call for help. Shua! Shua! A few minutes later, 5 revolving core realm experts flew over from different directions. Although Lin Yuan City was very ordinary in the upper realm, and in terms of status it couldn't be compared to a Xian sect, it still had revolving core realm cultivators overseeing it. It was just that most of them were at the first transformation realm. "Brat, don't be arrogant." A red-haired old man was the first to arrive at the scene of the incident. When he saw that the young master had been abused beyond recognition, he gathered true energy in his palm. Huff, huff, huff! A strong wind swept across, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Those passers-by and martial artists with good eyesight had long avoided it. They calmly became qualified spectators and watched the upcoming battle between the revolving core realm experts. They weren't disappointed. When Jun Changshao felt a force pressing down on him, he suddenly turned around and waved his right hand. True energy crazily spread out in the air and rapidly condensed into a solid palm print. On the screen, the 4 words "Heaven Crossing" palm print appeared. Not good. The red-haired old man's expression suddenly changed. Boom! The Heaven Crossing palm print, which didn't seem to have high effects and power, directly collided with the force pressing down. Not only did it produce a deafening explosion, but it also caused the surrounding houses to tremble slightly. Shua! Shua! At this moment, the other 4 revolving core realm experts rushed over from the side. They pretended to attack, but in reality, they were planning to snatch the young master away. Jun Changshao naturally understood their intentions. Without saying a word, he grabbed Lu Tingyi and placed him in front of him like a shield. He shouted, "Come here!" Boom! Boom! 4 cold true energy blasted the surrounding buildings, causing them to collapse on a large scale. Jun Changshao, who was standing in the dust, and Rosa Flowers, who was standing behind him, were safe and sound. After all, with Lu Tingyi as a hostage, the other party wouldn't dare to directly attack. Ta! Ta! The 5 revolving core realm experts of Lin Yuan City all landed. The red-haired old man in the lead said angrily, "Brat, if you don't want to die, quickly release the young master." He dared to take liberties with my woman on the street. I'm already very merciful for not killing him. Jun Changshao said coldly. Don't be fooled by Lu Tingyi's gentle appearance. From the indescribable look in his eyes when he appeared, Go Xing had already guessed what was going on. Of course, Jun Changshao said those words just to find a reason. Rosa Flowers didn't think so much. When she heard the words "my woman," her heart suddenly felt as sweet as honey. He dared to make an enemy of the entire city for me. What else is there for me to be dissatisfied with? Thinking of this, she took a step forward and stuck close to Jun Changshao's back. She flicked the hair in front of her forehead and said, "Husband, let's fight side by side." The system was speechless. We agreed to keep a low profile together. How did it become causing trouble together? Get out of the way. Jun Changshao looked at the red-haired old man and said, "I want to fight 5 of you." This sentence was very hot-blooded, but, brother, can't you put down the hostage Lu Tingyi first? Are you going to raise him in front of you, like a shield? Whoosh! Go Xing took a big stride forward and brandished his flute. Clearly, he wanted to use it not only as a shield, but also as a weapon. In slow motion, one could clearly see that Lu Tingyi's eyes would roll back and faint as he was rapidly spinning. Sometimes he would wake up and faint again. This cycle repeated over and over again. It felt like he was experiencing a high-altitude ride in an amusement park. Come on, come here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jun Changshao waved the young city lord around crazily, accompanied by intermittent strange cries. He was simply like a lunatic. Because the other party had a hostage, they were afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Thus, the 5 revolving core realm cultivators could only retreat step by step. Friend. At this moment, a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes who looked to be in his 40s or 50s rushed over with a group of cultivators. Seeing Lu Tingyi being swung around like a rope, he hurriedly said with heartache, "Let's talk things out." "It's the city lord." The passers-by who were watching from afar whispered. Jun Changshao stopped and then stood in front of the pale Lu Tingyi, who was foaming at the mouth, and said, "You're his father!" "Not bad, not bad." City Lord Lu was really worried that his son would be hurt. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "If my son has offended you in any way, this Lu will apologize on his behalf." One would not slap a smiling face. Since the other party had already said so, Jun Changshao would definitely give him face. He said, "My wife and I came to Linyuan City, this time to do some small business. Your son was tempted by a woman and came forward to take liberties with her. What do you think we should do about this matter?" I didn't. Lu Tingyi happened to wake up and said weakly. Although he was a playboy, he would not take liberties on the street. After all, he was the young city lord. However, since he dared to block the road, he definitely had some ideas. It was just that he did not follow the previous steps and routines. Sai, who asked this brother to meet Go Sheng, who never caused trouble and never kept a high profile. Friend. City Lord Lu cupped his hands and said, "As long as you let my son go, you can do whatever you want." City Lord Lu's deep love for his son is really touching. Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I planted some medicinal herbs to sell. Now that I have been delayed by your son, you can buy all of them." "No problem. The price may be a bit expensive." "No problem." In the eyes of City Lord Lu, no matter how expensive it was not as expensive as his precious son. He even did not hesitate to use his power to enter Wu Tang through the back door for his son. "Of course. I will not deliberately blackmail City Lord Lu." Jun Changshao said, "You can first go to the city's medicinal experts and let them identify the quality of the medicinal herbs and then give the corresponding price." "Okay, I will send someone to find the experts." Seeing that City Lord Lu listened to him, Jun Changshao glanced at Lu Tingyi, who was foaming at the mouth, and shook his head. He secretly said, "It's because I spoil my son too much that I raise such a playboy. If I have children in the future, I will definitely— Host, please take back your unrealistic and fantastical thoughts." The system interrupted his thoughts in time and sharply ridiculed. "Because your character is the minister of imperial household, unless you adopt." Chapter 1362. City Lord Lu only has one precious son, and he's afraid that he'll melt in his hands. This guy beat him up, so he can forget about leaving the city alive. Jun Changshao heard from the passers-by that he decided to kidnap Lu Tingyi to make City Lord Lu hesitate. In the end, it was really feasible. Of course, he had beaten him up and his anger had subsided. He wouldn't forget the mission of coming to Linyuan City, so he planned to use the hostage to complete a deal with the other party. City Lord Lu was very cooperative and immediately invited a herbalist. "Test it." Jun Changshao threw the spatial ring containing the herbs over. He wasn't worried that the other party would snatch it away. After all, his precious son was still in his hands. He also calculated that if he met more people like this in the future, why would he need to rob them? "Are you going to change to kidnapping?" The system was speechless. After the herbalist was carefully verified, he said, "Seriously, City Lord, although these herbs look ordinary, the energy contained in them is extremely majestic. They can be classified as Xian grade." When he spoke, he was very shocked in his heart. After dealing with herbs all year round, he definitely knew what kind of herbs had what kind of energy. However, he had never seen such ordinary herbs with such great energy. City Lord Lu's mind was not on the herbs, but on his son, so he hurriedly said, "Hurry up and appraise it." This, after a short moment of thought, the herbalist said, "In terms of effect, it's comparable to Xian grade, but it's a common herb after all, so overall it's about 2 million Xian stones." Only 2 million? Jun Changshao was a little disappointed. The system said the seeds were bought from Stillwater Town's grocery store for only 200,000, and they were sold for 10 times the price after cultivating them for more than a month. What else is the host not satisfied with? That's true. These herbs were nothing more than the first batch of planting, and there were only tens of thousands of them. The scale of the herb field could be expanded in the future, and the profits brought by the same amount would be huge. "I'll give 5 million. Seeing the disappointment on Go Sheng's face, City Lord Lu decided to give more. 250 is inauspicious where we are. Round it up to 3 million, Jun Changshao said. Okay. City Lord Lu didn't think about it. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for 5 million. Jun Changshao said, "This is your territory after all. I'm worried that you'll play tricks, so I'll give you the money first." "All right." City Lord Lu hurriedly threw over a few spatial rings. After checking them one by one, he confirmed that there were 3 million genuine, profound stones inside. Buzz. Jun Changshao stood Lu Tingyi on the spot, and the flowing light of the formation enveloped him. He said, "This is a formation that can explode at any time. Similarly, it will automatically deactivate after an hour. Do you understand what I mean, City Lord Lu?" "Understood, understood." City Lord Lu said solemnly, "You and your wife can leave very safely now. This Lu will definitely not send people to kill you. Goodbye." Jun Changshao took a step back, put his right hand on Rose of Flowers' waist, jumped up, and flew out of Linyuan City at the fastest speed. City Lord Lu didn't chase after him. He hurriedly walked to the front of the array formation. When he saw his half-dead son lying on the ground, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Buzz. An hour later, the array formation automatically dissipated. After confirming that Lu Tingyi was safe, City Lord Lu hugged him in his arms and looked angrily in the direction Jun Changshao left. He said with his eyes about to split open, "Go and investigate this guy's background immediately." His son was beaten and his money was extorted. He couldn't swallow this anger. Of course, City Lord Lu meant to send people to inquire about it first, and then decide whether to take revenge after confirming the other party's identity. Because if the other party had the power, they could only admit defeat and suffer in silence. Swish! Jun Changshao flew quickly in the sky, and his heart was filled with joy. The seeds that cost 200,000 profound stones increased tenfold in a month. If he wanted to expand the scale and increase the investment, would he still be short of money in the future? Rose of Flowers was also very happy because not only did her husband admit that she was his woman, but he also took the initiative to fly with her in his arms. Happiness came too suddenly. However, when she gradually calmed down, she said, "Husband defended the city, Lord of Linyuan City, just like that. How will you do business in the future?" "It's not a big problem." Jun Changshao said, "This is a small city after all. As long as the herbs are good, you don't have to worry about selling them anywhere." After being appraised by the herbalists of the upper realm, he already had confidence in the herbs cultivated by the nourishing earth, so his ambition became bigger. He would definitely go to a bigger city to seek business connections. In fact, from the perspective of the mortal world, Linyuan City was at most at the level of Qingyang City. If he wanted to make a fortune, he would definitely have to go to a first or second-tier city with experts everywhere. Swish! After flying for a distance, Jun Changshao landed in the mountains and put down Rose of Flowers. He said, "Walk by yourself." Although he had the ability to fly after entering the revolving core realm, He was limited by the world and realm. His true energy consumption was extremely fast, and he couldn't fly for long. In Lin Yuan City, City Lord Lu sent a large number of martial artists and spies to conduct a large-scale search, vowing to find out the identity of the person who extorted him. However, just as the city was in a state of panic, a middle-aged man wearing a black robe with golden edges walked in from outside. He gently raised his head and muttered to himself, "I feel the aura of a special medicinal herb." This person was dressed very stylishly and had a good temperament. However, before he entered the main street of the city, he was surrounded by soldiers. The reason was his black robe clashed with the one on rows of flowers. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly. A general walked over and carefully sized up the black robe he was wearing. He said coldly, "Take him away." Because Lu Tingyi was tortured and kidnapped, the city had entered a state of high alert. If someone wearing the same clothes suddenly appeared at this time, they would definitely detain him without asking for the reason. "Wait a minute." The middle-aged man slowly took out an item from his space ring and hung it in front of his chest. He said indifferently, "Look carefully, what is this?" The general narrowed his eyes and saw that it was something like a medal. There were complicated carvings around it, and the words Alchemy Hall were written in gold in the middle. Therefore, the muscles on his face instantly stiffened. Alchemy Hall medal. This was someone from the Alchemy Hall. There were many neutral organizations in the upper realm. The most famous one was the World Hall, because it was an existence that maintained world peace. Other than that, there was also the Wu Tang, Temple Hall, Array Hall, Alchemy Hall, and so on. As the name implied, the Alchemy Hall was an organization related to medicinal pills. In terms of fame, it was only second to the World Hall. After all, medicinal pills played a vital role in the martial arts world. The middle-aged man hung the Alchemy Hall medal on his chest. Those who were qualified to receive it were all alchemy masters recognized by the Alchemy Hall. "Hurry up and release it." The general hurriedly ordered the soldiers to remove all kinds of weapons. Then he smiled and said, "So it's a master from the Alchemy Hall. Please forgive me for offending you just now." Master 2. His status was extraordinary. The middle-aged man tidied up his clothes and said proudly with his hands behind his back, "Take me to see your city lord." Chapter 1363. City Lord's Residence. Lu Deshui sat at the head of the table irritably. As the lord of a city, he didn't lack medicinal herbs, but he spent millions to buy them for his son. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved he became. "Sigh." City Lord Lu sighed. At this point, he could only find out that guy's identity as soon as possible. If he didn't have any ability, it wouldn't be too late to find a way to vent his anger. "City Lord." A subordinate hurriedly came in and said, "A Grand Master of the Dan Hall is here." "Oh." City Lord Lu stood up and asked in surprise, "Who is visiting?" Because of his frustration, his thoughts were a little short-circuited. A Grand Master of the Dan Hall. Swish. City Lord Lu walked out of the hall as fast as he could. When he saw the black-robed man standing in front of the door, his irritation and worry were instantly replaced by a rich smile. As he walked forward, he cupped his hands and said, "A Grand Master of the Dan Hall is here. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling." "City Lord Lu," the black-robed middle-aged man said lightly, "your people are a little rude." He was very unhappy now because, as an alchemy grandmaster from the Dan Hall, he would be warmly welcomed in any city, but he was almost locked up as a criminal when he came to Lin Yuan City. "What's going on?" City Lord Lu was also a person who had experienced great storms and waves. He realized that something must have happened from the other party's expression and words, so he hurriedly asked his subordinate. After learning the cause and effect, he hurriedly apologized. "Misunderstanding, a big misunderstanding." Although a neutral organization like the Dan Hall might not be strong in martial arts, because they knew alchemy, their connections and relationships were unimaginable. It was said that they also had close relations with many great sections. Although Lu Des Hui was the lord of a city, he was inferior in front of the Xian sects, so he naturally didn't dare to offend the people of the Danhall. The black-robed, middle-aged man was not a calculative person. After being invited into the hall and sitting at the head of the table, he returned to the topic at hand. City Lord Lu, I passed by a treasure land this time and smelled a rather special medicinal herb smell. So I came to investigate. Special medicinal herbs? Lu Des Hui was a little confused. There were many medicinal herb shops in Linyuan City, but most of them were common goods and nothing special. How did they attract this grandmaster? There was only one word for a grandmaster of the Danhall: professional. Therefore, City Lord Lu didn't think that the medicinal herbs sold in his city could catch his eye. Moreover, the black-robed, middle-aged man added. This Lu Des Hui was even more puzzled. The black-robed, middle-aged man said, City Lord Lu need not worry. If your city really has good herbs, I will buy them at a price higher than the market price. His surname was Feng. Lu Des Hui almost fell off his chair in surprise. Could your excellency be one of the 8 chief alchemists of the alchemy hall, Feng Gui Qin? He did not know much about the alchemy hall, but he had naturally heard of the famous 8 chief alchemists in the upper realm. He especially remembered their surnames, which were Feng Chen, Chu Wei, Jiang Shen, and Han Yang. Among them, the first was Feng Gui Qin. It was said that this person was born with the ability to distinguish the strength of medicinal herbs. He didn't even need to touch them. He could tell just by looking. As for the other 7 chief alchemists, they had extremely high attainments in the Tao of alchemy. Many Taoist and immortal sects fought to hire them as the alchemists of their sections. Not bad, the black-robed, middle-aged man admitted. So it's Senior Feng. Forgive my rudeness. City Lord Lu hurriedly got up and bowed again. The reverence in his eyes was even stronger than before. One of the 8 chief alchemists of the alchemy hall was definitely a big shot. A small city, lord like him, could not afford to offend him. City Lord Lu, let's get down to business, Feng Guichen said. Revealing his true identity was not to show off, but to make him open his heart and not hide the herbs. City Lord Lu's expression was a bit interesting. He knew better than anyone what kind of herbs his family had. If the alchemy hall's chief alchemist insisted on looking at herbs, wouldn't it be bad luck if he angered him? Wait a minute. At this moment, Lu Des Hui suddenly remembered the tens of thousands of herbs he had spent 3 million to buy to save his son. So he muttered in his heart, Senior Feng isn't talking about these herbs, right? Seeing him hesitate, Feng Gui Chen said with displeasure, City Lord Lu, are you worried that this Feng will take away the herbs without paying? No. Lu Des Hui hurriedly said. This Lu didn't mean that, it's just, he paused for a moment before carefully saying, my Linyuan city is not a city that mainly deals in herbs, so I'm afraid that the herbs we take out will not be to your liking. He wasn't sure if the herbs he had just bought were the special herbs the other party was talking about, so he made a statement in advance to avoid offending the other party. It's fine. Feng Guichen said. This Feng is not an unreasonable person. Lu Des Hui relaxed, and only then did he take out the space ring he had bought from Jun Changshao. He picked out a few herbs and placed them on the table. Senior Feng, the herbs we sell in the city are all very ordinary. If you insist on mentioning something special, I'm afraid it's only Schwa. Before he could finish speaking, several herbs had already flown out. Just the fact that this chief alchemist was able to snatch them from a distance without the slightest fluctuation of true energy made City Lord Lu believe that not only was this chief alchemist's alchemy Tao profound, but his martial Tao cultivation was also extraordinary. Several herbs were placed on Feng Gui Chen's table, but he didn't touch them. Instead, he stared at them with rapt attention, the expression on his face becoming dull at first before gradually turning into one of ecstasy. The extremely common heavenly emperor grass on the market actually contains such strong world attribute energy. It's incredible. What also shocked him were the jade heaven armor fungus, 9 furnace spirit fish fruit, and other herbs. The energy contained in each of these herbs was dozens of times higher than the most common herbs in the world. If they were to be classified as world treasures, they would definitely belong to the mysterious grade. As the chief alchemist, Feng Gui-Chin must have seen herbs of even higher grades. The reason he was so excited was because ordinary herbs were at the level of world treasures. If they were used in alchemy, they could definitely play an unimaginable role. Seeing the look of ecstasy on his face, Lu Deshui couldn't help muttering in his heart, "Is it really that exaggerated?" City Lord Lu, who didn't know anything about alchemy, naturally didn't know how much value Junchang Zhao's medicinal herbs had in refining pills. "It's fine." Feng Gui-Chin understood. He hurriedly asked City Lord Lu, "How did you grow these herbs?" The heavenly emperor grass and other herbs arranged on the table were all common herbs. Even if they were wild, it was impossible for them to contain so much energy, so there was only one possibility: they were definitely artificially grown using some unknown method. Lu Deshui said awkwardly. "I won't hide it from Senior Feng. These herbs were not grown by this Lu. They were bought from someone else." "Who?" Feng Gui-Chin asked anxiously. Someone who could grow ordinary herbs into world treasures was definitely a top grandmaster. The ones who sold these herbs were a young couple. As for their identity, this Lu doesn't know and is still actively investigating, Lu Deshui said honestly. "A young couple?" Feng Gui-Chin asked. "Do they have any obvious characteristics?" Since they could grow such world treasures, they might be some kind of hermit who lived in seclusion. If he found them, he would definitely pay them a visit. Lu Deshui thought for a moment and said, "The man is about 20 or 30 years old and looks very weak, while the woman is extremely beautiful." "That's right. She looks very similar to Senior's black robe." Feng Gui-Chin memorized these characteristics and asked City Lord Lu, "How many herbs did you sell?" Lu Deshui hurriedly placed several space rings on the table and said, "They are all here, about 40 to 50,000. Feng Gui-Chin released his spiritual sense and entered them one by one. After confirming that the herbs inside were all world treasures, he said in shock, "There are so many of them. Could it be that this special planting technique can be mass-produced?" City Lord Lu, "How much did you spend?" 3 million profound stones. Feng Gui-Chin frowned when he heard this. City Lord Lu held in his heart, "He must be wondering if I'm stupid and have too much money." From a professional point of view, 3 million profound stones for these herbs is a bit cheap, Feng Gui-Chin said. "Ah." City Lord Lu was stunned. "How about this?" Feng Gui-Chin took out several space rings and placed them on the table, saying, "This Feng is willing to buy these herbs for 5 million profound stones. Does City Lord Lu agree?" I agree. My name is Lu Deshui. My son was abused by a hateful guy who forced me to spend 3 million profound stones to buy a large batch of herbs. I was so angry that I almost vomited blood on the spot. But in the end, I sold them to the chief alchemist of the World Hall and made 2 million profound stones. Little friend, no matter where you are, I will find you. Chapter 1364. Lu Deshui once again deployed more people and began a carpet search outside the city, determined to find the young couple. His first purpose was to take revenge, and this time he wanted to make friends. After all, he made 2 million from the sale, which meant that it was not an ordinary herb. Not to mention, and it was sold by the chief alchemist of the World Hall. Who was this? He was definitely an expert in alchemy. If he took a fancy to it, it meant that the herb had great potential. Because of his son, he made 2 million. If possible, he would beat him up again in exchange for a chance to make friends with his little friend. Lu Deshui, who doted on his son in every way, directly collapsed. Of course, Feng Gui-Chin was also looking. At this moment, according to the little information provided by City Lord Liu, he was running at full speed in the mountains, his spiritual sense spreading wildly, looking for the young couple. This brother was different from other chief alchemists. He might have several positions in various sects and always liked to travel the world alone. He was quite a master who hid his achievements and fame. But today he was so ostentatious, it was obvious that he cared a lot about the herb growers. However, Jun Changshao and Rosa Flowers had returned to the sect of all times, and the two were destined to never meet again. In the study, Go Sheng, who had restored his original appearance, invited Elder Wei over and began to discuss the future development of the herb field in detail. 200,000 for 3 million. This was definitely a huge profit. As long as the seeds could be produced in large quantities, it would not be a problem to accumulate wealth in a short time. Fortunately, Jun Changshao did not know that he had made 2 million from selling the herbs to Lu Deshui. He would definitely be so angry that he would bang his head against the wall. Patriarch, Elder Wei said, my medical hall has no problem transforming the surrounding flat land into herb fields, but we need more seeds. I'll take care of it. This time, Jun Changshao decided to go on a long journey. He wanted to go to a bigger city and buy a large amount of seeds. If ordinary seeds could be grown to the Xian level, wouldn't the higher level seeds reach the sky? An opportunity to make a lot of money. Jun Changshao had already decided that the sect would first focus on growing all kinds of medicinal herbs. Once they had accumulated enough funds, they would then try to make a transition, such as selling highly profitable pills. There should be cities in the upper realm that mainly focus on medicinal herbs, right? Taking out the map he bought earlier, Jun Changshao looked at it carefully. Soon he determined that it was a city called Million Treasure City. According to the annotations on the map, this was the largest intersection center in the southeast region. It sold all kinds of treasures, weapons, and equipment. Lin Yuan City is here. Wanbao City is... Go Sheng broke down as he measured on the map with his palm. Aren't they separated by thousands of miles? The everlasting immortal mountain was located in the southeastern region of the upper realm. Because it was located in a remote location, the distance between it and the major cities could be described as being separated by several starfall continents. Jun Changshao had just stepped into the revolving core realm. If he relied on himself to fly, he would easily suffer from kidney deficiency. Therefore, even if he rode a flying sword to Myriad Treasure City, it would still take a very long time. To put it simply, there was already a way to develop the sex business, but the problem that troubled Go Sheng the most was that it was difficult to travel. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. I can only use the ancient warship. In a situation where flying and flying swords could not be used as a means of transportation, he could only rely on this most valuable treasure to travel long distances. Go Sheng had not taken it out all this time because there was a brand new heavenly Tao order here. Even if the warship could fly, it would definitely need a higher energy source to drive it. As expected, Jun Changshao summoned the ancient warship and tried to drive it by embedding magnetite in it. Although it could fly, it consumed a lot of energy just to fly out of the Aeon Immortal Mountain from the Sect sky. The system said, from the speed and consumption just now, I have already analyzed that the host needs at least 500,000 magnetite to reach Million Treasure City with this item. Jun Changshao collapsed on the bow of the warship. Forget it. He put the warship back into the spatial ring and said, I'd better look for medicinal herbs in the nearby cities. Patriarch, Liluacho walked in and said, according to the report of the spies, there are martial practitioners coming out of Lin Yuan City, one after another. After coming to the upper realm, Drizzle Hall had also started to operate under the Patriarch's orders. Many professional intelligence personnel had already entered Jingshui Town and Lin Yuan City, but they were limited by the large area and could not cover it accurately. Jun Changshao smiled coldly and said, This city Lord Lu will not let this matter go as expected. Fortunately, I had the foresight to change my appearance in advance, or else I would have attracted another trouble. If Go Sheng, who thought he was smart, knew that because he did not reveal his identity, it was difficult for the head alchemist of the pill hall to find him, he would definitely hug a pillar and cry and sing. If I could do it all over again, I would use my true appearance on a seemingly real and illusory mountain peak. Just as Jun Changshao summoned the ancient warship, the sagely old man sitting cross-legged on a huge rock opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Why is my warship in the upper realm?" No, it was clearly buried in the planar battlefield. Even if it was found by a fated person, it should be in the lower realm. Could it be that the person who obtained it has already broken through the void and ascended? The old man calmed down and began to search for the source. Finally, after locking onto the coordinates, he said in surprise, "Isn't this the sect that was forcibly brought up and placed in Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain?" Just as he was about to continue searching, the aura of the warship suddenly stopped. The old man fell into a brief silence and said, "It seems that this old man and this group of little fellows are fated to meet. If I have time, I can go and take a look." Whoosh whoosh. At this time, the space above the mountain peak seemed to be torn apart by some kind of power. Gradually, a black figure formed from the attributes and laws of heaven and earth gathered. A terrifying aura instantly filled the air, causing the entire space to tremble. The old man's white hair fluttered and he frowned, fighting again. Kakik. The black figure laughed strangely. "Taoist Tonggu, our strength is about the same. It's too difficult to decide the victor. How about we change the game?" So the old man sitting cross-legged on the boulder was actually the creator of the ancient warship, Jinren Tonggu. As the reader, don't you feel enlightened when the answer is revealed? What game? This old man has recently found a disciple with special abilities. I'm doing my best to train him to become stronger. Recruit a disciple and set a time. Please, Jinren Tonggu forcibly interrupted. This kind of game where the disciple leads the master to decide the victor is old and out of date. Can't we change it up a little? The black figure roared, "Let's just use rock, paper, scissors to decide the victor. Last time, you lost to me 35 times in a row. You still have the face to play?" Jinren Tonggu said with disdain. "I didn't lose," the black figure said indifferently. "We agreed on 36 out of 71 rounds. You still have 1 round to go." Jinren Tonggu was really speechless. At first, they agreed on 3 rounds, but it ended up being 3 out of 5, for out of 7, it went all the way up to 70 rounds. In the end, when he saw that he couldn't win, he left after saying, "We'll fight another day." "I'm serious." Jinren Tonggu sighed. "This old man has never seen someone as shameless as you." The black figure said, "There's always someone better than you. Maybe there really is someone even more shameless in the universe. It's just that you haven't met him yet." Jinren Tonggu couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation. He said impatiently, "Let's do as you said. This old man will find a disciple and set a time to decide the victor. Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Kakik." The black figure cackled. "Then you're definitely going to lose this time. This disciple of mine is the child of the dimension, the embodiment of providence." Chapter 1365. Because he had offended Lin Yuan City's city lord, Jun Changshao was afraid that exposing his identity would bring unnecessary trouble, so he could only go to a city further away to look for herbs. This time he kept a low profile and didn't cause any trouble. He spent all 3 million magnetite on seeds, preparing to make a fortune. Won't I earn 30 million after investing 3 million magnetite? On the way back to the sect, the more Jun Changshao thought about it, the happier and more excited he became. At this moment, a stream of light flew across the sky, accompanied by a powerful true energy aura. He exclaimed in surprise, "An expert." from the other party's unbridled flight, as well as his calmness and speed, he determined that the other party's cultivation was definitely at the high level of the core transformation realm. There were many experts in the upper world, but because of the vast territory and the remote southeastern region, experts who didn't rely on flying treasures were relatively rare. Swoosh! The stream of light stopped at a mountain, revealing Feng Gui Chen in a black robe. He released his spiritual sense and spread it to every corner of the nearby mountains, his heart crumbling as he thought, "Where are that couple?" He had been searching for nearly a month since he left Lin Yuan City. It could be said that he had turned over all the surrounding mountains, but he still couldn't find the man and woman described by City, Lord Lu. "Let's go to the city ahead and take a look." Feng Gui Chen didn't give up and continued forward. Jun Changshao also retracted his gaze and focused on catching up. The furthest distance in the world wasn't the distance between life and death, but when I walked past you without you knowing who I was. Sect of all times. After Jun Changshao returned, he handed the seeds to the medical hall and began a new round of planting. On the same day, Sun Bukong led his fellow disciples to plant meticulously. In these years, although Elder Wei was still the medical hall's hall master, he no longer did many things himself. He gradually delegated power to his disciples, because the future belonged to the young after all. Whether a sect could prosper or not often depended on whether the new generation could carry the banner. If they collapsed, how long could a group of seniors support them? Because Page had already opened up the medicinal field for the second time. The scale of planting this time was several times larger than the first time. The initial estimate was that they could produce 500,000 plants. Let's wait for the day of harvest. Jun Changshao was lying comfortably on the chair in the study room. He glanced at the little dragon that had been forgotten for a long time and said, "Little guy, when are you going to wake up?" Although he couldn't confirm the time, Goxing believed that as long as the fire dragon woke up, there would definitely be a huge change because they were in the upper realm now. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Jun Changshao was either practicing martial arts or managing the sect every day. Occasionally, he would go to the herb fields to inspect. Although he seemed to be living a fulfilling life, he was actually feeling very depressed. Because he had become a VIP user of the mall, he didn't have enough contribution points, so he couldn't afford to buy anything at all. He could only watch as the remaining 4 uses were replaced. Why don't you stack last month's refresh rate to next month? Sorry, there's no such function. Jun Changshao really wanted to call out the system and beat it up. During this time, Ding Xingwang successfully entered the great perfection of Wushang. Gongsun Haohai entered the peak of Wushang, and Jiangye, Elder Ge, and other higher-ups had also advanced to rank 9 Wushang. It had only been 2 to 3 months since they came to the upper realm, but everyone had broken through small realms and major realms. Although it was due to the illuminating Heart Sutra, more importantly, it was because the environment was too strong. Huff, huff. On this day, in the independent courtyard of Dragon Head Peak, a strong aura of advancement suddenly appeared. Jun Changshao, who had just returned from inspecting the herb fields, was stunned. That woman is going to enter the void-piercing realm. That's right. It was Rose of Flowers who caused such a big commotion. In fact, when she first met Jun Changshao, her realm was already infinitely close to the void-piercing realm. However, that small step was too difficult. In a new world and a new environment, Rose of Flowers focused on cultivation and broke through the shackles in a short time, allowing her martial arts to have a comprehensive sublimation. Huff, huff. Attributes that contained higher mysteries gathered in the entire sect of all times, and the disciples benefited a lot from coming into contact with them. The advancement lasted for about an hour. When everything returned to normal, Rose of Flowers walked out of the room, and there was an even stronger aura of a ruler between her brows. As an empress who controlled a plane, there was nothing to be said about her temperament. However, when she saw Jun Changshao outside the courtyard, her noble queen-like demeanor suddenly disappeared. and a smile that only a virtuous wife would have appeared on her face. She said, "Husband, I've broken through." Tizke Gosheng hurriedly turned around and walked back to his residence. Because it was used to the host's attitude, the system was too lazy to complain. Aside from the black and white Rakshasa, the two sixth transformation powerhouses from the upper realm, Rose of Flowers could be considered the second person to enter the void-piercing realm after the Patriarch. Of course, this was just the beginning. According to the current advancement momentum of the sect of all times, as well as the support of stronger heaven and earth attributes and mental cultivation methods, the changes in a year would definitely be earth-shattering. Why was it so sure? Because not long after Rose of Flowers broke through, Yi Xingqian, who had a deeper understanding of the magnificent Illumination Sutra, broke through from rank 7 to rank 8 Wusheng. The frequency and speed were so fast that he could advance by one level in about 30 to 40 days. "Come." On the training field, Anyo, who had just advanced, said proudly, "Let's fight." Although Sun Muching really wanted to focus on cultivation, since his senior brother had said so, he could only respectfully obey. Boom, 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 boom. Violent airwaves and heavy sounds rang in the training field. After about 7 to 8 minutes of fighting, Yi Xingqian lay on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Senior brother Yi, Sun Muching, cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others who were watching the show broke down. Junior brother Yi was definitely one of the strongest in the circle of core disciples. Now that he had advanced to rank 8 Wusheng, he was still defeated by Yi Xingqian. I lost again." Yi Xingqian clenched his fists tightly, but there was no anger, depression, grief, or any other negative emotions in his eyes. He only did not give up and did not give up. Night Emperor was already dead. He who had come to the upper realm was now just an ordinary person. I can lose, but I will never admit defeat." Yi Xingqian staggered to his feet and looked at Sun Muching, who had left the training field. He shouted, "Let's go and drink." Plop! In the canteen, Sun Muching, who had only taken a small sip of Drunken Dream, collapsed on the table with a flushed face. This taught them that children should not drink alcohol. Yi Xingqian put down the empty bowl and said without changing his expression, "Trash." Buzz. After a few more days, with the sect of all times as the center, a super-large formation that almost covered the entire Aeon Immortal Mountain was formed. This was the Purple Firmament Constellation Formation. When the second batch of herbs were growing, Jun Changshao finally set it up after some serious research. When he saw how wide the flowing light barrier was, he subconsciously touched his shiny head and said with a smile, "With this thing, I feel much more at ease." The system was speechless. You used too much energy to research the fortune-seizing formation, so much so that it left the host with side effects. As long as it's mental work, you will habitually lose your hair. Whoosh! The Purple Firmament Constellation Formation was invisible. Unless someone bumped into it, it would be hard to discover. As long as the formation at home did not collapse, he could do whatever he wanted outside. Therefore, Jun Changshao began to think about how to court death in the upper realm. Chapter 1366. Jun Changshao could not determine what level of bombardment the Purple Cloud Constellation Array could withstand, but he was sure that in terms of structure and layout, it was stronger than the array system left behind by the Taishin Geek. The system said the Xian sects can't break in. What about 2? It shouldn't be a problem. What about 10? The system was speechless. How many Xian sects does the host plan to provoke? You know that someone as handsome as me is easy to be envied and hated. I'll definitely be mocked when I go to the upper realm, so the array's strength should be able to withstand as many Xian sects as possible. Jun Changshao said seriously, "Bah." The system said, "If you don't take the initiative to cause trouble, the people of the upper realm will be thankful." Patriarch, Elder Wei came to see him. The herbs have matured. After more than a month, under the nurturing of the nourishing soil, the second batch of 500,000 herbs had fully matured. When Jun Changshao rushed to the herb field and saw the dense qi gathering in the sky, he could not help but sigh, "It's too spectacular! Collect! Collect them all!" While the members of the medical hall were collecting herbs, Feng Guichen was still looking for the young couple in the southeast region. Because he had not rested much, he looked very sloppy. He brushed his dusty hair and roared to the sky, "I don't believe that I can't find them!" This brother was also a stubborn person. He would not give up until he found the young couple selling herbs. It was strange. Why didn't he come to the timeless, immortal mountain? Because according to speculation, the young couple might be hermit experts. They would definitely not be on a mountain with a sect. What's more, even if there was a sect who would be willing to sell such good herbs and at such a cheap price, Feng Guichen's analysis was reasonable, so he was destined to pass by Jun Changshao again and again, hoping that in his next life he would look back and smile. Let's go. In front of the entrance of the sect of all times, Jun Changshao tidied up his clothes, then walked down the stairs with rows of flowers towards the city where he bought the seeds. At first, he refused to take this woman out. However, Rows of Flowers had said that now that he had broken through to the void-piercing realm, his strength had improved greatly. If he encountered danger, he could provide a higher combat strength. Although Jun Changshao did not want to cause trouble, he was afraid that trouble would come knocking on his door. Therefore, after much consideration, he decided to bring her along. After all, she was a professional assistant. Who? A cool breeze blew over, blowing Goshen's jet-black hair. Although studying the great array of fortune seizing heaven and earth had left him with the root cause of habitual hair loss, the magically modified hair growth potion could very well solve the problem of baldness. This place is so beautiful. Walking in the beautiful mountains, Rows of Flowers often exclaimed in amazement, but she always heard Jun Changshao say indifferently, "We are going to sell medicinal herbs, not to play." Oh, Rows of Flowers pulled down the black robe covering her head and followed him silently. Just like that, they traveled in silence for half a month. The two of them arrived at a city that was larger than Lin Yuan City in terms of scale. However, just after Jun Changshao and Rows of Flowers entered the city, Feng Guichin, who seemed to have 2 dark circles under his eyes, also came in. He searched for another half a month, but in the end he still found nothing. It could be said that he was mentally exhausted and depressed. Forget it, forget it. They came to an inn to stay and said, "Have a good rest tonight, then go back to the alchemy hall and refine the medicinal herbs we bought into pills." He was too tired, so he gave up and stopped searching. In the inn next door, Jun Changshao took Rows of Flowers to eat in the dining hall, secretly thinking about how he should sell medicinal herbs. The next day, Jun Changshao walked into a medicinal herb shop mysteriously, then leaned against the counter, looking outside vigilantly, and whispered, "Shopkeeper, how about making a deal?" He put his left hand in his clothes, and with a standing posture and lowered tone, he gave people the feeling that he was ready to pull out a gun and rob at any time. The shopkeeper said, "What kind of deal?" Although he pretended to be calm, in fact, one of his hands was quietly placed on the button under the table. As long as the other party dared to do anything, he would definitely call the police. Jun Changxiao's eyes kept looking around the shop and said, "I have some good quality medicinal herbs here. Are you interested in buying?" After a night of consideration, he gave up the idea of peddling along the street. After all, he couldn't afford to lose face, so he could only choose to sell at the door. "Sorry," the shopkeeper said, "the store's inventory is full and we don't lack medicinal herbs for the time being." This kind of professional medicinal herb shop generally had a stable supply channel, and almost no one would buy medicinal herbs from martial artists unless the level was very high. Jun Changshao said, "Shopkeeper, my medicinal herbs are not ordinary goods. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance." I'm really sorry, the shopkeeper said with a smile. We really don't need this. If you want to sell, you can go to other shops and ask. Shua. At this moment, Jun Changshao suddenly pulled out his hand. The shopkeeper, who was already vigilant, was about to trigger the alarm, but when he pressed it, he found that the other party didn't take out a weapon, but took out a celestial emperor grass and placed it on the counter. Shopkeeper. One look, and I can tell that you are an old expert. Please appraise the quality of this medicinal herb. The shopkeeper's expression became interesting. Big brother, selling medicinal herbs isn't illegal. Is there a need to be so mysterious and look like a robbery? The shopkeeper was alarmed, but after looking at the celestial emperor grass, he shook his head and said, Sorry, this is the most common medicinal herb. This small shop doesn't need it. Please appraise it seriously. The shopkeeper thought to himself, Did I meet an idiot? But after all, he was a proper businessman, adhering to the principle that the customer is God. He picked up the celestial emperor grass and released his spiritual energy into it. Then, the expression on his face slowly stiffened, and finally his eyes completely widened. He had been in the medicinal herb business for many years, and the number of celestial emperor grass he had touched with his hands was no less than a few 100,000. But the one he was holding now, just from its appearance alone, was really rare. The surface was soft, the bottom was like a spring onion, and the branches and leaves were sharp. It was very comfortable to touch, but, unfortunately, how is it? Jun Changshao interrupted his thoughts. The shopkeeper came back to his senses and said in a grave tone, Customer, the energy contained within this celestial emperor grass has already reached the level of a heaven and earth treasure. This humble one has never seen anything like it in his life. This evaluation was quite professional. Jun Changshao asked, Do you accept it or not? Yes, I have 50,000 stocks here. How much do you plan to give? 50,000 stocks? The shopkeeper's eyes immediately widened again. In his understanding, this celestial emperor grass might have mutated due to the environment and other factors, so its attributes were stronger than common ones. But the other party actually had 50,000 stocks. The number of mutations was too much. After thinking for a while, the shopkeeper said, If customer really has 50,000 stocks of celestial emperor grass of the same quality, this small shop is willing to buy it for 2 million magnetite. Lin Yuan City's herbalists also estimated this price, so the other party could be said to be more sincere. At least he didn't give less just because of Go Sheng's unfamiliarity. Okay, Jun Changshao said, then 2 million it is. He didn't ask for 3 million because City Lord Lu was worried about his son's safety, so he gave him an extra million. Swoosh! A spatial ring was thrown over, and there were exactly 50,000 stalks of celestial emperor grass inside. After the shopkeeper verified all of them and was about to complete the transaction, he saw a hand suddenly press on the ring and say in a loud voice, I'll buy these herbs for 5 million. Jun Changshao turned his head in astonishment, only to discover that a travel-worn middle-aged man in a black robe had appeared in front of the counter at some point in time. His entire body was emitting a vigorous and majestic aura. After thinking for 0.01 seconds, Go Sheng made a decision in his heart. I'm definitely going to be friends with this guy. The reason was that the herbalists gave 2 million, while he gave 5 million. Chapter 1367. If Feng Guichen had released his spiritual sense as usual before entering the city, he would definitely have been able to confirm that Jun Changshao and Rosa Flowers were the couple he was looking for from the clues given by City Lord Lu. Why? Because Go Sheng had disguised himself as a weakling again. As for Rosa Flowers, she had once again put on that unbreakable black robe, covering her devastatingly beautiful face. What a pity! Feng Guichen was mentally tired and didn't have much hope. So after coming to the city, he only wanted to rest and then return to the alchemy hall to study pills. He thought that the two would pass by each other again, but just as he was about to set off the next day, an extremely special medicinal aura gushed out from the market. Feng Gui Chen's mind shook and ecstasy appeared on his face, because the aura was exactly the same as the one he smelled in Lin Yuan City. So he hurried in the direction of the aura and finally found the weak, young man in the medicinal shop. He searched for him thousands of times in the crowd, but when he turned around, that person was at the counter of the shop. Shua! Feng Gui Chen strode in, and when the two sides were about to reach a deal, he directly pressed the space ring and said something that made Jun Changshao determined to make friends. "I'll buy these medicinal herbs for 5 million." These few simple words made his back look like it had special effects. The shopkeeper's face changed. A deal was about to be completed, but someone suddenly barged in and even wanted to buy it at a high price. It was definitely against the rules, so he said in a deep voice, "Friend, you're being unreasonable." "Yes," Jun Changshao said. "I've already talked to the shopkeeper. You can't." 6 million. Feng Gui Chen increased the price again, his tone really swallowing mountains and rivers, making Jun Changshao want to hug his thigh and say, "Brother, can you add me on WeChat?" "Shopkeeper," Go Sheng said awkwardly, "you see." He paused and gave a look that said, "Why don't you increase the price too?" The shopkeeper said with a pale face, "Friend, we have to pay attention to first come, first served when doing business. Your behavior of not following the market price is a bit too much." "Too much?" Feng Gui Chen slammed a spatial ring on the counter and said, "Little brother, there are 7 million profound stones in here. I'll take all 50,000 of your herbs." Another 1 million. He was really a super rich person. Jun Changshao looked calm on the surface, but he was so happy that he wanted to fly. When he was selling the herbs, he had expected the price to be 2 million. Now, it had increased by several times. Stay calm and steady. This seemed to be a man who did not lack money. Perhaps there was room for him to raise the price. Therefore, Jun Changshao took back the spatial ring that contained the medicinal ingredients and said rather helplessly, "Shopkeeper, I also hope to make a deal with you, but the price they offered is a little too high. If you really want it, why don't you?" There were some things that didn't need to be said too thoroughly, because that would be meaningless. The shopkeeper didn't go on his way. He kept a straight face as he looked at the black-robed, middle-aged man who had appeared out of nowhere. He said coldly, "Friend, my Lin's medicinal herb shop has been operating in the upper realm for thousands of years. I've never seen anyone trying to steal my business." All right then. Jun Changshao understood. This guy didn't want to raise the price anymore, and even moved out of the store. Isn't business about selling to whoever offers more money? What, are you going to force me to sell? Feng Gui Chen said indifferently. Logically speaking, he was at a disadvantage. After all, this was the Lin's medicinal herb shop. It was a little against the rules to suddenly cut him off with a high price. However, in a world where martial arts were respected, who would talk reason with you? Not to mention, Feng Gui Chen was also the chief alchemist of the Alchemy Hall. "Dear customer," the shopkeeper placed a spatial ring that contained magnetite on the counter and said, "There are 2 million magnetite inside. Please complete the transaction according to the previous agreement." Jun Changshao helplessly spread his hands and said, "I'm really sorry, but I don't plan to sell it." One was 2 million, the other was 7 million. As long as his head wasn't kicked by a donkey, he would know who to sell it to. "Did you hear that?" Feng Gui Chen said. "He doesn't want to do business with you. He wants to do business with me." The shopkeeper's eyes gradually turned cold. Then he raised his hand and clapped a few times. Suddenly, 2 revolving core realm experts appeared in front of the door. Jun Changshao was on the verge of collapse. As expected, someone as low-key as him was afraid of trouble coming to his door. The shopkeeper said coldly, "Dear customer, doing business requires credibility. I hope you can abide by it." Saying so, he looked at Feng Gui Chen and said, "I'm afraid you're here to cause trouble." "Cause trouble?" The chief alchemist of the Alchemy Hall rubbed his nose and said with a smile, If you insist on thinking so, then I won't explain. You dare to behave atrociously in my Lin's medicinal herb shop? You are truly audacious. After saying this, he shot a glance at the revolving core realm experts at the door. Shwa, shwa. A powerful wave of qi swept over. They didn't target Jun Changshao. After all, he was the seller. Their target was Feng Guichen, who had come to cause trouble. However, just as the gathered power was about to attack, it suddenly came to a sudden stop. It was because the other party had raised his hand and revealed a strange metal. The two words Alchemy Hall were carved on it, and it was especially eye-catching and heart-wrenching. Alchemy Hall, Grandmaster. The two revolving core realm masters' voices trembled as the aura they had gathered around them dissipated. Pa! Feng Guichen placed the metal on the counter before straightening his black robe and saying, Inform Lin Zetian that I will take the people from the Alchemy Hall to the Lin family's headquarters to carefully and seriously check if the herbs sold are up to standard. Putong! The shopkeeper collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with shock. The Alchemy Hall badge represented the identity of an absolute grandmaster. This was not something that could be faked, and since he called himself Feng Guichen, wasn't he one of the 8 chief alchemists of the Alchemy Hall? Jun Changshao, who was standing to the side, was also a little dumbfounded. Just revealing a badge had shocked the shopkeeper and the 2 revolving core realm masters on the spot. This guy's identity was definitely not simple. He was rich and had status. This was definitely a thick thigh that was even thicker than the Taishan elders. Little brother, Feng Guichen said, let's go. Yes, elder brother. Watching the 2 leave, the shopkeeper remained paralyzed on the ground as he howled in his heart, It's over, it's over! Inside the inn, Jun Changshao pushed the spatial ring containing 2 million profound stones over and said seriously, Old brother, it's a shame that we didn't meet sooner. We hit it off right away, so I won't take these profound stones no matter what. Little brother is a picky person. Feng Guichen took the profound stones and cupped his hands. This Feng will not refuse. Holy shit. He really wants them. Jun Changshao almost slapped himself in the face with his slippers. Feng Guichen returned to the topic at hand. Little brother, did you grow these herbs that have reached the level of heaven and earth treasures? This. Jun Changshao hesitated. Although the other party was rich and had status, one had to be cautious when roaming the world. Feng Guichen said, Little brother, if you have any difficulties, just pretend this Feng never asked. Elder brother, I won't hide it from you. Jun Changshao's expression suddenly turned serious. These herbs were actually grown by my honored master. He lives in seclusion and does not care about the world, so I am the one who sells them. Chapter 1368. Honored Master? Feng Guichen did not show too much surprise. In his opinion, someone who could grow common herbs into treasures should be a hermit who did not care about the mortal world. Little brother, can you tell me your honored master's name? This, Jun Changshao said hesitantly, my honored master has a strange temper and has never told anyone his name. He only knows that whenever a visitor comes, he will call him Sage. Sage? Feng Guichen's eyes widened. Anyone who dared to use this name in the upper realm was definitely a big shot. For example, Guhong Jinren or Jinren Tonggu. These were all top masters above the realm hall. Little brother, does your honored master have any hobbies? Feng Guichen was now eager to know what kind of person this sage was from the upper realm. This, Jun Changshao scratched his head and said, other than growing herbs when he has nothing to do, he seems to like researching flying warships. Feng Guichen's brain worked quickly, and then he matched the information with the sage he knew and instantly thought of something. Blurting out, Jinren Tonggu! Jun Changshao's face was expressionless as he thought to himself. He guessed it himself. I didn't say it. The system was speechless. Can the host be any more obvious? That's not right. Feng Gui-chun held his chin and muttered to himself, I've never heard of Jinren Tonggu researching herbs. Jun Changshao said seriously, My honored master has always been low-key. As he spoke, he took out the pocket-sized warship with the word ancient engraved on it and played with it in his hand. This was the ancient warship. There was a rumor in the upper realm that whoever inherited this warship would be the direct disciple of the ancient warship. Feng Gui-chen immediately dispelled the doubts in his heart and gave a I understand look, then said with deep respect, Jinren Tonggu is one of the top masters in the upper realm. Little brother must be extraordinary to be able to become his disciple. It's all right. Jun Changshao scratched his head and said helplessly, Master calls me stupid every day. I only barely managed to enter the revolving core realm after cultivating for several decades. Listen, are you talking like a human? Feng Gui-chen's expression became complicated. Thinking about how he had taken several hundred years to enter the revolving core realm, compared to the other party who had taken several decades, this was simply trash. AI. Jun Changshao sighed again and said, Shizuan likes to travel the world. Before he left, he gave me the position of patriarch and ordered me to strengthen the sect in a short time. Feng Gui-chen was stunned. Jinren Tonggu established a sect? Why haven't I heard of it? Master has always kept a low profile. Understood. Feng Gui-chen cupped his fists and said, It turns out that little brother is also a sect master. Please forgive my disrespect. Jun Changshao smiled bitterly and said, Although I'm a patriarch, I'm in charge of a mediocre sect. I have no status in the upper realm at all. Anyone can come and trample on me. You're too modest. Feng Gui-chen said, With your identity as Jinren Tonggu's direct disciple, even those old fogies of the Realm Hall will have to call you little brother. The hell? Jinren Tonggu was so powerful. Little brother, Feng Gui-chen asked, What is your sect called? It was not hard to see from his eyes and words that he was trying to get close to him. The strongest sect of all time. The corner of Feng Gui-chen's mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself, This name is a bit as expected of Jinren Tonggu. Even the sect he established is so domineering. Brother, do you have time to visit my sect? Of course. Under Jun Changshao's persuasion, Feng Gui-chen developed a strong interest in the sect established by Jinren Tonggu, so he followed him to the immemorial immortal mountain, the road of no return. On the way, he looked at the woman in a black robe similar to his and praised, Little brother and your wife are truly a match made in heaven. Rows of Flowers smiled politely, feeling very happy inside. Although Jun Changshao was very depressed, he did not explain. If it was a misunderstanding, then so be it. He was used to it anyway. Immemorial Immortal Mountain? Arriving at the Immemorial Immortal Mountain, Feng Gui-chen looked at the words carved on the mountain peak and asked in confusion, It used to be called Phoenix Perch Immortal Mountain, right? When did it change its name? Wait, wasn't the heavenly vision and the mountain flying out of the whirlpool that everyone was talking about recently? Could it be? Feng Gui-chen said in surprise. Little brother, could it be that your sect was created by breaking through the 10,000 tribulation heavenly thunder array? Jun Changshao nodded. Feng Gui-chen gave him a thumbs up. As expected of Jinren Tonggu's disciple, the things you do are admirable. You flatter me, brother. Walking to the stairs of the sect, Jun Changshao stretched out his hand and said, Please. Please, under the personal guidance of Gosheng. Feng Gui-chen walked to the entrance and successfully entered the sect of all times, which was protected by the purple cloud star form array. During the whole process, he did not notice the existence of the array at all, because it was hidden too well. Because the entire mountain was brought up, the sect of all times, which had been remodeled by Li Qingyang several times, was perfectly preserved. Especially with the rich heaven and earth attribute, it really gave off a majestic feeling. Not bad, not bad. Feng Gui-chen praised, little brother's sect is very grand. Unfortunately, its overall strength is too weak, Jun Changshao said helplessly. Feng Guichin said, Little brother, there is no need to be depressed. After all, you just ascended. As long as you work hard, you will become a top sect in the upper world sooner or later. This was not a deliberate compliment because, in his opinion, with Jinren Tonggu as a backer, there was definitely great potential. Jie. Suddenly, Feng Guichin stopped. His eyes locked onto the low-lying area shrouded in dense qi at the foot of the mountain and said in surprise, Little brother, is this the medicine field used to grow herbs? Yes. Jun Changshao nodded. Incredible, incredible. Feng Guichin said in shock, Little brother, the heaven and earth attribute gathered in this medicine field is something this Feng has never seen before. Jun Changshao smiled. Old brother seems to have a deep understanding of herbs. No. Feng Guichin said, I know a little. I heard the shopkeeper say that old brother is from the alchemy hall? And what kind of organization is that? Simply put, it's an organization related to pills and herbs. Old brother knows alchemy? When it came to herbs, Feng Guichin was more or less afraid. After all, the honored master of the person in front of him could grow the powerful heavenly extreme emperor grass, which was something he could not compare to. However, when it came to pills, he was confident, so he held his head high and said, I know a little. He knew a little twice, but because of his tone, they had completely different meanings. Jun Changshao sighed. My sect of all times lacks an alchemist like old brother who knows a little. Here's the main point, the system said. Feng Guichin also heard this and muttered in his heart, This guy isn't trying to recruit me, is he? Hoo-hoo! While he was thinking, an indescribable special aura suddenly rushed over from the distance, startling him and Jun Changshao to look up. Xiao! Suddenly, the invisible sect protection formation trembled slightly and rippled slightly. Then, it seemed to have lost its effect. A white-haired old man with an immortal aura hovered above the main hall with an amiable smile on his face. The expression on Jun Changshao's face gradually collapsed. The purple heaven star form array he had painstakingly arranged had not played a defensive role and had been easily broken by someone else. At that moment, Feng Guichin cried out in shock, Senior Tonggu! Jie! The expression on Jun Changshao's face stiffened. Afterwards, a fraction of a second later, he yelled out with a voice that was close to howling, Master! Chapter 1369. Jun Changshao, who had been about to point his finger at the newcomer and curse when he heard Feng Guichin's exclamation, quickly changed his expression and called out, Honored Master. What a godly reaction, the system said in admiration. There's a reason why the host can be so shameless. However, the shout of Honored Master stunned Jinren Tonggu, who had just arrived. He thought to himself, This guy knows I'm here to take him as a disciple? Did he call me in advance? He had made a bet with the black figure earlier. They would each teach a disciple within a set time, and then fight to determine the winner. Jinren Tonggu was a lonely old man. Not only did he not have a wife or children, but he had also never taken a disciple, so he definitely wanted twilight. After thinking for a while, he finally locked onto Jun Changshao, mainly because he had seen him resist thousands of lightning tribulations and bring his sect to the upper realm. As a result, Jinren Tonggu came to the immortal mountain and easily broke the purple firmament star formation. But before he could say what he was here for, he was directly called out by the other party. It was a bit unexpected. This was not surprising. Go Sheng hasn't touched your porcelain for a day or two. Today he suddenly came over, so he would definitely hug your thick thigh. Ha ha ha. Jinren Tonggu laughed. Good disciple, good disciple. He had originally planned to take in a disciple, and since he recognized him as soon as they met, it saved him the complicated process of becoming a disciple. It was hard to imagine that a shameless person who was eager to scam others would so easily establish a master-disciple relationship with such a thick thigh. His sloppiness made one's hair stand on end. As expected, he really is Jinren Tonggu's disciple. Feng Guichin, who was a bit doubtful at first, was completely convinced after seeing one call him honored master and the other call him good disciple. Jinren Tonggu looked over and said in surprise, "You seem to be one of the 8 chief alchemists of the Alchemy Hall, Feng Guichin." "That's right." Feng Guichin hurriedly saluted and said respectfully, "It is this junior." He was able to recognize Jinren Tonggu at a glance, not because of the token on his waist, but because he had been lucky enough to see him from afar when he had participated in an event with the Pill Hall's hall master. "Master," Jun Changshao said, "Brother Feng wants to join a sect." Feng Guichen's eyes bulged. "When did I say that?" However, Jinren Tonggu was present, especially when he sensed the powerful aura that was not deliberately released. He hurriedly said, "I'm afraid I'm not qualified." Jinren Tonggu glanced at the sect of all times and said, "They resisted the thunder formation of 10,000 tribulations and ascended to the upper world. They are a sect with great potential." Feng Guichin thought to himself, "Is Senior Tonggu implying that I should join the sect and assist his disciple? If Senior Tonggu doesn't mind, this junior is willing to join the sect of all times and assist June Patriarch." He hurriedly declared, since the big shot had spoken, how could he not obey? Moreover, it was impossible to encounter such a top expert in the past. Why would this old mastermind? Jinren Tonggu said. The meaning behind his words was that he had nothing to do with the sect of all times, so whether or not Feng Guichin joined had nothing to do with him. Not only did Feng Guichin not understand this meaning, he even began to imagine that Senior Tonggu would agree to his joining the sect. So he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Senior values me highly. This junior will definitely assist you with all his strength." "Master," Jun Changshao was worried that if the two continued talking, their previous bragging would be exposed, so he interrupted. "It's rare for you to come. This disciple will order people to prepare wine and food." "No need," Jinren Tonggu said. "I came here to tell you to cultivate well and fight for your master in 10 years. "Fight for your master?" Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. "It's like this," Jinren Tonggu explained. "I made a bet with that old man Guhong. 10 years later, both sides will send disciples to fight at the immeasurable immortal mountain to determine the winner." Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. At this moment, he finally understood why this mysterious expert had come to the Eternal Sect. It turned out that he was here to give him a mission. "Master, who is the opponent? How strong is he?" "You will know in 10 years at the immeasurable immortal mountain." It wasn't that Jinren Tonggu didn't want to tell him, but that he didn't know who the so-called child of the plain that old man Guhong had recruited was. "Understood," Jun Changshao said seriously. "This disciple will definitely not disappoint Master. As for—" He paused, then said, "Can you give this disciple a few tens of millions of immortal stones first, so that I can cultivate in peace for 10 years? Feng Guichen's mouth twitched. If it was profound stones, it wouldn't be a big deal, but a few tens of millions of the best immortal stones was a huge number. As expected of the disciple of an expert, he dared to ask for so much. Jinren Tonggu was also dumbfounded by Gosheng's words. He had just established a master-disciple relationship, and he was already asking for a few tens of millions of immortal stones. "My disciple's skin is a bit thick." "Of course," Jun Changshao grinned and said, "It would be even better if you could give this disciple 800 immortal-grade martial arts, equipment, and so on." Jinren Tonggu's expression became interesting. "I have to correct my thoughts. He's not a bit thick, he's thick-skinned to begin with." "Disciple," Jinren Tonggu said seriously. "Master leads the way, but cultivation depends on the individual. How strong you can become in 10 years is still up to you. That's true, but Jun Changshao suddenly stopped talking because Jinren Tonggu had disappeared from the hall, and a voice came from afar. Disciple, master is leaving. Holy shit, you took me, the most handsome disciple in history, as your disciple, and left without even leaving 100 immortal stones. How irresponsible. After Jinren Tonggu left, the aura that seemed to be suppressed by the heavenly Tao in the sect gradually dissipated, and Feng Guichen was finally able to breathe normally again. To be able to stand firm in front of a top powerhouse, I speak for myself, I am proud of myself. He's gone. Senior Tonggu has left. The black and white double killers on Dragon's Pine Peak also let out a long sigh of relief, especially when they thought about how they were lucky enough to meet an expert. It was simply too fortunate. Unfortunately, they weren't able to speak to him, and they weren't able to let him know that they had been assisting Jun Changshao with all their might since the lower realm. Big black idiot. White Rakshasa said seriously, "Did you hear what Senior Tonggu said just now?" "I heard." Black Rakshasa said, "What did he say?" Resisting the 10,000 tribulation, heavenly thunder formation, and ascending to the upper realm. This was a sect with a lot of potential. In fact, this was just something Jinren Tonggu said casually. But in the eyes of these two people, it contained a different level of meaning. White Rakshasa said, "We will definitely assist the patriarch with all our might. And we definitely won't disappoint Senior Tonggu." That old man just now, Yi Xingchen, who was standing by the window in the room, still couldn't calm down and said, "Very strong." Jinren Tonggu's sudden arrival shocked the entire sect, and both the higher-ups and the disciples were deeply shocked. After all, just one look at him gave off an unfathomable feeling. However, the calmest person was still Hiwudi. After noticing Jinren Tonggu, he didn't show any emotion, and even had a playful smile on his face. This old man was a bit weak. Chapter 1370. Sigh. Hiwudi sighed, his eyes filled with sadness. Back then, in order to pursue a higher realm, he was besieged by many experts and suffered serious injuries. His level was reset to 0, which was quite tragic. It's not bad to start all over again. At least, I can discover the flaws that I didn't discover before. Hiwudi consoled himself, and his sadness gradually dissipated. His experience was very similar to Yi Xingchen's. They both went from having something to nothing, but because of their personalities, they had always kept a low profile after joining the sect of all times. Other than his duty of closing and opening the door, Hiwudi could be considered one of the few normal disciples in the sect. If one had to find a flaw, it would be that he liked to imagine things because, moreover, Hiwudi thought, "This is the sect created by Senior Qishuan. I can become a disciple because of my luck." He couldn't be blamed for imagining things. The main reason was that Jun Changshao was too good at deceiving people, especially with the complete 7 profound sunglow break. This martial art created by the 7 profound sage was divided into 7 fragments and scattered in various universes. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find them all. Regretfully, Jun Changshao found them, easily bought them. Speaking of the 7 profound sunglow break, Hiwudi also felt regretful. The 7 fragments were all copies, and he had never seen the original. Back then, when he went to snatch the martial art left by the 7 profound sage, he was besieged by various experts because it contained profound meaning that could lead to the sage realm. I've just entered the peak of Wushang, and I'm still very far from my previous cultivation. Even if I can see the original, it's difficult to see the profound realm. Hiwudi sorted out his emotions and focused on cultivation again. Because he was forced to sneak into the lower realm, his level was reset to 0. However, he faced it with the mentality of going with the flow. Yi Xingchen, who remembered his hatred, couldn't be compared to him. In the main hall, Jun Changshao handed over the entry form and said seriously, "Brother Feng, joining the sect of all times is like adding wings to a tiger." Feng Guichen's face fell. "I really came here as a guest. How did I end up joining the sect? Of course. Jun Chang Xiao said seriously, I won't treat Brother Feng unfairly. The position of Hall Master of the Medicinal Pill Hall has already been prepared. The sect of all times had its own medical hall, which was usually responsible for medical treatment and herbs, but it had never had a hall related to alchemy. Feng Gui Chen's addition had undoubtedly filled this gap. Since he had already promised Senior Tong Gu, he definitely couldn't go back on his word. As a result, this chief alchemist from the Alchemy Hall was successfully tricked by Jun Chang Xiao into becoming the Alchemy Hall's Hall Master. For now, with the enhanced elixir pavilion and the one-button mechanical refinement, his position as the Hall Master of the Elixir Hall was almost dispensable. But in any case, if a sect did not have an alchemy hall, it would be incomplete. So the arrival of Feng Guichen was tantamount to injecting the soul of the alchemy hall into the sect. Moreover, there was an upgraded version of the smithing pavilion in the system. Wasn't Master Fan the master of the smithing pavilion? Furthermore, ever since he joined the sect, he hadn't been slacking off. He had been studying smithing and had even modified his personal divine weapon. In short, those who joined the sect of all times were all talented people. As the patriarch, Jun Chang Xiao definitely wouldn't let a talented person sit around doing nothing. Even if he couldn't refine elixirs, he would arrange for other work. Brother Feng, our sect has just started in the upper realm. Firstly, we don't have the money, and secondly, we don't have the materials. So, I'll have to trouble you to study herbs with Elder Wei for now. If you really can't do it, you can switch careers and become an alchemist. The corner of Feng Gui Chen's mouth twitched. I'm the dignified chief alchemist of the Alchemy Hall, but I have to switch careers and become an alchemist. That's really embarrassing. Elder Wei, Jun Chang Xiao said, you can take Hall Master Feng to visit the elixir field. Yes. Elder Wei stood up and said, Hall Master Feng, this way, please. Although Feng Guichen was very depressed, since he had joined the sect, he naturally had to listen to the patriarch. So he went to the elixir field. When he picked up the nourishing soil and smelled the heaven and earth attribute it contained, he exclaimed, how fragrant! I get it. Being able to grow the celestial emperor grass into a heaven and earth treasure must be closely related to the soil here. Hall Master Feng, Elder Wei smiled and said, I'm new here and don't know much about the upper realms herbs. I hope you can give me some pointers in the future. Hall Master Wei is too polite. Feng Guichen said, to be able to manage such a large elixir field in such an orderly manner, this Feng should be the one asking for pointers. Hall Master Feng. At this time, Jun Chang Xiao sent a message. Elder Wei is very good at relationships. If you have any emotional troubles, you can ask him. Is that so? A trace of surprise flashed across Feng Gui Chen's eyes as he thought. Patriarch was able to marry such a beautiful wife. Could it be that he asked Elder Wei for help? Recruiting a technical talent who understood alchemy and was also the chief alchemist of the Alchemy Hall. Jun Chang Xiao was very pleased. However, just as he sat down in his study, he began to think about Jinren Tonggu again. 10 years, fighting on behalf of his master. This kind of plot that usually belongs to disciples actually appeared in a patriarch like me. It seems a bit interesting. Jun Chang Xiao muttered to himself. Aha! At this moment, a yawn came from the room and the eyelids of Huolong, who was lying in its nest, twitched before it slowly opened its eyes. The little guy is awake. Jun Chang Xiao's eyes flashed with excitement, but when he saw Huolong's skin suddenly turn red, he picked it up without saying a word and ran out like a mad dog with its tongue sticking out. Who? Who? As soon as they walked out of the courtyard, a scorching flame suddenly erupted. Every time Huolong woke up from its deep sleep, it would cause such a commotion. So this disciple was not surprised when he discovered it and instead walked out as usual to dry his quilt in the flames. What's going on? Feng Guichen, who was discussing emotional issues with Elder Wei, hurriedly walked out of the medical hall and saw the flames on Dragon Head Peak. His eyes filled with surprise. The black and white Rakshasa of Dragon Spine Peak were also surprised. They had never experienced Hua Long waking up from its deep sleep, so they were puzzled by the sudden appearance of Hua Long. Rose of Flowers was also alarmed. She walked out of the courtyard and saw the rising flames, asking in surprise, "Husband, what's wrong?" "Don't speak," Jun Changshao said. "Oh." Rose of Flowers stood to the side and watched, and when she felt that the flames were becoming purer and purer, the surprise in her heart became stronger and stronger. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, the scorching flames suddenly expanded, and a spiraling shadow gradually condensed from the flames. "This is..." Feng Guichen was surprised. "A dragon!" In terms of form, it was indeed very similar to a dragon beast. "Is it about to evolve into a complete form?" Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile. He had learned from the Purple King that Huolong was the noblest five-clawed dragon of the dragon race, although there was a small accident due to the mutation. Xiao, affected by the external scorching flames, Xiaohu flew out of Jun Changxiao's dantian and then transformed into a cute child, excitedly saying, "Father, what a pure fire attribute!" "Father." Rose of Flowers felt like she had been struck by lightning and was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 1371. Rose of Flowers was stunned by the sudden appearance of a 4- or 5-year-old boy who happily called Jun Changxiao father. He had a child? He had a son? When did this happen? Jun Changxiao was used to Hualing calling him father, so he didn't think too much about it and still focused on the hot flame. If they were talking about a son, the little dragon was more like it. After all, he hatched it himself, and the feelings they had built over the years were very deep. "Father!" Xiaohu said excitedly, "Can I eat it?" "No." Jun Changxiao refused directly. "Oh," Xiaohua answered rather dejectedly, then looked back at the dazed Rose of Flowers and smiled. "Father, is she mother?" Bang! Jun Changxiao threw a punch and said, "Call her auntie." Xiao, who covered the bulge on his head, bared his teeth and shouted, "Hello, auntie!" Rose of Flowers stared at him and said, "Whose child is this?" Jun Changxiao knew that she had misunderstood. He wanted to explain that it was the spirit of the fire spirit that he had gathered, but he thought, "Why should I explain?" So he said lightly, "What does it have to do with you?" "You're such a scumbag," Doryman said. System. Rose of Flowers looked at him with a resentful gaze similar to Xisha Fairy's, then turned back to her courtyard and slammed the door shut. "Hey!" Jun Changxiao broke down and said, "Is the door made with money? You have to pay for it if it's broken." "Father," Xiaohu whispered, "Auntie seems to be angry. Shouldn't you apologize?" Jun Changxiao rolled his sexy eyes and said, "I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize?" Xiaohu stopped talking. Whoosh! At this moment, the hot flame rose again, and the dragon shadow that emerged became more and more real. Only then did Jun Changxiao shift his gaze away from the courtyard where Rose of Flowers lived. He then continued to watch the little dragonling's third evolution with a troubled heart. This time it lasted longer. The disciples changed their bedding several times, but there was still no sign of it ending. The shock in the hearts of Feng Guichen and the black-white twin ghosts became more and more intense, because when the flames reached their peak, they began to give off an extremely powerful aura. This is dragon might. Not only were there many sects in the upper realm, but there were also various races. The most representative race was the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan was not as numerous as the human clan, but in terms of combat power, they were definitely very strong. It was said that the strength of every Dragon Emperor was not inferior to the top powerhouses of the human clan. Now, there was such a strong aura of draconic might spreading from the flames. Could it be that there was a dragon inside? That's not right. This clan was used to occupying the territory of the Dragon Clan. Why would they appear in the sect? Roar! At this moment, the dragon shadow that was gradually materializing suddenly raised its head and roared. The draconic might that erupted from it became even more powerful, causing the entire sect of all times to tremble slightly. Show! The hot and pure flames gradually dissipated under the dragon's roar, revealing a naked young man standing proudly. His hair, eyebrows, and eyes were fiery red, giving him an extremely evil appearance. This face was unfamiliar to Feng Gui-chin and the black-white twin ghosts, but it was very familiar to Jun Changshao because this was the appearance of Little Long Long in his second form. Although he no longer had the childishness of before, he was more mature. Master, the red-haired young man said, "This is my third form. Isn't it handsome?" Needless to say, after evolving, Little Long Long's voice had also changed, becoming more masculine than before. Compared to this king, you're still thousands of miles away, Jun Changshao said. Little Long Long was speechless. What's your current strength? Jun Changshao asked. Air. Little Long Long scratched his head, and the cold aura suddenly disappeared as he said, "This evolution allowed me to obtain memories from the upper realm. I should be considered an upper-level void-shattering realm cultivator." Jun Changshao was instantly hurt. Although he had improved by cheating, didn't he spend a lot of effort to complete various tasks in exchange for it? Look at him. He could improve by sleeping, and to such an exaggerated extent. This was really a blow to his self-esteem. Master. Little Long Long patted his chest and vowed, "I can bring you to the upper realm now." After waking up this time, not only did his strength improve greatly, but he also comprehended a special divine ability of the dragon race. He could easily tear through the restrictions of the lower realms, heavenly Tao, and ascend to a higher realm. No need. Jun Changshao said, "We'll be in the upper realm." Little Long Long was dumbfounded when he realized that although the sect hadn't changed much, the background outside had completely changed, especially. Why were the heaven and earth attributes stronger than before? Jun Changshao told him about the sect's ascension in detail. Little Long Long was speechless. In other words, I slept from the lower realm to the upper realm? That's right. Little Long Long hugged his head and said in agony, "I thought that I would be able to show off in front of Master, but in the end, I brought the entire sect with me. You're even more pretentious than me. Stop howling. Hurry up and put on your clothes." Jun Changshao threw over a brand new sect of all times uniform and said with a look of disdain, "It's even smaller than Z's. The evolution is a failure. Hey, little lizard." Little Long Long had just put on his school uniform when the barefooted Xiao Maxian walked over. She used her hands to ravage the spiritual cat and curled her lips. "I'm awake." She and Little Long Long were a pair of quarrelsome lovers. They usually relied on bickering to survive. When Little Long Long fell asleep, they would be very bored, so they could only focus on Dunan's pet. AI. Little Long Long shrugged and said helplessly, "Evolution is a happy thing, but a jinx came." Jun Changshao frowned and reprimanded, "She's here to show concern for you. How can you speak like that?" "Oh my God! Oh my God!" the system said, these words coming out of Go Sheng's mouth. "Why do I feel like I read the wrong book? Who are you calling a jinx?" Xiao Maxian's hands were still squeezing the spiritual cat until her face was distorted. Although her expression was ferocious, her heart was very comfortable. "Sorry, I was wrong. It should be Broom Eagle. You, don't you? I've evolved 3 times now. Beating you with 1 finger is enough." Good. Xiao Maxian slammed the spiritual cat to the ground and then ruthlessly kicked it several times before angrily turning around and leaving. "Che!" Little Long Long coldly snorted, seeing the 2 contract beasts start their daily bickering. Jun Changshao helplessly shook his head. He squatted down and said, "Little guy, do you need to be rescued?" No need. I can still hold on." The spiritual cat lay on the ground and said weakly and happily, Little Long Long, who had successfully evolved 3 times, not only had the strength of the upper void-piercing realm, but its body had also completely transformed into human form. It had completely broken away from its lizard appearance. Dragon race. Feng Gui-chen firmly said in his heart, "It's definitely the dragon race." Unlike him and the black and white Rakshasa's crazy imagination, the Purple King, who was sitting in the hall of the Spirit Beast Hall, was flustered. Little Long Long was a 5-clawed dragon that he had stolen. Now that it had awakened in the upper realm, if the dragon race discovered it, wouldn't the entire sect be in trouble? No. He had to hurry up and alert the Patriarch. The Purple King hurriedly set off for Dragon Head Peak, only to find that Jun Changshao was not in his room. Instead, he was sitting at a stone table in the courtyard next door. He said seriously, "Do you understand now?" "I understand." Rosa Flowers suddenly understood. She smiled and said, "So husband also has the ability to give birth." Putong. Jun Changshao directly pressed his face against the table, howling in his heart. "I explained for so long, but you still don't understand what I mean." Hearing the conversation between the two, the Purple King's eyes suddenly widened. He thought to himself, "Don't humans only give birth to children when women do? The Patriarch can actually give birth to his own children. My God, this is unbelievable." Chapter 1372. Jun Changshao walked out of the courtyard. Strange. Why do I have to explain myself? Moreover, why is it that the more I explain, the more misunderstood I get? Sigh. He sighed and returned to his residence. He was surprised to find the Purple King standing outside the door with an interesting expression on his face. He asked, "Hall Master Z, why are you standing here?" The Purple King hurriedly adjusted his mood and went straight to the point. "Patriarch, the little dragon's evolution this time is a little too loud. It's likely to alarm the dragon clan." "That's for the best." Jun Changshao said, "I've cultivated the 5-clawed dragon that represents the imperial power to such an extent. Who knows, they might be so touched that they'll give me all kinds of martial arts resources." He used to think that he could rely on his contracted beast to ascend to the heavens. Now that he was in the upper realm, he might be able to reap some benefits from letting the little dragon acknowledge its ancestors. As he thought about it, Jun Changshao became melancholic. Previously, he did not consider the little dragon's identity because it was useless. After all, his home was in the upper realm, a new world that could not be reached at all. However, now that he was here, he had to face this problem. The fire dragon that represented the imperial power would eventually have to return to inherit the throne. "Patriarch," the Purple King said with a serious expression, "the little dragon doesn't have any imperial aura now. If the dragon clan finds out, it'll definitely bring about a huge disaster." Although he had never seen the noblest 5-clawed dragon, the fire dragon style had definitely gone completely astray since it was hatched. They would definitely be unhappy if he turned their future heir to the throne into something that was neither human nor dragon. It was not a big deal if he destroyed the sect because of a disagreement. He was afraid that he would be buried along with it. Z was not afraid of death. Otherwise, he would not have stolen the dragon egg back then. He was now completely integrated into the sect of all times like Anyo. He already regarded this place as his home, so he did not want any accidents to happen. With worries in his heart, he had more worries. "Don't worry," Jun Changshao said. "The sect has a sect-protecting formation. The disturbance during the day." At this point, he exclaimed, "Oh no, the Purple Night constellation formation has not been activated." Previously, it was still running 24 hours a day. However, after Jinren Tonggu forced his way in, it went into standby mode and never turned on again. It's over. The Purple King said in despair, "The dragon race will definitely notice and send experts to kill us. Our sect of all times will be in danger." Buzz! Jun Changshao hurriedly activated the formation and said, "It shouldn't be that bad, right?" The Purple King said, I'd rather be careful than be careless. That makes sense. Jun Changshao pondered for a moment and said, in the future, when the formation is fully activated, try not to let little Long Long go out. However, Go Sheng did not know that when the little dragon successfully evolved and let out a dragon roar, several dragon beasts that were circling around the mountain peak suddenly opened their eyes from their slumber. Their eyes flashed with excitement. Our emperor is back! Our emperor is back! Whoosh, whoosh! In the mountains, the dragon beasts woke up from their slumber and then became abnormally excited. A thick and powerful dragon aura instantly filled the surroundings, causing the space to tremble. Whoosh! The old dragon that was circling around the highest mountain peak flew over and transformed into a kind-looking, hunchbacked old man. He said, hurry up and inform the 4 great dragon kings to stop their infighting and welcome our emperor back as soon as possible. After saying that, he looked at the deepest part of the mountains at the throne made of an unknown ore and said excitedly, after tens of thousands of years, the Dragon Emperor's throne finally has a new owner. High Priest, a dragon beast transformed into a human and said softly, the 4 great dragon kings have been fighting for a long time to be the boss. If they know that our emperor is back, I'm afraid they will have some evil thoughts. What? That old man said angrily. Do they still dare to harm our emperor? In the words of the human race, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must be vigilant against others. The dragon martial artist said seriously, it's better to send a trustworthy subordinate to bring our emperor back. What's more, many sects and great powers are coveting our dragon race's resources. If we go out to look for the dragon emperor with great fanfare, once they find out, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to our emperor. That makes sense. After thinking for a while, the old dragon said, call the 2 brothers Tung Fei over and have them go down the mountain to look for the dragon emperor. Remember, you must be careful and not leak the news out. Yes, sir. In front of a clear pool in the depths of the mountains, 2 dragon beasts were lazily lying on the riverbank, giving people the feeling that they were sunbathing. Suddenly, the sound of a secret technique sounded in their ears, and they immediately turned into 2 imposing humans. These were the Tung Fei brothers that the high priest had mentioned. One was called Long Tung, and the other was called Long Fei. Although their strength was not top-notch in the dragon race, they were very professional in gathering information. Shua. Long Ting put on a simple and unadorned gold-rimmed attire that represented his family's poverty. Then he took out a comb and combed his messy golden hair, and said seriously, little brother, this is a difficult task. Long Fei squatted by the river, used the water surface as a mirror, patted his delicate face, and said, we must bring the Dragon Emperor back safely and not disappoint the expectations of the entire dragon race. Let's go. After finishing his preparations, he walked out of the mountain without recognizing anyone. In the end, he bumped into each other with a bang, and then he covered his head and grimaced in pain. The appearance of the 2 brothers in human form was actually quite heroic and extraordinary, but there was a small accident during the evolution process. Their eyes were not aligned properly, and they were all close to the middle of their noses, causing them to see double. That's right. It was cross-eyed. Don't block my way. You're the one who's blocking me, okay? Bam. Bam! The 2 brothers walked along the path of the pool and bumped into each other as they walked out of the mountain. The old dragon stood in the distance and couldn't help but worry. It feels a little unreliable. In an area where space had shattered and the earth had collapsed, for martial warriors wearing different colored clothes were fighting fiercely. Because the scene was stuck in a PowerPoint, there was no need to describe it. Suddenly, the 4 experts stopped at the same time. A strange expression appeared on their faces as they said, this is my emperor's aura! Ha ha ha! A square-faced, bearded middle-aged man laughed out loud. The battle between us can be declared over. That's right. The man who looked more sinister sneered. I'll assist the new emperor. The 3 of you can get lost. Are you sure you're assisting and not the regent who monopolizes power? The expert beside him said lightly. Another martial warrior said lightly, assisting the new emperor depends on seniority. I'm the most senior among the 4 dragon kings, and I'm also the most qualified. Let's not compare seniority. Let's compare military merits. The bearded man said proudly. Obviously, the 4 powerful martial warriors were the dragon kings that the high priest had mentioned before. They had absolute strength in the dragon race. But because the dragon emperor did not appear, they all wanted to be the temporary boss and lead the entire dragon race, so they fought for a long time. Judging from the aura just now, my emperor should have just awakened. He might not be strong enough and might not be able to return to Dragon Mountain alone. How about this? Whoever finds the dragon emperor first and brings him back will assist him. Okay. Agreed. No objections. The 4 dragon kings agreed and flew out of this special space that was isolated from the upper realm one after another. Sect of all times main hall. Jun Changshao paced back and forth in the study room angrily. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the other disciples stood with their heads lowered, feeling as if they had done something wrong. Smack! After a while, Jun Changshao stopped in front of the study table and slapped it, roaring, "Who spread the rumor that I'm going to give birth?" Him. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, Li Tiantian, and the others instantly pointed at each other. Chapter 1373. It was no longer important who spread the news about having children. What was important was that the whole sect knew about it, and it had already spread like wildfire. In order to stop the rumors, Jun Changshao directly used the patriarch's greatest power to suppress it completely. Anyone who spread the rumors would be sent to the discipline hall. No one talked about it anymore, but the disciples all admired him in their hearts. The patriarch was indeed the patriarch. He even took on all the women's work. Sigh. Jun Changshao sat in the study room, upset. He used the function of the epic mission reward to upgrade the Spirit Beast Hall. Ding! The Spirit Beast Hall has been successfully upgraded to an enhanced version of the Spirit Beast Hall. The Alchemy Pavilion, Smithing Pavilion, and Talisman Pavilion had all been upgraded. From the looks of it, the Alchemy Pavilion and Smithing Pavilion had been greatly improved. But what was the use of this enhanced version of the Spirit Beast Hall? When Jun Changshao clicked on it, he almost jumped out of his chair. The interface of the Spirit Beast Hall had changed a lot. Not only did it retain the previous functions, but there were also a few more small boxes. In each box there was a beast egg. They had different colors and names. Thunder Caltrop egg, Ice Phoenix egg, Spirit Travel egg, etc. Damn. This is a bit exaggerated. What made Jun Changshao even more shocked was that there was an introduction of the new version of the Spirit Beast Hall at the bottom. Each egg was a rare beast that could be incubated with special materials, and anyone in the sect could be assigned to be the exclusive, contracted beast. The Spirit Beast Hall's function in the lower realm was to train skills and refine beast pills. Its presence was not as high as the Alchemy Pavilion and Smithing Pavilion. Now, the new version could actually breed beast eggs and assign them to be the exclusive contracted beast of others. Ha ha ha! Jun Changshao covered his face and laughed. Just from the name of the beast egg, one could tell that it was definitely a very awesome, rare beast. He did not lack contracted beasts, but his disciples did. If each of them had one, it would definitely increase their strength, equipment, treasures, and mounts. In the martial arts world, apart from one's own cultivation, these were the 3 most indispensable things to show off. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others just happened to lack mounts. Swish! Jun Changshao hurriedly clicked on the Thunder Caltrop egg, and a detailed introduction popped up. Beast egg, Thunder Caltrop egg quality, rare exotic beast condition. Requires 10 million magnetite to hatch. Specified, none at the moment. After seeing the conditions, Jun Changshao's heated heart felt as if it had been attacked by ice and was instantly doused with cold water. It was obvious that hatching this thunder Kaltrabag didn't require that many complicated procedures. All he needed to do was to prepare 10 million profound stones. Go Shang looked at the other beast eggs, one after another. They were all rare treasures, and all of them required tens of millions of magnetite. That meant, don't waste time, just spend money. This is too expensive. A single beast egg would cost 10 million. If each of the sect's 100,000 disciples was given a contracted beast. No, they simply couldn't afford it. Be content. The system said, in any case, it was nurtured with magnetite. If it was nurtured with contribution points, the host would probably vomit blood. Not bad. Jun Changxiao's eyes gradually lit up. Although magnetite was important, he could still think of ways to earn it. Contribution points could only be obtained through missions. For example, he was still stuck at 40,000. He simply didn't have the courage to open the store. No rush. Jun Changxiao calmed down and said, money can be earned slowly. When the time comes, I can casually take out a few 100 million and give each of the core disciples a contracted beast. The Thunder Kaltrabag belongs to the Thunder attribute and is suitable for Qingyang. The Ice Phoenix egg belongs to the Ice attribute and is suitable for Chanchan. The Spirit Traverser egg should be a speed type and is suitable for Xiaomu. Although Goshing didn't have money now, it didn't hinder him from arranging the contracted beasts in advance. Of course, there were still many beast eggs in the enhanced version of the Spirit Beast Hall. Because of the limit of the inventory, it was difficult to display them all, so he wouldn't introduce them one by one. Boom! Boom! In a huge mountain range shrouded in dark clouds, visible thunder and lightning madly bombarded, causing the space to violently tremble and gather a murderous aura. Patriarch! On the cliff where thunder and lightning intersected, an old man with a beard like a thunder snake hurried over and exclaimed, the Thunder Kaltrabag that was nurtured by the Thunder Pool for thousands of years has disappeared for no reason. In a land of ice and snow, a group of extraordinary beauties were conducting a carpet search because not long ago, an Ice Phoenix egg in the clan was stolen. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the vast and boundless grassland, dozens of powerful creatures that looked like tigers and wolves with wings on their backs flew close to the ground. Their huge eyes flashed with monstrous anger. Patriarch's orders. We must catch the culprit who stole the Spirit Traverser egg as soon as possible. It could be said that after Jun Changxiao upgraded the Spirit Beast Hall, many special non-human clans in the upper realm had lost something. At this moment, they were conducting an intensive search. Readers who are familiar with the source of the 7 mysterious sunglow break would definitely understand that the various beast eggs they had stolen must have been stolen by the system. In short, the number of beast eggs in the Spirit Beast Hall was the same as the number of beast eggs in the various clans. This was definitely a huge trap. Fortunately, Jun Changxiao didn't realize it. At this moment, he was happily thinking about how to earn more magnetite in the shortest time possible, and then arrange exclusive, contracted beasts for the disciples. Of course. Go Sheng secretly said, it's not realistic to equip all the disciples in the sect. I can only arrange for the upper echelons and core disciples first. When each of them has one, riding all kinds of rare beasts and following this king to conquer the Sea of Stars, the scene will definitely be beautiful. Reader, the scene of you being surrounded by thousands of clans will definitely be even more beautiful. Just thinking about it was better than living a good life. Only by truly working hard could it be realized. Therefore, Jun Changxiao withdrew all the empty thoughts and began to focus on making money. Hall Master Feng is the chief alchemist of the Pill Hall. This organization definitely needs a lot of herbs. I can let him take the lead to establish a long-term and effective business channel. Jun Changxiao set off for the medicine hall, which didn't have a single soldier. There was only one main hall. As soon as he entered, he saw the other party dancing with joy inside. Thus he asked in surprise, "Didn't you have enough of the morning exercises?" Patriarch, Feng Gui Qin said, excitedly, I used your herbs to refine pills. The effect is more than 10 times stronger than normal pills. Calm down, calm down. Jun Changshao said, this is normal. Feng Gui Chen forced himself to calm down, then placed a crystal-clear pill on the table and said, this is the Profound Essence Nourishing Pill. After taking it, you will be able to gather heaven and earth attribute and world principles faster. Normal pills can last for 1 day, but refined with Patriarch's herbs can last for 10 days. Oh, Jun Changshao remained calm. The effect of this Profound Essence Nourishing Pill was similar to the lower realm's Qi Gathering Pill. Refined with Alchemy Pavilion, it could increase the effect by dozens or even hundreds of times. Even before ascension, he would not be able to eat more, so his mind was as calm as still water. Moreover, Feng Gui Qin said again, the absorption speed is also 10 times faster than normal pills. Hall Master Feng, control your emotions. You're spitting out saliva. Jun Changshao wiped his face and said helplessly, Shua. Feng Gui Qin took out several different pills again and said, this is the blood coagulation restoration pill. This is the mysterious meridian protecting pill, one for healing and one for protecting the meridians. With Patriarch's herbs, the effect has increased by more than 10 times. Jun Changshao took a few steps back because the more the other party spoke, the more he could not control his emotions. His saliva was flying all over the screen. The most important thing is, Feng Gui Qin said seriously, the success rate of refining ordinary pills with ordinary herbs is not particularly high. But with Patriarch's herbs, not only is there no error per batch, it can even produce 10 batches. The system said, it seems that host does not need to buy pill recipes. Hall Master Feng is a walking alchemy cheat. Holy shit! Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said, that's right, why didn't I think of that? His thoughts were still stuck on the upgraded version of Alchemy Pavilion. As long as he bought pill recipes, he could produce pills in large quantities. He ignored the fact that although Feng Gui Qin could not refine pills in one go, his attainments in this area were very high. Why buy pill recipes? He could just give him the materials to refine them. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. As a result, one could clearly see from the camera outside the hall that Jun Changshao, who had been able to maintain his calm, was dancing with Feng Gui Qin, occasionally making shameless cat noises. Chapter 1374. Jun Changshao had always been focused on the Alchemy Pavilion, so after being reminded by the system, he realized Feng Gui Qin's value. Not only could he establish business connections, but he could also refine all kinds of pills. What did the sect lack now? What they lacked was medicinal pills, the Profound Essence Nourishing Pill, Blood Coagulation Recovery Pill, and Profound Vein Protecting Pill that he had just refined were obviously very suitable for widespread use. Hall Master Feng. Jun Changshao said seriously, don't study herbs for now. The sect's necessary pills will depend on you from now on. I will not disappoint the Patriarch. Feng Gui Qin cupped his hands, but added, can you assign some people to me? I am the only one on such a big pill peak, it's a bit lonely. No problem. Jun Changshao said, this king will go to the Alchemy Pavilion to assign some people. You can focus on alchemy. Not long after, Sun Bukong and some disciples arrived at Pill Peak. As the saying went, medicine and alchemy were inseparable. Go Sheng planned to let them run between the two sides to learn more and master another skill. Learn alchemy well from Hall Master Feng. Yes. At this point, the members of the Alchemy Pavilion began to work part-time as members of the Alchemy Pavilion. Every day, they would spend half their days taking care of herbs and the other half learning alchemy. Although their days were tough, as the chief alchemist of the Alchemy Pavilion, Feng Gui Qin was a top grandmaster. Learning alchemy from him was the dream of countless people in the upper realm. The members of the alchemy pavilion dealt with herbs all year round, so learning alchemy was very suitable, especially Sun Wukong. This disciple who had joined the alchemy pavilion at the same time as Li Tiantian and the others was not outstanding in martial arts, but he was extremely talented in medicine. Now that he had the guidance of a master, he would definitely soar. Patriarch. After a few days of teaching, Feng Gui, Qin mentioned him. This child's understanding of alchemy is very outstanding. If he is trained well, his future achievements will be immeasurable. Oh, Jun Changshao was very surprised. For a beast alchemist of the alchemy pavilion to give such an evaluation, it was enough to show how talented Sun Wukong was. Unfortunately, in the lower realm, pills were always produced by the alchemy pavilion, so his talent had been buried for decades. No matter, gold will always be spent. With the most authoritative alchemy grandmaster coming to the sect of all times, Sun Wukong's talent would definitely be unleashed perfectly. Night fell. Jun Changshao sat alone in the main hall with his fingers interlocked and his chin resting on the back of his hand. He said meaningfully, "I hope that one day we can completely break away from the system's assistance and make the sect truly powerful." Go Sheng was also a human being. Go Sheng also cared about his reputation. Thus, he wanted to prove to the world that whatever the top sects could do, he could do it even without using cheats. In fact, he might even do it better than them. All of you can complain all you want, but Jun Changshao had made up his mind. He began to pay more attention to the development of the disciples in all aspects. Once the system transitioned the sect to the strongest sect in the upper realm, he would decisively stop using it. "Don't just give me some empty words," the system said. "If you're so capable, then stop using it right now." Medicine Hall, Medical Hall, Forging Hall. In a sense, these three halls determined whether a sect would become powerful in the future. After serious consideration, Jun Changshao set off for Linyuan City the next day. He planned to purchase the corresponding facilities, which was the first real step to not relying on the system in the future. If the disciples wanted to learn alchemy, they would have to practice it. Thus, all kinds of pill furnaces and common herbs were indispensable. Although Elder Wei and Fan Yezi were in charge of the medical hall and the forging hall, they could no longer be called grandmasters in the upper realm. They still needed to buy herbs, forging books, and so on so that they could learn as long as they were alive. Materials, tools, books, and so on could all be bought. It was just a matter of whether one had money or not. Go Sheng did not have much money, but it was enough to buy these. Once again, he stepped into Linyuan City and stopped on the wide main street. He still looked as weak as before. The reason was that he had heard Feng Guichin say that he had bought heaven and earth treasure grade herbs from City Lord Lu. As long as the other party was not a fool, he would definitely realize his value. "I am Jun Changshao. Quickly come and worship me. Shwa, shwa, shwa." At this moment, a group of soldiers in armor hurried over. The leader, Lu Deshui, walked over and said with a trembling smile, "Welcome, little friend, to my Linyuan City again." During this time, he had been looking for Jun Changshao. After all, someone who could make Feng Guichin spend a lot of money to buy herbs must be someone with power. When there was no news, his subordinate suddenly came to report that the murderer who beat up the patriarch had entered the city, so he rushed over as fast as he could. Jun Changshao scratched his head and said, "I just came to buy some daily necessities. There's no need for the city lord to personally welcome me." Don't look at this guy's expressionless face. In fact, he was very happy on the inside. It couldn't be helped. He was born with a good face. "Little friend, if you need anything, this Lu will order his subordinates to sell it immediately." Not only was City Lord Lu very polite, but he also invited Jun Changshao to the City Lord's mansion as a distinguished guest. As a result, the passers-by in the city were confused. Did that weak young man just beat up the City Lord's son some time ago? Why did the City Lord personally come to welcome him? City Lord's mansion main hall. Jun Changshao looked around the simple decoration, and casually placed antique vases before sincerely saying, "City Lord Lu is a simple and unpretentious person from a poor family." "You flatter me, you flatter me." Lu Deshui waved his hand and smiled. "It's just plain tea. Little friend, I hope you don't mind." Jun Changshao picked up the teacup on the table, took a small sip, and praised, "Good tea, good tea." Lu Deshui asked, "What is little friend's surname?" "My surname is Jun. Young Master Jun is a handsome man with an imposing appearance. You must have a prominent background." Lu Deshui complimented, but what he meant was that someone who could grow herbs that could shock even Feng Guichin was definitely a grandmaster. Jun Changshao said modestly, "This Jun doesn't have a prominent background. I'm just managing a small sect." Oh, Lu Deshui was quite surprised. Young Master Jun is the sect master of a sect. Indeed, Jun Changshao nodded. This kind of pretentious elegance was really asking for a beating. "So it's Jun Patriarch. Sorry for the disrespect." Lu Deshui cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask the name of your sect?" "The strongest sect of all ages." "Ah." Lu Deshui's facial muscles froze. He had naturally heard of this sect that sneaked up from the lower realms and made the Flying Sword Profound Sect, High Blade Profound Sect, and other forces suffer. Jun Changshao put down his teacup and said, "I heard that City Lord Lu had a business deal with my sect's Hall Master Feng not long ago." This City Lord Lu wanted to say that he had no dealings with your sect, but suddenly thought of something and stood up, surprised. The Hall Master Feng that Jun Patriarch mentioned, could it be Feng Guichin, Grandmaster Feng? Yes. Jun Changshao nodded. City Lord Lu's expression suddenly became interesting. Since Grandmaster Feng was the Hall Master of the sect of all times, this guy forced him to sell herbs to him, and then the former paid a high price. Could it be that he was unhappy with his son and beat him up, then gave him 2 million as compensation? If that's the case, can I call my son over and let him beat him a few more times? City Lord Lu, Jun Changshao said seriously, "In fact, this king came to Linyuan City this time not only to buy daily necessities, but also to buy a few shops in your city to do some small business. Can you make an exception?" When he came, he had thought that he could make a fortune by selling herbs alone, but he needed to do it batch by batch. If he could manage various industries in the upper realms, it would undoubtedly be a very good choice. In the lower realms, Jun Changshao relied on Master AI and second young Master Tang to do business, and the sect's only business was the beast material shop. This time he had to do it alone in the upper realms because he had connections with Feng Guichin and Jinren Tonggu as his master. Who came to provoke me? Chapter 1375. Upon hearing that Jun Changshao wanted to buy shops in the city, Lu Deshui immediately declared, "Jun Patriarch can choose any of the shops in the city's major streets." Not long after, servants rushed over from the market, delivering various pill facilities, medicinal herbs, medical books, and so on. "City Lord Lu, how much is it?" Jun Changshao was about to take out money when Lu Deshui hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "These daily necessities don't cost much. Just take it as a gift from me to Jun Patriarch." Guoxing did not decline and cupped his hands. "Thank you." "Jun Patriarch, do you want to have a simple meal first before going to look at the shops? Or do you want to go now?" Lu Deshui smiled. "Let's go now. Please." Under Lu Deshui's lead, Jun Changshao strolled through all the major streets of Linyuan City. In the end, he chose 4 stores in the Western District that were in a decent location and asked, "City Lord Lu, what's the price?" "Anything." He was really forthright. Jun Changshao, who had always been fastidious, decided to spend the market price of 5 million magnetite to buy the 4 shops after some consideration. After all the procedures were completed, Lu Deshui smiled. Jun Patriarch bought so many items related to pills. Is he planning to open a pill shop? Yes. The system was speechless. Why do I want to beat him up so much? Lu Deshui said with a serious expression. There are 2 old pill shops in the East and North City. If June Patriarch doesn't have any special features, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to establish himself in Lin Yuan City. Business like pills and weapons were undoubtedly the most popular in the upper realm because of the high demand, but at the same time they were also dominated by many old shops, making it difficult for new shops to survive. Looking at the entire world, countless shops opened every day and many closed. Not only would they lose money in the end, but they would also make many enemies. Jun Changshao smiled. Thank you for your reminder, City Lord Lu. He had all kinds of materials and shops. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he bid farewell and returned to the sect. Lu Deshui enthusiastically sent him off to the city gate. Only when his figure had completely disappeared did a guard ask in confusion, Mayor, you seem to value this June Patriarch a lot. For a sect master who had not even reached the Xian level to be treated like this by the city lord, it was really against common sense. This kid, Lu Deshui said, not simple. It was not because of the medicinal herbs that he planted, but because he could bring a sect to the upper realm. Many people thought that this city lord was AI Shangyao, but in fact he was more like Xie Guangquan. Readers who guessed wrong in this chapter, please line up and slap your own face. Jun Changshao returned to the Eternal Sect along the way. As for Lu Deshui's reminder about the old pill store in the eastern and northern districts, he didn't care about it at all. Since he wanted to do business, he definitely had the core competitiveness. If you sell profound cultivation pills, I will definitely sell them too. Moreover, the effects are 10 times better than yours. I don't believe that there will be no market and no users. After returning to the sect, Go Shun gathered the upper echelons to discuss opening a pill store. He received Yuan Feng's strong support on the spot. It's decided then. Jun Changshao made the decision. When the next batch of medicinal herbs matures, we will use them all to refine pills. Then we will open an ancient pill store in Lin Yuan City. Old Yuan, I will leave the renovation of a few shops in the city to you. Yes. Yuan Gongzi set off for Lin Yuan City on the same day, accompanied by Feng Guichin. Jun Changshao wanted to make arrangements for City Lord Lu so that he could take care of him in the future. Sure enough, when Lu Deshui confirmed that the chief alchemist of the alchemy hall was really the hall master of the sect of all times, he was even more polite to Yuan Gongzi, even calling him brother. Incredible, incredible. Just with Master Feng's reputation alone, once the sect of all times opens an ancient pill store, it will cause a huge sensation. What Lu Deshui was thinking was also what Jun Changshao was thinking, so he ordered Li Luoqiu to spread the news that the chief alchemist of the alchemy hall was about to open an ancient pill store to further cities. After Feng Guichin learned of this, he smiled bitterly. I am no longer the free and easy person who likes to travel the world. His previous persona collapsed, and a new persona was established. He was now the hall master of the sect of all times alchemy hall and the chief alchemist of the ancient pill store. Fortunately, the alchemy hall was not a powerful organization. Other than reporting at a fixed time, they generally did not restrict the activities of their members, let alone interfere with their part-time jobs. The other 7 chief alchemists were either honorary elders of top sects or honored guests of top families. If they knew that Feng Guichin had joined an unknown sect, they might even look at him with disdain. 1 month later, a new batch of medicinal herbs matured. Feng Guichin began to refine various pills. Because Sun Bukong and the others had only been in contact with alchemy for a short time, they could only help out. Jun Changshao was not idle either. He took out a small amount of medicinal herbs to refine transformation pills and distributed them to the disciples, striving to make them available to the entire sect as soon as possible. Patriarch Feng Guichin also ate a transformation pill and felt that his body, meridians, soul, and other aspects had been greatly improved. He was shocked. What kind of pill is this? A pill passed down in the sect of all times. I have studied alchemy for so many years, but I have never seen a single pill that can enhance so many things. As a higher realm, alchemy was very developed. Naturally, it involved the body, meridians, soul, and other aspects. But a single pill that could enhance so many things and had such an obvious effect was completely unheard of. Hall Master Feng, please remember. Jun Chong Shao said, our sect's first motto is to keep a low profile. The corners of Feng Gui Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he asked, Sect Master, why do I remember you saying that your first objective is to be an unyielding person and do unyielding things? Hall Master Feng, Sun Bukong whispered, the first motto of our sect of all times is to change things according to the mood of the patriarch. Just get used to it. Black lines appeared on Feng Gui Chen's forehead. The sect created by Senior Tong Gu was not strict at all. Lin Yuan City. Gongs, drums, and firecrackers filled the air. After a while, Jun Chong Shao stood in front of the decorated shop in formal attire. He tore off the red cloth hanging on the signboard and announced the official opening of the ancient pill store. Congratulations, congratulations. Lu Des Hui cupped his fists and congratulated with a smile. On the opening day of the ancient pill store, cultivators from all walks of life gathered on the streets. After all, the promotion was on point and the chief alchemist of the alchemy hall was present. At first, they entered the store with the mentality of trying to buy pills, but after learning that many pills were more than 10 times more effective than ordinary pills, they were immediately stunned. City Lord Lu. Jun Changshao handed over a profound, nourishing pill and said with a smile, you can try it. Okay. Lu Des Hui picked it up doubtfully and threw it into his mouth. When the pill's efficacy completely took effect, his blood vessels and pores seemed to open instantly, madly absorbing the attributes and principles of heaven and earth. He exclaimed in shock, unbelievable, unbelievable. Many patriarchs saw this and secretly thought, so exaggerated? In fact, this was not exaggerated. One had to know that Lu Des Hui had taken a pill yesterday, and the expression on his face was even more exaggerated. Originally, he had been asked to cooperate today, but in the end his acting was not up to standard. This reminded people of Kuji-nan of the Spirit Origin Continent, a true golden partner. City Lord Kuo, I miss you so much. June Patriarch, I want to buy a profound, cultivating pill, a patriarch said. Jun Chong Shao said, these pills were all refined by Hall Master Feng. As the chief alchemist of the Alchemy Hall, I'm sure no one will doubt his alchemy skills. Therefore, the price of my Eternal Alchemy Store's pills are 10 times more expensive than ordinary pills. Because there aren't many of them, there's still a limit. In fact, there was a lot of stock prepared this time, but Gosheng had to control the quantity. Firstly, it was hunger marketing, and secondly, rare goods were expensive. Chapter 1376. The newly opened Eternal Pill Store was destined to have a booming business because its pills were 10 times more effective than regular pills. Among them, the best-selling was naturally the Profound Essence nourishing pill worth 1,000 profound stones. It could last for 10 days after consumption, and the absorption speed was also 10 times faster than regular pills. The blood coagulation restoration pill and profound vein protecting pill were also very good, but one focused on healing while the other focused on protection. Therefore, cultivators usually only prepared a few as spares instead of using them every day. Old Yuan, Old Feng. Jun Chong Shao arranged, I'll leave this place to you. This king will return to the sect first. He had come to participate in the opening of the store. In the future, the operation and management would be handed over to Yuan Feng and Feng Guichen. He only needed to be responsible for counting the money in the sect. Have you heard? The newly opened Eternal Pill Store in the west of the city sells a lot of pills with 10 times the effect of regular pills. Of course I've heard. The patriarch of the Kai family next door bought a lot. I heard that he went into seclusion after returning. Let's go and take a look. We can go and take a look, but don't expect to buy any pills. Why? Because they sold out within 2 hours of opening. The news of the Eternal Pill store selling pills 10 times more effective than regular pills spread throughout Linyuan City in just half a day. With the flow of cultivators from all walks of life, it would slowly spread to other cities. Many people rushed over with excitement, only to find that the store had already hung a sign saying pills for sale. Sigh, they could only come tomorrow morning. The next day, many cultivators woke up early, but when they arrived at the Eternal Pill store, they found that there was already a long line. Isn't it just an Eternal Pill store? So many people are rushing to buy. Could it be that they're selling immortal pills? The most frustrating thing was that after waiting in line for a long time, when it was almost their turn, the door was slammed shut and a sign saying, "Pills for sale. Please buy early" was hung. Holy shit, I waited all morning for nothing. The cultivators who didn't buy any pills returned disappointed and decided to wake up even earlier the next day. The popularity of the Eternal Pill store also impacted other pill stores. For example, the 2 old pill stores in the east and north of the city had a severe decline in sales in just a few days. The people in charge were both anxious and angry. They could only be angry and didn't dare to have any ideas. After all, with Feng Guichin here, offending him was the same as offending the alchemy hall. Therefore, when doing business in the upper realm, connections and relationships were very important. Jun Changshao relied on his identity as the chief alchemist of the Alchemy Hall to come up with the idea of opening a shop to develop the Sect's business. In the next few days, Linyuan City was destined to be very lively. Every morning, a long queue could be seen on the street where the medicinal pill store was located. Many people were excited because they managed to buy the pills, but many people were depressed because they didn't manage to buy any. Of course, the news about the Eternal Elixir store had already begun to spread to cities further away. Many poor and simple families and rogue cultivators were on their way to Linyuan City. Lu Deshui was currently very happy, because the influx of foreign martial artists in such a short period of time would undoubtedly bring more benefits to the city. Yuan Gongzi. In order to get closer to the sect of all times, he specially arranged a banquet for Yuan Feng and declared tax exemption for 1 year. Lu Deshui had thought that the medicinal pill store overseen by Feng Guichin would definitely be popular once it opened, but he didn't expect it to be so popular. According to the current trend, as long as the news spread to the surrounding cities, it would definitely be even more terrifying. City Lord Lu. Yuan Gongzi took a sip of wine and smiled. Although the scale of Linyuan City is larger than any city in the lower realm, it is not conspicuous in the upper realm because... He paused for a moment and continued, there are no characteristics that people will remember. Lu Deshui fell into a short silence, then clapped his hands and said, tax exemption for 3 years. He understood that the other party was telling him that the Eternal Elixir store could be established in Linyuan City, which was a treasure. That was its biggest characteristic. So, collecting less tax and attracting more martial artists was definitely a good deal. I heard from the Patriarch that he will open a medicinal pill store in the city in the future and actively contact other cities, hoping to turn this place into a large market for medicinal pills and herbs. Yuan Gongzi said in a low voice. This, Lu Deshui's eyes widened. Then he said straightforwardly, your store doesn't have to pay taxes in the future. If there is any need, this Lu will do his best to assist. Then I'll have to trouble City, Lord Lu. Yuan Gongzi raised his cup. Lu Deshui also hurriedly raised his cup. The two of them drank merrily for an hour before leaving the banquet. In fact, Jun Changshao really did have the idea of opening a medicinal pill store, but he didn't decide when to implement it, let alone create a large market for medicinal pills and herbs. Yuan Gongzi's words were deceptive, but it was also to fight for the greatest benefits for the sect. The Eternal Elixir store was in full swing. and the disciples of the sect of all times were also diligently cultivating. It could be said that there were batches of breakthroughs. Jun Changshao wasn't idle either. The popularity of the elixir store was expected, but he couldn't always do hunger marketing. Otherwise, it would be easy to burn himself. So he could only step on his flying sword and start running around the surrounding cities, hoping to sell more medicinal pill seeds. Yuan Feng, who was in charge of internal affairs, was transferred to Linyuan City to manage the medicinal pill business. The patriarch was often not at home, so the higher-ups and disciples would go to the rows of flowers to discuss anything. After all, she was the wife of the sect. Go Sheng also didn't express his opinion, or he deliberately pretended not to know. In this way, the rows of flowers, who clearly didn't have any actual duties, became the second in command of the sect of all times. She was responsible for many internal affairs. As the queen of a plain, it was naturally no problem for her to manage a sect. So when Jun Changshao was out, she took care of many things in an orderly manner. One day at night, Jun Changshao returned from purchasing medicinal pill seeds in other cities and landed in front of the courtyard of Dragon Head Peak. He saw that the study next door was still lit. The woman was still sitting at the table organizing the sect's materials, very much like the queen who stayed up all night to review memorials. "Are you touched?" the system asked. "Get lost." Jun Changshao rolled his eyes, then walked to the courtyard. But for some reason, he suddenly turned around and walked to the courtyard of the rows of flowers, then turned back when he was about to enter. The rows of flowers, who was organizing the files, noticed something. She pushed the door open and walked out. Seeing him walking around outside the door, she was puzzled. "What are you doing?" Whoosh! Go Sheng changed from a hesitant state to the 9th set of radio gymnastics in the fastest time and said, "Of course I'm doing morning exercises." The Rose of Flowers was surprised. "Doing morning exercises in the middle of the night?" "I'm happy to." Jun Changshao continued to do it, like a big sand sculpture, until he did a few cycles. Then he turned around and said, "I'm tired, I'm going to sleep." The Rose of Flowers was speechless. Just before entering the courtyard of the residence, Jun Changshao stopped and said indifferently, "Do everything like me. Always pay attention to the balance between work and rest."